Welcome, surf fans. We are back in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. This is the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. And as you can see, as usual, it is pumping here in Surf City. Well, we're very excited to kick off this event, which is record-breaking in many ways, including our 297 competitors, of course, representing 61 nations. I am Chris Cote, next to a man who needs no introduction, but I'm going to give it to him anyway. A world champion and a very stoked bloke, Mr. Barton Lynch. Barton, welcome back to El Salvador.
So good to be here, Chris. So good to see the surf. I've been here, this is my third trip, and I've never seen it under 3 to 4 foot. It's still 6 to 8 out there. The last couple of days have been even bigger. It's come down a little bit. It's sitting on the reef perfectly. It's clean. It's going to be a great opening day.
Well, our forecast is looking amazing, as usual. I think 365 days of the year, you're going to see pumping waves here in Surf City, hence the name. But let's talk a little bit about our competition that you're going to see throughout the week, starting today all the way through Sunday. This is a good look at what we're about to see. Some of the world's best surfers. We've got big names. We've got unknown names that will rise to the occasion and become superstars. Remember, at the end of this week, we're going to see gold medalists, world champions, and our teams are going to get the nod to see who is the best surf nation in the world. And with 61 nations competing, these teams have a mountain to climb by the end of this week.
Absolutely. 9 days of competition, over 290 competitors, male and females. We see some great action out there this morning. And if you've been watching surfing competitions and there've been long heats and people sitting and waiting for 35 minutes and riding a couple of waves, this is not that type of competition. 20-minute heats, 4 surfers in the water, lots of action, lots of waves. A perfect venue for this type of competition.
Absolutely, and we do have 2 podiums, so Podium 1 and Podium 2, which we'll talk you through here in a minute. But here's a look at what you're going to see. I mean, this is pretty much copy and paste from last year and pretty much every contest that you see here in El Salvador. It's going to be 4 to 6 feet. You know, high tide, low tide, it is affected. You will see some more rocks pop up on the beach at low tide. The water temperature is 87, actually warmer than the air right now. And check this out. We talked about some of the biggest names in our sport. We got former CT competitor right there, Federico Moraes, of course, representing Portugal. And the list of names we have in this contest will shock a lot of you. You can go to ISAsurf. You can dig into the website and see some of the names you have on these teams. We're talking past returning champions, future stars of our sport, and our 2 new nations represented here, Angola and Vanuatu. This is going to be really fun in these first couple of rounds to meet surfers from all over the world, Barton.
That's what's so great about this event is a lot of people, you know, we've got the Olympic gold medalist, Carl Ivast, all the way down to people starting their journey, their professional surfing journey right here at this event. And that's the exciting part to me, is seeing those people for the first time starting their journey in this international field.
Here's our fearless leader, ISA President Fernando Aguirre. This is basically the man behind surfing in the Olympics. His push was unstoppable. That is a strong team right there. And more of that, as you see, this is going to be a good test of your flag knowledge.
Yes,
luckily,
absolutely.
we see the Kiwi logo on this team right there. You see that New Zealand flag to the right. And the hits just keep coming. Indonesia's in the house.
Amazing opening ceremony yesterday. All of the nations getting up there and doing their local presentation of themselves, and then the sands of the world, where they all bring sand from their beaches and pour it into the fish tank, I suppose. And it really sets this event up to be one of those cultural events in surfing that everyone remembers.
British Virgin Islands in the house. We saw Team Senegal, who always comes through with such spirit, such joy for surfing. And to the left, that's our President of Tourism, Morena, who has welcomed surfing to this country with open arms and really made it a mainstay of what El Salvador is all about, along with President Bukele, who has basically made this place Surf City. Call it Surf Country. You might as well. There's always waves, and they're super inviting. So here's an explanation of our 2 podium system. This is Podium 1, La Bocana, a pumping right and left. Super powerful. This wave packs a punch going both ways. The rights are a little bit quicker, but the lefts give that long extended wall. And yes, there are insane air ramps on the inside section. So this is a high-performance surfer's dream. It kind of draws comparisons to a lower trestles, just due to that peak. But let me tell you, it has a North Shore level of power to it on its day. Comes off this, you know, this river mouth that comes out, rocky bottom. Barton, I know you've had some good sessions out here. This wave's real fun.
And those right-handers, as it gets bigger, the smaller it gets. I think the lefts tend to wall up, as we can see here today. As it gets bigger, those rights look J Bay-like at times. It's a really incredible performance park, you know, really. And for the size of the waves, every day there's enough. And with 4 people out there in the water, best 2 rides, we're going to see, there's a minimum of 8 waves you're going to be seeing in the 20 minutes. So it's just an action-packed format. And this location with the consistency of swell is just the perfect venue for this type of competition.
Yeah, there are not a lot of places on Earth where you could have this many competitors and give everybody equal opportunity, because so many waves coming through here. You're going to see surfers have to earn it, though. You saw earlier, 87-degree water. It's going to be pushing the 90s in the air, so physicality is going to come into play. Stamina. These surfers are going to have to go through a lot of heats before the finals on what could be Sunday. But let's take a look at your first heat of the event. Round 1, heat 1, and this is unique to ISA competition. The representation from around the world. Luis Diaz representing Spain. Juan Carlos Gonzalez, of course, he is a superstar from Panama. And Javon Brown, Jamaica, only in ISA competition will you see a mix of nations competing like this. So what a way to start it. Luis Diaz, he is already a national champion, a European champion. Juan Carlos has done everything there is to do in surfing here in Central America. And this would be a big test for Javon Brown coming out of Jamaica, which it would surprise you that the talent level they've brought here to competition for the past decade or so.
Absolutely. And then the second break, El Sunzal, is a right-hand point that might be the most exhausting wave to compete at in the world. You talked about the water temperature as we see a beautiful big set arriving here, and that's the consistency of sets and the consistency of competitive opportunity for surfers at these venues is unparalleled, actually, in the world of surfing. You talk about lower trestles and you have those super long breaks. Tahiti for the Olympics, and even recently for WSL at Fiji for their finals event, it was slow. And there's these, you sit for 15 minutes waiting to see a wave. Look, it's just non-stop at this place. I don't understand where these swells, how we face direct south, so we do understand how it happens, come straight into us out of the south, and it's just so consistent. It is the perfect competition venue for this type of event, no doubt.
Well, one thing is for certain, when you're looking at waves like this, you're going to get pounded in your heat because it's super consistent. And our first ride is your surfer representing Jamaica. This is Javon Brown. Look at this left-hander. You can see so much power condensing on that inside section. And that's just going to these surfers are going to want to hit that section so bad. But with experience out here, you'll know that section is very unforgiving. It is going to take everything you have to ride out with so much power coming together. So that was our first look at a pretty major set. All of our surfers, except for your surfer representing Team Jamaica, pretty much caught inside. And what a way to start your campaign by getting steamrolled by a huge set here at Volcano. Let's take a look at Javon.
Nice late drop in the lip. This section here, maybe early in the heat, it was worth hitting that inside section. There's sets out the back behind it, so you're going to be duck diving on the paddle out anyway. There might have been an opportunity, a 1.4 came. There was definitely an opportunity to add a couple of points to that with a closeout re-entry. But again, early days, 20-minute heats here. Another set. It's just the most consistent ocean that I've ever witnessed. I've never sat. Yesterday I sat there and watched it for like 3 hours in the afternoon, and it never stopped.
There's no translation for the word lull here.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't have.
Oli, Juan Carlos Gonzalez. He has been an ISA stalwart for many years now, and this guy rips. I mean, we have seen him put up some huge performances. You know he's had his time on the final day, and it's just solid power surfing like that. He's super consistent, and I don't think you can have an ISA event without Juan Carlos Gonzalez in it. It wouldn't feel right.
Well, that hasn't for the last couple of decades.
Here goes Brown, representing Jamaica. He is a surf instructor. His Instagram, I believe, is World Traveler Javi. So he gets out there amongst it and It's nice and steady on his feet as well. That opening snap, really nice, through a lot of spray.
Big, powerful young man using that power to advantage. A 3.83 came in for Jean Carlos Gonzalez from Panama. Love to be referred to as a Panamanian.
Yeah.
There's something about that just speaks surfing.
Well, one fun thing you can do if you're watching at home, of course, we'd love to know where and how you're watching at ISA Surf all over social media. Send us a message. Tell us who you're cheering for. And if you go to isasurf.org, you know, as you're watching this, you can go in and out and check out every team. There's incredible depth in the bios for these teams. You really learn a lot about these surfers. And here's our first look at Luis Diaz representing Team Spain. Nice and clean. There's some bump coming up this wave. But I mean, you can see this guy has a very high skill level. Real steady. Right through this inside section. But a pretty chunky face to work with there. So maybe we're thinking the bigger is maybe not better. That was one of the bigger waves we've seen ridden, but there was a lot of bump coming up the face.
Yeah, it is one of, obviously wave selection's always so important. As we see the replay here, there's quite a conservative first turn here. You see he just holds the rail and drives it down. And it felt like an opening ride where it was kind of surfed in a managed, controlled way. He got everything out of it that he could have, but there was the opportunity to lean onto the heel and the toe a little more powerfully perhaps and give those sections a little more. But as an opening ride, I feel like he's going to get the better of the exchange. And Team Spain are a force to be reckoned with here. They've definitely got a team that's looking like the future, and we're expecting great things out of them in the future. And we've seen it in recent times in the juniors as well. The Odriozola brothers are both amazing. This looks like live action.
Yeah, this is Oli. Jean Carlos Gonzalez, 30 years old, Santa Catalina. Of course, Panama's really, I think, entered the world stage in terms of being a surf destination. The past 20 years or so, surfers have been traveling down there, and it's great to see solid representation. I believe they've got a full field of 6 surfers. So each team has 3 men, 3 women. And basically, if you get as many of your surfers as deep into this contest as possible, you're going to accumulate points for your team. And this year is going to be going towards seeding for next year, which will be an Olympic qualifier year.
Javon Brown there, nice snap out of the top. This is that earlier ride we saw before. Cuts back. This wave's tapering down towards the inside, and really you want to try and find the ones that stay tall to the inside so you get those big last turns. A lot of points in the first turn and a lot of points in the last turn. If the recipe for success ordinarily is that big first opener, manage that middle part of the wave, finish with a big turn, and you're going to get a big score. There's that score for Spain, a 5.17. Kind of felt like it was the best opening ride. So did the judges. International panel of judges.
Oh, yeah.
Most probably more judges here than at any other event, because you've got 2 podiums going with full judging panels, and then you've got all the judging programs in action.
No doubt. Here's how you can follow us on social media. Check out the gram. Always amazing photography and video coming out of this event at ISA Surfing. And I mean, our social team is some of the best in the business. We're covered from every angle. We talked about our elite panel of judges. I believe there's, at any given time, there's 12 judges working up and down the beach on 2 podiums. Well, we have about 12 photographers in and out of the water, up and down the beach. Not a second is missed, not a turn, not a floater goes by without getting at least a photo, most likely a video of it. And of course, our production team will be grinding all week long just to make sure that nothing is missed and all the action is well covered. Got 11 minutes, 10 seconds to go, and that's another kind of part of ISA competition that we love, is the speed in which these days just fly by. I mean, you're going to see a lot of waves ridden in 20 minutes, and right now Luis Diaz is in the lead, but we still have some scores to come through. And one thing you're going to hear a lot in this contest is the phrase national champion. I believe we probably have 150 national champions. You know, Jean Carlos Gonzalez is a national champion from Panama. He's been a second place finisher here in ISA competition. Now we see Luis Diaz. He's a national champion from Spain.
Needs a second ride. Got the best wave of the opening exchange here. Now the energy rises, pumping through the inside, realises that with a good last turn here, he'll have his second score. Surfed it in a very controlled way, but the energy built towards the end there, and that'll excite the judges.
Another unique element, if this is your first time watching ISA competition, is we do have a repechage bracket. So if you lose early, you still can fight your way back into the contest. As we see, Ole, Jean Carlos Gonzalez, this guy's always had wicked backhand. There you see it unleashed right in the pocket. Here's that inside power section.
Oh,
throws the tail, and that's a tough section to ride out. It's going to be like that all week long. Those finishing maneuvers, you're going to have to match power for power, and you've felt it if you've surfed out here. This is a very powerful wave, and that end section is where it all comes together and really amplifies the power.
absolutely. All comes and collides on that inside reef. Adriano de Souza there.
Told you the superstars are here.
Working with Team Italy.
Carlile da Silva, Maximiliano Sens, Timosi Suotavaku. And it's a test. It's a test for us as well, because it's going to be a lot of names coming across this board that you may have never heard of, but you're about to hear from them, because this is really just an example of how much the sport of surfing has grown on a global scale.
Yep.
And wave-rich nations. You know, Vanuatu is an example of that, a place with perfect waves, and you know, the locals are getting their due this week. And this is how you kind of, if you're a rising surf nation, you come here, you set the example. Yep. The Groms back home are watching.
Yep.
And these teams that are fielding maybe 2 or 3 surfers this year, they're going to come back next year with 4 and next year with 6. That's just the trend we've seen in the past decade or so in ISA competition.
Yeah, and that is the mission, is to grow the world of surfing, make the world a better place through surfing, using surfing as a tool, and no better example of that opportunity than here in El Salvador. You know, President Bukele comes into power and recognises the natural assets that this country has with the surf, and sees this opportunity to help rebuild the nation off the back of surfing. And we love the opportunity to be here and help them in that mission to rebuild this country and to use these incredible assets that they have.
You know, I think that's a great example too, because you know, we see WSL competitions down here. There's tons of events in the Central South American region that come through. Alas events, and you know, big regional QS style events for these surfers from these regions. You know, you think of Costa Rica, you think of Ecuador, you think of these places where it's probably a little tough, you know, to get up and go to Australia, go to South Africa for these competitions. So they're their own series that happens down here, and you know, every single weekend there's probably a surf event happening here in El Salvador.
And then you get to that point where you've got the opportunity to get funding from governments, because we're an Olympic sport now. And so that opportunity to grow surfing worldwide and through the developing nations is the mission statement, and something that we're seeing come to fruition every event that we visit.
We got 6:50 to go here. Luis Diaz is in the lead, 5:17 and a 4:23. Most likely double digits are going to get you through these early rounds, and if you do finish in 3rd or 4th place, you will have another shot through the repechage. And I wouldn't say it's any easier, because when the repechage round starts to fire up, things get wild. You've got surfers with their back against the wall that have just fire in their eyes. So you want to stay out of the repechage round for as long as possible.
As long as possible. It's the long road but as you said, you can still get there going that long road, and we've seen it happen before. So the double surfing opportunity is another part of the developmental elements of this event that help those, you know, developing nations. Not like you travel all this way and surf one heat and it's done. And then even once you've surfed your 2 heats, if you lose in that repechage round, you're still a part of a team. You're still there, you're supporting your surfers who are still in it.
So with 5:50 to go here on Podium 1 here at La Bocana, we're going to take a look down to our podium number 2. Yeah. There's a second feed for the women happening right now. You can check it out. It is on ISAsurf.org under the competition bracket. So El Sunzal, this is probably the most famous wave. Well, it was the most famous wave before Punta Roca kind of came into picture, but this is basically where they filmed a lot of the scenes from Big Wednesday.
Yep.
This is where we hold many championship competitions, including the ISA World Longboard Championships, WSL World Longboard Championships. Our co-commentator, Rachel Tilley, has won world titles out here. So she'll be able to really dive into this wave. But it's basically a long right-hand point break. And when I say long, you're going to ride for a long time, but you're also going to paddle for a long time. This will test your stamina. This wave looks nice and friendly on screen, but trust us when we say there's a lot of water moving around there. So that is no easy path to a victory over there at El Sunzal either.
It's difficult free surfing. You ride the wave for so far, and it's a slopey face sometimes, so it takes a lot of energy to build your energy and excite the judges and maintain that energy all the way to the inside. And then the paddle out, as like we said, the water's hotter than the air, so it takes a whole amount of effort to try just to get back out to that lineup after such long rides. No jet ski assist here. So, it's all on your shoulders. El Sunzal is a very strenuous wave to surf.
And I think it's a unique wave in the world where you can be an absolute beginner and paddle out there and catch a wave.
Yeah.
Or you can be a top-level pro and rip that wave to bits.
Yeah.
And everything in between.
Yes.
You will get pounded. That's for sure, because it again, packs a punch. But
how's that shore break on the cobblestone rocks down there on the high tide? It's treacherous getting in and out. We've seen some people hit some rocks already this event, the warm-up event window, and a few cuts and grazes from the rocks on the inside already in the field. So one of the things you've just got to deal with.
Yeah, we've seen some viral moments happen from that rock walk in the past few years as well. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left here in our opening heat for the men, round one, heat one. So we're gonna have men down here at La Bocana. The women are gonna start at El Sunzal. If you wanna watch women, there is a tab for that. You can check out all the action, all the scores. ISAsurf.org really has everything. You can dive into all these teams. You can find out all about the programs the ISA offers. That's judging, coaching. We have a panel of, we'll say, trainee female judges on hand right now, and they're working their way up the judging ladder, up towards the elite. And in our main judging panels, we do have men and women from all over the world. Priority is in play as well.
Yeah, with Javon Brown, and he's in third place, looking for a 4.97 from Javon. I feel like he's been dropping down the face and out onto the flats just a little bit too much. And so out of the bottom, he hasn't had the speed and power to really make something out of the top turns. And if you run too far out onto the flats here at this particular wave and at El Sunzal, both of those waves, you can lose some speed out of the top of the wave. So I think there's some obvious areas he can improve. Everybody's sort of had their two waves now, and we've seen them slow the wave selection down, become a little more deliberate, looking for a specific wave. Javon on the inside, looking for something that's going to stand up tall, give him the opportunity in the face to use that big frame and score some big points.
Yeah, I feel like Luis and Giancarlos, both veteran competitors, you can tell they're kind of putting up their numbers to start. As we see now, Javon Brown. Love the energy on this one. Quick snap there, right in the pocket. Comes around the face. Another good section to work with. Some drama. Top turn, airdrop. There we go. Sliding the tail out. So looking for a 497.
There's those rocks on the inside we were talking about just a minute ago.
Yeah.
And that was his best wave of the heat for sure. Definitely raised the performance level. Went inside, looked for something that was a little steeper rather than just kind of tall and slopey.
And was able to dodge this bulldozer that's coming through the lineup right now. Quick look at, you saw the rocks popping up there. So it's a potent wave, a lot of power, but getting in and out at either spot can be a chore, especially at low tide. See now, Luis Diaz. We'll see if he starts to amplify things. His first two waves, nice and steady, and there we go.
Amplify.
A little bit more progression. He's starting to open up. He's got his two kind of baseline scores, a 517 and a 423, so the two highest scores of the heat so far, and we've I feel like he's going to improve on both of those numbers. Look at this little gift.
Yeah, that was
Whitewater
a gift
section on the inside.
And another one.
Why not? 35 seconds left. And he was nice and casual pulling out of that wave, but right in front of him you saw the boils. Those are giant basketball-sized boulders that are nice and slick, making that walk in and out just a little bit treacherous for your ankles and for the fins of your surfboard. There's probably more fins under the water here than most anywhere in the world.
Wedged in rocks. Great third ride for Luis Diaz. Exactly kind of what he needed to do, didn't he? He got those first two, the two best scores of the heat so far. Knew he had to wait and build. He looks very professional, very controlled. Hasn't sort of overstepped any moment of the heat. It's been controlled the whole way. And here's that precarious rock walk.
Oh, that's the joyful part of surfing here. So yes, it is paradise, but sometimes you got to earn it. So we feel like Luis Diaz definitely going to get the victory here. I mean, this wave was just ripped to bits from beginning to end.
First turn was spectacular.
We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to find out if Javon Brown did enough. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. It's ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition, and we will be right back with a lot more surfing. Buenos dias. Welcome back, surf fans from all over the world. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition, and that's the final results here for our first heat for the men's division. And kind of finished as it started. Luis from Team Spain getting the win. Ale Gonzalez in second, and our representing from Jamaica, our first surfer in the repechage. And we're right back into it. 20 minutes per heat. Top two surfers advance through. Third and fourth place surfer hit the repechage. And this is our first look at Khalil De Silva, representing Team Italy. Nice backside snap right in the hook there. And you know that Team Italy is going to be well coached. They have the legendary Adriano de Souza at the helm as their head coach. And he's going to be stoked with that first wave right in there from Khalil. And again, this is an international superheat. All of them are going to be Maximiliano Sens from Ecuador, Tomosi Tuatavuki representing Fiji, and Jordi Michael Fortes coming through. And you know, sometimes I gotta just look at my computer, and that flag is new to me. Welcome, Team Cape Verde. That's a cool looking flag. I mean, it's also a contest with flags. Yeah, who's got the coolest flags?
61 of them.
Yeah, so Cape Verde, they've competed a handful of times here. And right now we're looking at Jordi. And Jordi is 28 years old. And of course, yes, he is the national champion, Cape Verde, for 2024. He was in the Africa Surfing Games, and he got a 5th place finish. So this kid knows how to compete.
And then we saw the Fijian haka in the opening ceremony yesterday. It was a powerful moment. Fantastic performance from those guys, showing the bhakti spirit of Fiji. And here's the replay. Nice snap. So this section here, there was the opportunity to hit something there as it stood up. It kind of went around it. Opening ride, first round. Want to stay in control. It's a beautiful inside turn there. Judges gave him a 4.5, so there was some, could have potentially been a 6.5 if he hit that biggest section was on the wave. But at this point in time, obviously, first wave of the heat, first wave of the event, just find your feet, as they say, settle into the wax, and just start to build from there. 4.5 is a great place to build from.
No doubt. So with first wave ridden, that kind of sets the tempo for the heat. And for all of these surfers, of course, end goal being that ISA gold medal, which makes you a world champion. And the past list of ISA gold medalists is incredible. And we've got more than a few returning ISA medalists competing this year. You see a look at the lineup. It's a pretty long paddle out here as well. The channel can close out just when you think you're safe. One of these waves swings wide and mows you down. To 16:55 to go, only one wave ridden yet, and we'll see our first look at your surfer representing Fiji. Just quick up and out. That wave shouldered off real quick. So Fiji, of course, in the spotlight where the WSL finished their year, the finals day. And I mean, you can't think of Fiji without thinking of amazing, perfect waves. And their team is now growing in strength and numbers. And I would expect to see a Fijian surfer on the championship tour and on the ISA podium any day now. Well, we're going to take a quick trip down to the boardwalk. We've got a great interview with the winner of that first heat and the amazing True Starling.
Thank you, Chris. Luis, first day of the event, first heat. That would have had a bit of pressure to it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Always the first heat is the most pressure you got because you haven't made a heat yet. Especially if it's the first one. Pretty sore, but yeah, happy to make it.
You're the 2024 Spanish national champion, and you got third in the European national champions this year. That's some pretty great results. It would have been really good for the confidence coming into this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm pretty happy. I've been doing a lot of contests lately. I have a good rhythm. So yeah, and all the team is ripping, so hopefully we do good this year.
Let's touch on that as well. Team Spain, what's that looking like?
Pretty good. We got like very solid here. The ladies are amazing. The other boys are amazing too. We are a good family also, so stop.
Lots of training. You've been here for a couple of days now, surfing here and also Sunzal as well. How have the conditions been this morning? It seems like it's changed a little bit. Let's just get an insight into what it's like in the water out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. The waves are very good, but you need some board. It's bigger than it looks, and it's been good. I mean, it's very good waves in here. Hot weather, I gotta get used to that, but very, very nice, very good waves. It's gonna be good all week.
I'm sure there's people watching and supporting you back at home. Would you like to say anything to them?
Yeah. Gracias a todos los que me estén viendo. Un abrazo grande y la próxima más y mejor. Thank you.
Thanks, Luis. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you. And another great part of ISA competition is we get to meet a lot of surfers from around the world. You know, if you're a surfer in the kind of Euro region, you've definitely heard of Luis, but for a lot of parts of the world, you know, that could be your new favorite surfer. We'll see how far he goes in this competition. So far, so good for Luis. 14:15 to go. We're yet to see our surfer representing the Cabo Verde. So Cabo Verde is an archipelago off the coast of West Africa, 10 volcanic islands. And if you look at it on the map, it's pretty safe to say there are plenty of waves there. It is right there in a spot where we know tons of swell pulses through. So not only do we get to learn more about some of the surfers competing, we also get to know about nations that are either surf rich or, in a lot of cases in competition here, landlocked. We've got plenty of nations competing that have no coastline whatsoever, but they still field teams, they still get involved in competition. And we're going to be basically taking a trip around the world and back throughout this first day of competition. And we're very excited to do that here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. 13:25 to go. So far, Khalil de Silva from Italy is in the lead, that 4.5. So that puts him in a good position now to kind of control the lineup. You would think he's probably the surfer with the most experience here, just given his resume. But with waves like this, it is anyone's ball game all the way down to the wire.
Big set on the outside. Tamusi Tuatavuki. We saw his first wave. It was an obvious wave that didn't have any wall. So he really needs to take some time and look at those waves, especially with the priority here. You know, 4-man priority at play. Surfers having a look at this one, Chris. Ooh.
Yeah, this is going to be Maximiliano Sens. Powerhouse surfer out of Ecuador. You can tell he's built for it. Goes up into the lip. Just a little too much pepper on that one. He goes down. Here's our first look at Jordi Michael Fortes representing Cabo Verde.
Well, I like what I see, mate. Early times, but great ride, great style. Last turn, make it. Important make. That would have been a really important make, but good signs early.
Yeah, I like the energy down the line, putting everything into every turn he does. So the basic rules have been part of competition for a long time now. We're talking about the top 2 scores will be totaled up to give them their heat total at the end of the 20-minute match. We have an international panel of judges across the board. All their scores are locked in, and then we kind of take the averages, and that's the number that you see on your screen right there for Khalil da Silva. All the rules and regulations are available on ISAsurf.org. Full transparency up and down. So no questions go unanswered here in ISA competition.
And then as a surfer, your responsibility is to improve on those 2 waves. You start your heat with your first wave, and every wave you ride, in theory, should be better than what you've already ridden. And if you continue to build and improve in that way, that's the safest way to continue to advance on and stay in this main round. But if you don't succeed in this main round, then you've got the repechage round, you've got another chance.
10:48. I mean, there you see the ocean is just boiling right now. Tons of waves coming through. Positioning is a crucial element towards success here at La Bocana. I mean, it is a huge playing field, and pretty much all the surfers are bunched up here on the left. You can kind of identify the takeoff zone. There's a pretty clear, you know, you're looking straight up a river mouth. There's a couple hotels on either side that you kind of line up with. See this set pulsing. All of our surfers just a little bit off the normal takeoff zone.
Shows you the size of the playing field
yeah.
that you've got to manage, doesn't it? That drone shot.
Just when you think you're in the right spot, you get steamrolled.
And sometimes the insiders stand up and feel the reef better, and it's not necessarily the biggest ones that are the best waves. So I suppose in a way you've got to be prepared to wear a few to be in the right place. That's what's happening to these guys right now.
9 minutes, 42 seconds to go. Khalil da Silva is in the lead. Here's a story you're going to see throughout this contest as well. The path that these surfers take to ISA competition, right? So in the case of Khalil da Silva, he's from Argentina. He lives in the Canary Islands, but he has Italian nationality. That story happens a lot. As we see now, Maximiliano Sens, Team Ecuador, with an early start here. Second heat of the day, second heat of the entire event. And Maximiliano, you can tell this guy's got some power. Ecuador has great waves. They've seemed to always fielded a strong team in ISA competition, and that's not just for, you know, men's shortboard, women's shortboard. They have a strong field of paddlers, you know, stand-up paddlers, prone paddlers, just also part of ISA competition, longboarding, bodyboarding. They've really got it all. In the case of Maximiliano, he's 20 years old from Montanita. His favorite break is called the Grower.
The Grower.
The Grower, and he says,
few of them around the world, isn't there?
There you go. And he says the best part about competing the ISA is traveling with the Ecuadorian team. So teamwork makes the dream work, and cool to see him just, you know, give it up for the team. As we see now, Khalil da Silva, current leader, using his priority on this one. Nice mid-sized left-hander.
Snaps out of the top there again, through to the inside. Nice pace. Just waiting for those lips to stand up. Good wave selection. Perfect second ride.
Oh, finishing turn was tight. Nice to see a tall surfer like that, kind of utilizing those long limbs and making it look nice and clean. Here the whistles coming up for Team Italy. That was a nice ride there for Khalil da Silva.
And he needed it. He'd been bumped into second place. Maximiliano's 3.67 on his second ride, so he built from the 2.73 on the first. A 4.5 was the... Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
But you live and learn through these competitions, and we'll see who had priority there between Jordi Michael Fortes from Cabo Verde and Tomochi from Fiji.
You would imagine we hadn't seen Tomochi surf a wave for quite some time. I'm imagining that he had the priority in that situation. And, you know, a bit of inexperience there.
And a nice long paddle back out for both surfers. There you see your surfer in white. He's going to have to take the hard way back. And let's take a look now at Maximiliano Sanz. This is your last American champ for the junior division in 2024. So his resume starting to build. His surfing great.
Gets really low. You can see he compresses into the turns. You'll see it here. Look how low he gets to maintain that. Well, there's so much speed coming at him out of that white water. Really controlled, beautifully surfed. 367. And this is a 6.33. Highest score of the heat so far. Beautiful surfing. Khalil for Italy out of Argentina. Was he in the Canaries, did you say he was living?
He's all over the place. Yeah, born in Argentina, lives in the Canaries.
He was all over the place.
Has
on that
the Italian passport.
Great last turn. You can see it here again. First turn, big. Right in the pocket, comes from behind the white water, snaps again. Back to the pocket, patient through this middle section of the wave, waiting for it to stand up. Knows he got a first good turn in. That was better. And then the final turn was lovely. 6.33, highest score of the morning so far.
Yeah, this was that.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt an interference. It just depends on who it's going to be. Cabo Verde versus Fiji right there. And yes, your surfer representing Cabo Verde. It draws the interference. So he learned a quick lesson right there. Tomosi. Also on the unfortunate side of that interference because no opportunity there for him.
And he uses his priority without getting a score that kind of builds and puts him into contention in this one. So that was unfortunate. He's looking for a 5.97 now, so it's completely doable with one wave. You have 5 minutes still on the clock, and again, we've seen in these first two heats of the morning, and as we watch these drone shots of the lineup, pretty much non-stop. I don't know how it happens. I don't understand it.
It's a wonder of nature.
I've never seen anywhere that is just as so consistent. And what makes this place such a great competitive venue.
Tomosi now, representing Team Fiji. Good power base here. You see him trying to eye things up down the line, looking for the most critical section. And it's going to come at him. Nice little layback snap there to finish. And just when you thought,
yeah,
Fiji was all about, you know, cloud break, restaurants, which of course, two world-class waves, but Tomosi has a favorite wave that he says is deadly and scary. It's called Fiji Pipe, and he is born on the coral coast of Fiji. So Fiji Pipe, I've never heard of this break. If he's saying it's scary and I can tell this guy knows a thing or two about surfing, I'm going to believe him.
Maybe you shouldn't say anything.
Well, he put it in his bio, so he put it out there. Maybe it's a fake name. Maybe he's just throwing us off the case.
Maybe it doesn't even exist. 2.93 for Fiji for best score of this heat so far. Got some controlled, you know, surfing done where you start to build your confidence, and still time for another ride as well. Looking for a 3.48, so he's right back in that with the 2.93. Look at those shots. When you look back, you recognize that you're in the jungles of Central America. It's hot, it's steamy, it's so beautiful.
My glasses literally fog up every time I walk outside.
Outside of the air conditioning.
And I'm fine with it because that means we're in a tropical paradise.
My phone ceased working yesterday. It came out of the air conditioning into the humidity and just the screen.
You know what?
I need a rest.
Leave me in the room. 3 minutes, 19 seconds left here. And if you do come down here, there are going to be plenty of waves, and you think of kind of like the crowded parts of the day, going to be very early in the morning and then right before sunset. So if you want to brave the midday session here in El Salvador, you're not going to be surfing with as many people, but It's going to be a test to see how long you can last, because it's definitely warm here, in and out of the water.
You might need that hooded rash.
Oh, yeah.
next day.
Use all the new sun tech that we have available.
Exactly.
So Khalil da Silva is in the lead with the highest single wave score of the event so far. 6.33. Really nicely surfed wave on his backhand. He linked his turns together. Coach Adriano de Souza definitely proud of the start we've seen for Khalil da Silva. Maximiliano sends 3.67 and 2.73, and he's up and at it right now. Quick grab rail bottom turn. Nice vertical snap to start this wave. Super well read. You see him carving back into the whitewater. I'm loving what I'm seeing from this kid. Already has some titles in his junior career, and he's rising to the occasion here at the World Surfing Games in a big way for Team Ecuador.
At this point in time, you've got, green and white with work to do. The 6.4 as a result of a single wave situation that he's going to need to score after the interference. So that was unfortunate. Going to be lessons in there for Jordi McHale.
At the moment for Tomosi, he needs a 3.48, which is totally attainable, but we still have a score to come through for Maximiliano, which we think is going to be a pretty solid number. There we see your surfer from Cabo Verde. Nice kind of cut back to start it off, and he didn't want any part of that oncoming section, and that was probably a pretty good decision. That can be a menacing part of this wave. You see he's right in the middle there. That's probably the most powerful part of this whole lineup, in the middle where both waves converge, and there's no easy path out of that wave if you try to snap off that section.
And with the first turn, not really so high scoring, there wasn't going to be an opportunity there. If he would have fallen on that, he would not have got another wave, so he chose to cut out and hunt for another wave with a minute to go. The right strategy there, for sure.
Forza, Italy in the house. They have been rising through the ranks in ISA competition as well. Do not be surprised at the end of this event if you see Italy in the top 10, because they come correct every single year. Excited to see what we have from Team Italy here in 2025. And it's a great start so far for that team with this guy out in the lineup. Oh, Khalil da Silva.
In a solid position anyway. Nothing lost there. Another big set.
Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise. Catching the surfers inside, duck diving. It's 15 seconds on the clock. Where's Tomosi for Fiji? Is this? Nope. Second place, consolidating.
Ooh. Hard down carve there. Straight back into the power pocket of this wave. Could have a good inside section to work with here. Set things up. Nice control for Maximiliano. That'll most likely lock him into that second place spot.
Ecuador, Italy, first and second from the start to the finish. Controlled that one beautifully. Both those surfers never looked pressured. Looked like they actually really had a good time.
Strong start for Tomosi from Fiji as well. That 2.93 got him got the ball rolling, but just couldn't find the backup. You see the debrief. I mean, you can tell these teams are taking this very seriously. I'm looking at the faces right now, and they're in this one.
That's Philippe Malvoy there from France, working with Team Italy, obviously. He'd be a great acquisition, an assistant there to work with Adriano.
I think before surfing got in the Olympics, the teams would come down here. Most likely they had a team manager on their own, but it was, it was like, you go do your thing. We're going to be over here playing soccer and whatever. After Olympics, you see a lot of these nations really putting a lot into their surf programs. I put Italy right at the top of that list. I mean, if you go out and find a coach, the stature of Adriano de Souza, they mean business. Love to see it. Surfing deserves it.
Absolutely, as we see a replay here. On the inside, Maximiliano Sands. Now he's got the most difficult part of the whole heat.
Yeah, this is the fun. This is the fun part. Well, that wave is not going to change the 1 and 2 positions, so it's going to be Khalil in the lead, Maximiliano in second. Tomosi, Fiji, goes to the repechage round along with our surfer representing Cabo Verde. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Heat 3 coming up. Don't go anywhere. It's ISA World Surfing Games.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Well, welcome back to the Surf City ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. We are live from La Bocana. We do have two podiums firing on all cylinders right now. Men are on the Bocana, podium 1. Women are competing right now up at El Sunzal. You can click the link to watch what's happening on podium number 2. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Barton Lynch. And why not field another international superheat? Great Britain, Indonesia, British Virgin Islands, and the Philippines will be involved. Logan Nicol, Danny Widanto, Zebedee Bamford, and Neil Sanchez. So 4 names take to the lineup, all with something to prove. Not only are they trying to get as many points for their team as possible, they're also trying to get their name brand out there. Now let us know who you are. Great Britain has fielded some strong teams in the past decade as well. So this is going to be a big test for this team to crack into that top 10 spot. They've been right there on the precipice of greatness in ISA competition for the past few years. Of course, their junior program, led by Lucas Skinner, incredible. They have world champions in longboarding, Ben Skinner. So now it's up to the World Surfing Games team to show us what they got.
Logan Nicol out of the blocks first with that 1.77. Not the start you'd really want, but it is the best wave of the heat so far. He's on the inside, knowing he doesn't have the priority, hunting around for some other opportunity underneath the surfers with the priority above him. Philippines, a 0.5 to get started. Neil Sanchez paddling.
All right, our first right ridden in this contest, and surfer from Indo, Danny Widanto. Quick turn right there. Love the spark in that opening snap, but maybe just overcooked it a little bit. Indonesia, of course, known as a country that has some of the best waves on planet Earth, and now some of the best surfers. Rio Waida leading the charge. Of course, it goes way back into the 60s and 70s with elite level surfers from Indonesia. Think about Rizal Tanjung as kind of the first real global superstar representing Indo. But of course, many more to come from there. 16-14 to go. This is Danny on his backhand. Quick snap there, right in the pocket. That was a textbook opening turn out here at La Bocana.
Energy's what we see from Indonesia all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Light, fast. See it on the inside. They're able to take advantage of smaller sections to finish that one up and get the best of the opening exchange for Indonesia for sure.
Judges are going to lock in scores there. 15:40 to go. Let's go down to the boardwalk with True Starling.
Thank you, Chris. Khalil De Silva, the winner of the last heat, or Kalani as you prefer. Congratulations on the heat win.
Thank you so much.
You have Adriano De Souza in your corner. You've been here for a couple of days. What are some words of advice that he's given you?
Well, with Adriano is incredible because Adriano is a very good surfer, very good competitor, and very good coach. So thank you for the Italian Federation to bring to us Adriano. So Adriano is really good vibes, a really chill person. I can speak in Portuguese with him, so very good.
So keeping you level-headed before you go out into the surf as well. Talk to me about Kalani Surf Academy and what you're doing over there in the Canary Islands.
Okay. I start to make my school because I need time to work and time to go to the competition. So I start and try to bring all the information I take in the other places, in the surf trip, in the contest for the new generation of Fuerteventura, of the Canaries.
And your board was looking silky smooth under your feet out there. You were laying down some huge backside snaps. What are you riding?
Thank you. I riding with the Dream Machine surfboard with my shaper Leo Leira from Brazil, but live in Canaries too. It's very near to my house. This is a 6.0, really good board for that wave, a bit bigger waves. So I'm really confident with my board and nice.
Is there something that you'd like to say to any of your supporters and family back home?
Okay, I can in Spanish. Okay, muchas gracias a la federación, a los entrenadores, al equipo que tenemos aquí y a mi familia, a la gente que me apoya, a mi pareja, a mis amigos y a la gente que me apoya también con las tablas, Leo, con todo el mundo que está siempre ahí apoyando, los colegas y muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you so much, Kalani. Back to you guys.
We're taking notes here. This is the first round of competition. We're going to meet these competitors. So Kalani is the preferred name, and he went out there and ripped. So Barton, you're going to see a lot of national champions. We're also going to see a lot of surfing instructors. Kalani, one of them, and also in this heat, Logan Nicol, representing Great Britain. He grew up in Cardiff, South Wales. He works at Porthcawl Surf School. So if you want to learn to surf in Great Britain, hit up Logan Nicol in the Porthcawl Surf School.
Couple of small scores for he, a 1.77 and a 0.23. 417 there we saw for Danny Widianto from Indonesia. That was a really well surfed wave. Great signs from him early, and during the interview we saw Neil Sanchez get that 3-point ride.
A lot to unpack during that interview. We saw about 6 waves ridden. So Neil Sanchez representing the Philippines. You see Danny Widianto, Team Indonesia. Great style. See a nice compression through that bottom turn, straight up into the lip. And you can tell, he does a quick little stall right before he goes in the bottom turn. Finishes off, not how he would want to finish that wave. Some good work done through the outside. It's going to help him out. He's sitting on a 4.17, no backup just yet.
And the signs are good, aren't they? That the style, the technique, the energy, everything that he's bringing so far. 2.7 based on the incompletion there as well. So unfortunate that he didn't get everything he possibly could out of that particular wave, but still 12 minutes, lots of time, lots of waves. Consistency in the ocean, as we've talked about all morning, is unbeatable really worldwide. So it's a great venue for competition. We see everybody get, in 20 minutes with 4 people in an inconsistent ocean, it could be, more of a dogfight than a surfing heat or a surfing battle. But in these conditions, surfing's what comes to the fore. You've just got to focus in the wave selection department, which is always the case. And but you're going to get opportunity for sure. More sets approaching the lineup now.
Well, Danny will be no stranger to a powerful ocean. Grew up and surfs every day in Kuta Beach, Bali.
Kuta.
It's one of the most famous surf spots in the world, safe to say. And when he's not surfing, he's playing badminton.
I thought we'd pay our respects. Yeah, badminton. Get the reflexes sharp. I used to play what we call squash. You know squash, the game they play in the room? I used to play a lot of that when I was training because of the reflexes that it took.
Yeah.
So I thought we'd throw a shout out to 2 of the originals out of Bali, Ketut Menda and Made Kasim.
Oh, yeah.
Prior to Rizal Tanjung, in 1979, I went to Bali as a 14-year-old, 15-year-old kid on my first international trip and met Ketut Menda on the beach at Kuta. We became great. We've been lifelong friends, and he was one of the pioneering godfathers of Indonesian surfing. So here at Made Kasim, they'd be so proud to see what their nation's doing.
Oh, pioneers, for sure. I mean, and you're looking around and you're seeing all these waves, and in that time, there are few surfers around.
What a paradise.
Yeah, and I think the world got that memo pretty quick.
Yeah, they got it quick.
I know you can still find pockets of unpicked gold there in Bali, so just don't give up on Bali.
Just got to be able to get there in the traffic.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
Speaking of traffic,
What's going on here? Another potential interference. Looked like Logan Nickel was confident that he had the priority.
yeah, that was, you could tell he's going, excuse me, sir, I'm on this one. It's my turn.
It's almost like a double. You get the wave itself and you get an interference on someone. It's like a win-win situation, essentially, for Logan Nickel there for Great Britain.
So Zebedee Bamford, representing British Virgin Islands, on the wrong side, potentially, of that interference.
Unfortunate situation. See what happens there. Judges considering. Here we go, look at the replay. Yeah, look at Red, he's clearly, and he had the opportunity to cut back and away from the potential of interfering with the surfer, and the interference is normally deemed on that ability. If you've impacted their ability to score, there was definitely an impact there.
I think it was a quick realization that he made a mistake. You saw him jump off his board, but I think a little too late. And, we see that in all types of surf competitions where it's really the one honorable time. Well, there's a couple other instances where you can drop in on somebody that was warranted. But in the case of competition, if you do have priority, it's your wave. You can drop right in on somebody. I mean, we see that all the way from juniors up to world title heats. The surfer with priority always has right away. And that's just a quick lesson there for Zebedee Bamford. So at the moment, we've got Logan Nickel, who's just jumped up into that second place spot. Danny Widianto pretty well into the lead with the 417 and a 270. Logan with a 280 and a 177. But Neil Sanchez has that 3-point ride, so he'll be looking for a backup. Philippines, of course, a wave-rich nation. We've seen high-level competitions go down there, and we do have, I would say, one of the most famous longboarders on the planet, J.R. Esquivel, representing the Philippines in a huge way. We saw him at the U.S. Open with, I would say, the biggest fan base of any surfer. Longboard, shortboard, male, female. J.R. Esquivel was the star in Huntington Beach. He had 40 people, 50 people on the beach cheering on every time he paddled out. So the Philippines has some international superstars, and if Neil Sanchez can get through this heat, surf his way to a podium, his name's going to be on that list of international surf superstars representing Team Philippines.
There we see that red triangle there against green. Zebedee Bamford, unfortunate. Going to make things really difficult for he. But Neil Sanchez, it's still 7 minutes, so still considerable amount of time. There's 2 or 3 waves in that potentially to get himself out of third place. But there's big room for improvement for both Indonesia and Great Britain there with their second scores as well. So this one's still up in the air. And I love that name, Zebedee.
You know what? If you're a expectant parent out there looking for a name for your child, just go through the list of ISA surfers. We have some of the coolest names in the world. See Logan Nickel now representing Great Britain. He is a Welsh national champion. And you can tell, I mean, this kid's built for it. Plenty of power. Kind of fighting through the whitewater here, hoping this wave reforms on the inside. It does. Nice little pocket snap there. Strong finish there for Logan Nickel. Most likely we'll get rid of that 1.77. Add to his scoreline, that's going to make Neil Sanchez's job just a little bit more difficult. Right now needing a 1.57. That's pretty much take off, do a one big turn.
Yeah.
You got that number, and if you can capitalize down the line. And of course, all these surfers are going for that elusive perfect 10. But so far, 6.3. That'll do you a big favor trying to get you through these opening round heats.
And it's a 9-day event window, or you're going to be competing for 9 days. You don't necessarily need to...
Don't peak.
You don't peak too early. Exactly. It's a marathon. This event literally is a marathon. You give the heat and the conditions here in El Salvador, adding to the pressure of it. Big set now coming through surfers getting caught inside. If you're in first and second place, you don't mind that at all. You're happy to burn some time off the clock when you're in an advancing position. Third and fourth, not so much the situation.
The surfers just on the other side of that peak coming through.
Surprised we haven't seen more rights ridden this morning. They do and can be so perfect. Obviously the lefts are a little more lined up and easy to position for, but a good right would be, I think that the best rights are the best waves in the lineup, especially if you're a goofy and you can get off that bottom square and up into the pocket.
I think there's probably some nerves, you know, when you see everybody sitting on this left, you're going, well, I gotta be over here with them. But no, you're absolutely right. If you want to, you know, not only get yourself in some free ocean, not having to tussle with the other surfers. The one thing about the right here, Bart, as you know, you've surfed out here before, you can get pounded over there pretty nicely, especially on that inside section. That is probably one of the most potent parts of this wave. Inside right, there's barrels in there. It is treacherous though. But the paddle back out in some cases can be quicker.
Yeah, and it's definitely got a line to it that is a perfect wave on the right ones, absolutely perfect. But it's not, it isn't where the consistency is it? It's not going with the odds and making things easy for yourself. There's an element of gamble in it.
Donnie, nicely placed snap there. That's how you got to do it. Get the turn in and then beat the whitewater to the bottom of that wave. Expertly timed on that closeout snap there, as we see now Neil Sanchez.
Oh!
Yep, that happens. Hit a speed bump. He's 26 years old, started surfing at 5. His dad was the catalyst, and his uncle, or excuse me, his uncle got him into surfing. And he's the one who teaches him, trains him, and he's started pro competition in 2017. So inside of 3 minutes now, Indonesia's Danny Widianto in the lead. Logan Nicol now protecting himself a little bit more at that 3.5. So locked into second place. Neil Sanchez had a chance on that last wave, but there are some awkward bumps coming up the face in some of these lefts. And even high-level surfers can be caught off guard as what happened to Neil Sanchez on that last one.
And we see some consistency and some information there. The 2.7 previously for Blue, Danny, was a long ride, but it didn't really have that big moment in it. The 3.7, 1 point better, was one single turn, but on a big section, and that's a consistent judging perspective that was sort of reiterated there to coaches and staff is, hey, you don't need the longest wave, you don't need the most maneuvers, you need the biggest section with the biggest turn, and you can go excellent out of 1 or 2 turns as opposed to riding and doing 6 that might not score you as big a score just because of the volume. And the judges want you to turn that volume up, big maneuvers, big sections, and that's where the points will come from.
Well, his first round heats have been flying by. This one, same trajectory, only 1 minute 30 seconds left at the moment. Donnie Widianto representing Team Indonesia in the lead. Logan Nicol from Great Britain in second. Neil Sanchez has a chance, looking for a 3-3-1. Zebedee Bamford, unfortunately, on the wrong side of an interference, representing the British Virgin Islands. He learned a quick lesson there. And he'll no doubt take that lesson learned with him into the repechage. So our 3rd and 4th place surfers do have another chance of getting back onto the main podium if they can fight their way through a tough repechage bracket, which will be filling up through the remainder of this day.
3.31, the score needed for Neil Sanchez, so doable. Again, another big set, catching the surfers inside. That's exactly what Neil doesn't want to have happen.
That's not going to help.
Logan, he loves this set. Dani most probably loves the set as well at this point in time. 30 seconds on the clock. Will Neil find a wave? Will he get an opportunity?
Zebedee almost around the corner.
And the forecast looks amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Waves every day throughout the whole event window. Smallest I saw was 3 to 4. They're calling today 4 to 6 on that forecast. It's bigger than that if you're talking wave faces.
Here we go. This could be a redemption here for Zebedee Bamford, representing British Virgin Islands. Nice combo of turns there. High speed line. You can tell right there. He's bummed at that priority interference, but it's got to feel good to at least get one solid wave under your belt.
That was the perfect way to finish, wasn't it, really? Because you're finishing on a high. You've got something positive to take. Some beautiful clean turns. The rails looked clean and sharp. So that will definitely help the pain of the interference. You can seek.
Well, our positions are going to stand. Donnie Widianto getting the win. Logan Nichols second. Sanchez third. And Zebedee in fourth. We got a lot more surfing to come. We got another world champion coming into the booth. Rachel Tilley. And, of course, our guy Paul Evans is going to be right in here after this break.
Good morning, buenos dias from El Salvador, picking up live action straight into Heat 4. Checking out Santi Medero out of Uruguay. Hammer on the inside for him, smooth and crisp. And he's looking lithe and limber and fired up for a tough 20-minute heat on opening day of competition here at the World Surfing Games. I'm Paul Evans. Very happy to say I'm joined by a two-time and current reigning champion of the world, Rachel Tilley.
Hello, hello. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Key ingredient, surfing competition, waves. We've got lots of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what's great about competing here in El Salvador, either at La Bocana or down at El Sunzal, where the Open Women's are competing right now, is that it is an absolute wave machine. And it's not usually a thing that sometimes in competition, you know, we see people losing out of heats because they just didn't get the opportunity to catch a wave, and that is not an issue here when we're competing in El Salvador. It is a genuine wave machine.
Trio in the water right now features Alonso Correa, the Peruvian, part of the strong Peruvian gold medal winning team back in 2023, also an Olympian last time out at Paris 2024. Over in French Polynesia, we've already seen Santiago Medero in action. Philippe Muller as well from Czechia. Now just 20 minutes with a lot of energy in the water, Rachel. It's kind of tough, even just fitting two rides in, two set waves anyway in these 20 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, as we see Red going for their opening ride.
Alonso, he's not going to hang around. And he's found a bit of quality as he'll carve hard using full amplitude of the wave.
Wow.
Super busy, light on his feet, little snap finish as well.
Yeah, that was a great opening wave. I think that the judges will reward that nicely. Such clean surfing, like you said, really light on his feet, and exactly how I think you'd like to kick off an opening round, your first heat of the event. Look at these sets coming in.
Yeah, it's pretty pumping out here at La Bocana. Definitely favoring the lefts at the moment. We've seen a lot of lefts being ridden so far today. A little bit of angle and bend in this swell, just favoring them. Normally maybe a little bit more of a channel as well next to the wave, but just because of the size we got in the water, we talk about it a lot. It's a pretty key feature here. Has anyone ever seen this place flat with no waves?
Never. Not that I've ever heard of or seen for myself.
So 20 minutes to get your 2 best scores and stay alive in competition for your team. And this is Correa's first wave.
Yeah, taking a look at this replay, these 3 turns that he has, just really nice demonstration of rail surfing. All 3 turns really clean, light on his feet, lots of spray off that one, and finishes it off strong, cuts out cleanly. So I think the judges will reward that. Looking at it from another angle, Paul, we're really able to see his rail engage in every turn from this angle. That spray coming off, it looks really nice.
Yeah, really nice pace to the wave there this morning as well. It's not running too fast down the line. You saw as he paddled in, just a little patience, kind of fade in that takeoff, going all the way to the bottom. Allowed him to get critical, and you will see the judges kind of reflect the line and the positioning on the wave with the scoring. Here goes Madeiro. He'll wrap one back. He looks super poised on this. A little tight, high snap in a pocket. Didn't quite get a hold of it. There's a lot of power and push out there too, and it is quite tough to get down out in front of that white water.
Yeah, I think there's so much speed coming off the bottom that you're having to really learn how to manage that timing. It's not easy, and it takes a lot of time learning how to adjust to that and get comfortable with that. So a lot of these surfers we've seen out here practicing for the last couple of weeks. So yeah, it's great to see their demonstration of talent out here.
Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. Day 1 of competition here. We're stoked to be getting underway and to have really fun waves on tap as well. We've got some top surfers from around the world. We're watching one at the moment, the former Olympian Alonso Correa in the water right now. But we're also seeing a true diversity of nations. I think 61 countries competing here, and this story just gets better and better every time at the World Surfing Games.
Yeah, and we have a record number of participants this year as well. It's just so great to see. It's so much fun getting to see all of the cultures and countries coming together at the opening ceremonies yesterday. You know, a lot of their uniforms reflecting their culture too, proudly waving their flags, coming in with sand from their nation and pouring it into the bucket in which everyone has the coming of nation sand, and it is a real treat to see at the ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, I mean, this was a theme I think we talked about last time we did an event, but favorite flags. I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'll give you a little while to think about that, but already I'm really liking what I've seen from Ecuador.
Oh.
Yeah, good flag flyers. I think they've got an eagle on there. They've got the sun, a mountain, some palm trees.
From memory, last event we worked together, you really liked the Canadian flag, the simple just maple leaf right in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say it again. I've gone on record. I think leaves are underrepresented in flags. You get a lot of eagles. You get mountains.
Yeah, that's right. You get stars.
Yeah,
you know?
a lot of
what
stars.
About the leaves?
So what do we got? 12:45 here. Correa drops a huge number, 7 points. But the judges really allowed to just open up the scale on that, and powerful surfing, well timed, all the way up close to that excellent range.
Yeah, I think, you know, as we see, judges will be a bit conservative opening up into that excellent range, especially on day 1, waiting for something extremely special. So that 7-point ride fits right into what I think we saw of just clean, powerful surfing.
Still waiting for an opening ride for Mulla of Czechia, formerly known as the Czech Republic. Goes by Czechia right now. Not a load of surf in that country, but obviously the way things are, travel opportunities, Philippe able to get his surfing to a real high level out on the road, and looking to show that here on this big stage. Having a look at Grani out of Panama, coming up against Iago Dominguez of the Challenger Series. Sharma, the Superman Beckford from Jamaica as well in that heat. And as ever, a cosmopolitan feel for day 1. In terms of coming down competing on that first day of competition, what some of the challenges about that? Obviously, you don't get as much of a chance to see what's going down. You just straight into the action. You prefer that? You prefer to surf an early heat day 1, or you'd rather kind of...
I don't mind surfing like midday. I like watching how other people read the ocean and get started, and it kind of allows you to work through some of that anticipation of the morning.
Speaking of a good read on the ocean, our surfer out of Indonesia showed us exactly that in the last heat. He's standing by with True Starling.
Thank you, Paul. Danny, congratulations on that first heat win for Team Indonesia.
Thank you.
You guys are traveling in such a tight-knit community. You've been to a lot of events throughout this whole year. Talk to me about the connections that you have as a family.
Like so fun in the team. Like before the comp, like we going play card or training like together and surf together. Like yeah.
And you've surfed a fair few events this year throughout the WSL and also on the Asian Surf Series too. Talk to me about the confidence from those results leading into this event.
I'm really confident because like Dylan coach told me like you should confident, like your mindset need there, like I can do it, like yeah.
You're a bit of a master in the ocean as well, using your shortboard as well as being pretty well versed on a longboard. Coming here to La Bocana, this is your third ISA World Surfing Games. What's the goal for this one?
Maybe go through like more heat, just having fun, and I hope I can make the final. Is the God like let me out? Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say to family, supporters, anyone watching you back home?
Terima kasih buat ibu bapak telah support saya. Terima kasih Kemenpora, PSO Indonesia dan sponsor-sponsor saya. Sebentar lagi Fajar main dan cewek-ceweknya main dan doakan kita semua.
Terima kasih, Danny.
Yeah, Danny ripped it up. He's absolutely stoked. And the strong Indonesian squad will be buzzing. Getting a win in the books early doors. 9 on the clock here. Korea still with that big number of the 7. Going to try and back that up, though. Stuck in the 2s at the moment for a second score. And the brisk start from Santiago Madeiro hasn't really turned into anything particularly meaty. At the moment, it's an advancing position. We did get an entry as well from Muller of Czechia.
Yeah, it was great to see a really quick one, unfortunately coming unstuck, but only needing a 4.96 right now to get into that advancing position.
Great contributions to the world from the Czechia region include beer. They came up with that.
Oh.
Well, they certainly developed it. Pilsner.
Right, of course, of course.
Boho, even to Boho stuff. Bohemia, of course, is the western region.
Right.
The former Czechoslovakia. A lot of culture out that part of the world. Not famous for surfers yet. Philipp Muller trying to do something about that right now. He's got 8 minutes to get himself further involved. He does have a wave. That's the good news. And we'll just fly over and look at the velvety sea surface at La Bocana this morning. This swell with plenty of power, consistency, all of those key ingredients.
The surf looking so clean today too. The wind cooperating. Overall, the afternoon even, it has picked up with wind a little bit, but nothing too strenuous that has really, ruined the face of the waves. So I think we're looking for a really great week of conditions this week for all of the surfers, both at La Bocana and El Sunzal. This swell is just absolutely providing at both breaks. So if you're wanting to watch the Open Women's, you can also flick over to Podium 2 and see Open Women's kicking off over there.
Yeah, for those unfamiliar with the coast here, it's maybe a kilometre or so west of here, down to Sunzal. The women are in competition down there right now. And as Rachel said, there is an option to catch up with that. Our attention very much focused at La Bocana, which is a high performance wave. Rights and lefts, definitely favouring the lefts this morning. And the power in the water, the juice is being squeezed by Alonso Correa. He found himself some powerful lefts at the end of the roads in the Olympics last year. And right now he's looking to get his nation of Peru, which has been pretty well decorated in the past at these events.
Absolutely. Gold medalists as a team at the last World Surfing Games. And Alonso, of course, being a part of that team. And like you said at the start of this, heat, an Olympian at the last 2024 Paris Olympics as well. So well decorated, not just with his team, but as an individual.
Here goes Santi Madero, and he'll wrap all the way back and belt it. Signature move from him, I think we can say, that roundhouse wrap. And he's doing it well. He'll keep going and slice in through to an inside. It'll steepen up into the lip, and he gave it a little extra. And you can see that wave cup out and just buried the nose a bit. But just showing, wanting to give it a real strong finish. Kind of just put a bit of daylight between him and the surfer in third. Muller out of Czechia that's chasing him down. I like the look of Santiago.
Yeah, that was a really nicely surfed wave, really clean, and just like you said, trying to close that door for our surfer from Czechia. But I think that will definitely make that requirement harder. It comes in as a 393, so judges rewarding those clean, open roundhouses at the beginning. But of course, unfortunately, him not being able to complete the wave at the end, going for that variety. I liked what he was doing with that there, though. Having some similar turns at the beginning, knowing that judges like to see variety in maneuvers, going for that snap, and unfortunately coming unstuck, but a clean surfed wave, and now making the requirement a 5.89 for our surfer in green.
Peru at the moment leading this heat. Also participation from Peru in the form of hosting the next ISA event. That was some great news we had yesterday at the opening ceremony here. We're watching one of their top surfers from that proud surfer nation right now, Alonso Correa, just ripping in this wave. It's a little slopey, so he just uses that to set him up for a finish where he gets a section to aim at. So having to be real patient, he did it pretty well, looking to better at 233.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to make him sit pretty comfortably in first now, replacing that 2.33. A nicely surfed wave and well finished. He got nice and low and stuck out that churny section of the whitewash.
So Correa really looking to extend here, and he's looking very comfortable indeed at the moment. Not only score-wise, but just with the way he's surfing these waves, he's getting the finishes, he's getting the best wave. We talk about the experience he's had as former part of the gold medal winning team here at La Bocana. Here's another look at his wave.
Yeah, looking really comfortable on his front side here, and just trying to maximize the slopiness of the wave, really drawing out his turns, utilizing that rail. Nice turn there, a bit more power, and sees this section, goes for the final hit, gets a little bit churny with the convergence of those whitewash there, but landed it cleanly and nicely.
Interesting, he didn't try and do too much on the end,
Yeah.
right? It's like relatively, for a surfer of his caliber, kind of a fairly conservative turning. No, he doesn't need to go crazy, doesn't want to fall. He's invested all this energy into the wave.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, a really nice, probably look at how surfers of his caliber will start their opening round heat. They're just trying to lay the foundation. You know, a reference that we hear in surfing a lot is building a house, and that's exactly what I think he's doing. He's surfing really nicely, cleanly, but nothing too flashy, nothing too big, knowing that he just needs to secure this win, move forward, and are obviously already sitting in that first place position right now, just trying to solidify it.
Okay, the improvement did come from this guy, Madero, with his previous wave. Still in the threes, though, but it is his high score, that 393.
I think what's interesting, Paul, is we've only seen, you know, well, at this point now, 9 waves surfed by across the entire heat. As many waves as we're seeing visually come through, there's not a whole lot of waves that they're choosing. So showing that wave selection is a huge factor out here. And just because we see a lot of swells coming through doesn't mean they're being deemed as worthy by the surfers to try and make a score out of.
20-minute heat is not a lot of time. They don't really come much shorter than that. So the kind of mental side of it of just being patient and just waiting. It's impressive to see surfers being selective, wait for the best waves. A little over selective in terms of Muller at the moment, just with that one wave ridden by him. Let's see if we can get him involved with 90 on the clock. So we'll fly over the line up here. that paddle back as well. You really want to get the best wave because with such a short heat time, you can get blown up on the inside, all that energy. This can take you 5 minutes or so maybe if you really get lit up to get back in the lineup, and that's a quarter of the heat. So really want to find something with a corner on it, something that'll peel.
Yeah, Alonso's really in sync right now with the ocean, already back out into the lineup as we see, which I was thinking maybe that was his final wave, but being back out there with a minute to go, we might be able to see him catch one more, and that paddle from Blue might send Alonso up, but we'll see what the judges say.
40 seconds on the clock here in our 4th heat of the morning. It's the ISA World Surfing Games 2025. We're absolutely stoked to be back at Surf City, El Salvador. Right now we're at the venue of La Bocana. Such a consistent wave. Talk about how it never goes flat. That's, you know, there's a lot of waves in the world that are consistent with a lot of kind of wind swells and places like that. You think of waves that exist in wind belts, they kind of have waves all the time, but this is actually somewhere that picks up so much long distance ground swell as well. It's so exposed to everything. So it's not just waves and kind of motion, but it's actual quality each day as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of power in these waves here. Lots of size commonly being seen here. And so many different breaks along this coast. But it looks like we have reached the end of this heat, Paul, with Alonso taking the win.
Yeah, no real shocks there. Correa of Peru getting the win. Madero of Uruguay advances with him. And we'll send Muller out of Czechia to repechage. And we're ready to go with heat number 5 on opening day at the World Surf Games. And it's another trio from across the surf worlds. Iago Dominguez out of the Basque Country, represents Spain. Really, really good skateboarder is Iago. He's out in the lineup with Teo Galligrani out of Panama. Also, Elishama Beckford from JA from Jamaica. Also, really good skateboarder. Sharma the Superman, bit of a character as well. Stoked to see him here competing, representing Jamaica. Here goes Iago. Got himself onto the Challenger Series. Strong performances on the QS in Europe. And right now representing a strong Spanish squad who represented real well at the Olympics last year. Here goes Sharma. That board for him looked pretty short, pretty twitchy, and very lively indeed. He'll be loving these running lefts. So straight into the action with our next heat. This is previous heat coming in. And being careful not to get in trouble for standing up on your surfboard. You get told off for that, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. With such quick heats here and the quick turnovers like we've had, surfers who are still out in the lineup obviously have to make their way in, but not confuse the judges for our surfers in their same colors that are out there now. But a quick start for both our surfers in red and green in this heat. Both surfing really lively, really nice. And like we were talking about in that previous heat, Paul, a 20-minute heat is really not that long. And getting your first wave in that very first minute just is such a great way to start out. Gives you so much power and command of the heat and how you want to surf it in the waves you want to select throughout the entire 20 minutes.
This is how Heat 5 stacks up. Iago Dominguez of Spain, Teo Galligrani, Panama, Elishama Beckford from Jamaica. 2 surfers will stay in this round. The 3rd place will head to repechage. 2 best scores Welcome back to live coverage of Heat 5, opening day of the World Surfing Games from the ISA. Just over 13 minutes remaining. An apology for a brief loss of program as we are back live and enjoying view on the lineup here. Plenty of power and energy in this ocean. That's what we come to expect here. The Surf City, El Salvador, and performances at this level as well. They've not disappointed. Some big names in the draw for the opening morning. And great to see as well some countries which maybe aren't generally as well represented. And it's all part of that story here at the World Surfing Games. We talked about that Spanish team and how strong they've been, particularly last time out of the Olympics with their participation there. And Iago Dominguez definitely part of that story himself. He's been highly touted as a junior for a number of years, along a really strong contingent from that coast of the Basque Country. And right now he's out here representing Spain and got himself into the lead already, 12 on the clock. And Rachel, as you mentioned, winds, they're really light. It's glassy out there at the moment. There's just all sorts of waves pouring through.
Yeah, so beautiful. All three surfers getting a really quick start. So that makes it for a fun and entertaining experience for us watching, because we have a real match on our hands. Really close opening scores with all of the surfers. Obviously, Iago getting that opening nod from the judges, but seeing the other two surfers also within that 5 and 4 range is going to be a interesting heat to see how we see those second scores come through and the surfers continue to build their heat from that.
Yeah, this one definitely feels very evenly poised at the moment, not only in terms of scores, but just the surfing ability as well, the skill level out in the lineup. Got 3 really accomplished surfers that we're watching as we'll check out Dominguez. And look how smooth he is. Just electric, just powering through these turns, Rachel. And then the inside finish too.
Yeah, really clean, nice wave. I loved that second or third turn. We see here him just kind of lining up, really beautiful rail carve, lining up against so much speed and power through that next one, and just timed this wave perfectly so he got that clean finish. Really liked that wave, and that's going to go higher than his first score that we saw.
Spanish team already with a heat win this morning. Luisito Diaz out of Tenerife in the Canary Islands. Got it done early on. At the moment, Dominguez dropping all sorts of numbers. That shredding you just saw earned him a big number. And he'll just start to move away now as we get down to the midway point. 717 for Iago. That's going to feel real nice.
Yeah, still with plenty of time to go as well. Now he can just look to continue to improve upon that. A really nice position to be sitting in as a competitor, putting the pressure on the other two surfers. Right now, they are just focusing on that battle for second, or at least replacing one of their scores to continue to build upon their score line, because we have Iago with the 2 highest waves of the heat in his score line.
First priority with Sharma Beckford. He's going to look to try and get himself back involved. 5, 6, 7 will do that for him. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat, Alonso Correa with True Starling.
Thanks, Paul. Alonso, congratulations on that heat win, a 7 and a 5.83. It feels really nice to start the morning.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I started with a 7 and I was like more relaxed after. You know, there's always the first heat jitters, and yeah, I'm glad I made it. There's a lot going on out there. Low tide, waves breaking everywhere, so it was hard to position, but then I was able to get a couple waves, so I'm happy. And you know, like, first day, still going, pretty stoked. Yeah.
And a 2024 Olympian getting 4th over there in Tahiti. Coming into this ISA World Surfing Games with Team Peru, you'd be able to kind of give some good advice for the rest of the team?
Yeah, well, I don't know. The team's super experienced as well. All the girls and Luca, for sure. We have Lucas Perez. It's his first time in the ISA Opens. So he's super stoked. We're giving him advice. And we're sure he's going to do really good. And yeah, we're gonna try and do better than last time for sure, and have fun.
And yesterday was a pretty exciting announcement with the ISA World Juniors being held in Peru. You know, you've graduated from the ISA World Juniors, coming into the ISA World Surfing Games as well. How special is it to you to have it in your hometown?
Yeah, no, the kids in Peru are lucky. We had one in, I think, 2011, but I was a little bit too young to compete. And I watched the whole thing, and it was super inspiring for me growing up. And now that they're gonna have the chance to do it at their beach, like at their home breaks, it's gonna be awesome. And yeah, I'm gonna be watching for sure. The World Juniors are incredible. It's such a cool contest, and yeah, super stoked that it's going to be in Peru. Nice waves as well, so people should be excited.
I know we're all excited as well. I'm sure you have some pretty excited family and supporters at home watching you. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, thank you. Nada, a todos los que están apoyando el equipo, muchas gracias. A mi familia, les mando muchos saludos y nada, seguiremos dándole. Gracias.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, True. Well done, Alonso Correa. Great news once again. ISA World Juniors coming from Punta Rocas, Peru. It'll be early December, so around about 3 months' time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that return back to Peru, just the land of lefts. Here in El Salvador, it is home of the right to surf, as is their slogan for Surf City. And they'll be heading down to where we love to see some of the best lefts in the world, down in Peru.
Yeah, and as Alonso mentioned, then they got a really strong team here as well. Former gold medalists as the team. Let's see if they can get back close to that. Here in 2025 in El Salvador, check these sets, just unloading out the back here. Who's going to get in contention to shake up the scoreboards? It is still Dominguez in the lead, but he's actually extended a 6.23. So showing no mercy at all, and big numbers for him. 13.4 for the Spaniard at the moment. This one will just close it out.
Yeah, putting the requirement on Blue, an 8.5 he needs to get into first. So really locking in that first place position, and it is between Blue and Green for that second place position. Only a 5.67 for Sharma, needing that, but having a little bit troubles finding that wave selection. We've seen him, that last one he took off on kind of died out on the shoulder. So I think what we're seeing from the surfers is that struggle of not finding something that's too walled, that gives them the opportunity to really race down the line, show us multiple rail carbs. We know that wave is out there, but on the flip side, finding one that doesn't close out or gives you enough opportunity.
Everyone just checking out the action here and just trying to figure out lineups as well, and where the best of the scores are coming, not only from within the lineup, but from on the wave itself. What kind of surfing has been favored by the panel? As we see center shot there, it's Luke Dillon out of Team GB, checking it all out. And then all sorts of discussions going out. The clipboards are out as well, making notes. And there's a lot that goes into preparing. Of course, this is very much a teams event as well. It's not such that individual sport that we're used to seeing with the World Surf League Tour. This is all about that nation and that squad energy and that team spirit.
That's my favorite part of the ISA games across all of the disciplines that they do, is that you're coming here representing your team. You see so much culture, so much camaraderie with the teams. As an athlete, it's a really unique experience that we don't really get to experience within surfing all that often. And I loved hearing, like Alonso said, was all of their camaraderie in their Peruvian team. And there we see El Sunzal, my personal favorite wave. That's where Podium 2 is with the Open Women's competing there right now, which you can flick over to watch on ISAsurf.org. If you're watching this right now, you should be able to, that means you're on our website, you should just be able to flick over to Podium 2 to see some excellent surfing at a beautiful right-hand point.
What do you, What do you like about Sunzal? Why is it your favorite wave, Rachel? Any particular reason? Any?
Just a couple world titles.
Yeah.
It's such a great wave to compete at. A challenging wave as well to learn the lineup of. And of course, on a longboard, competing in 20 minutes, that proves to be challenging. I can't even imagine competing on a shortboard with that paddle out that you're battling out at El Sunzal. We were talking about La Bocana being difficult to fit in a lot of waves, but Sunzal, I think, takes it to that extra next level. So I think what's fun to see with these surfers is they are competing at such two different waves, a right-hand point versus a peak that is right now. Oh, wow. We have Blue just staking his claim on this wave.
Whoa, going upside down as he'll throw all sorts. Gets that tail liberated and wafts it through the lip for a little flourish on the finish.
We're talking about these two knowing that they are vying for second place right now. And that is a great example of Blue just keeping Green off, saying you are not getting this wave. There's still plenty of time though with 2 minutes though. So it's that question of, was that the wave that he should have used priority on? Was that the wave that we could have seen Shama get his 5.67 on? I don't think so.
Yeah, was it a Sal?
Yeah.
Interesting. Here's Iago on the replay.
This was his 6.23 that happened while we were watching Alonso with True, a beautifully surfed wave, his second highest score. You can just see him getting more and more comfortable, so much power on that wave, lots of flair, surfing really light on his feet. And he's just been having excellent wave selection throughout this whole heat.
Yeah, he's had at least one extra gear, probably compared to the other two so far. The speed, the board speed, the spray, just how crisp everything is. It's looking very good indeed for Iago.
Yeah, looking really confident and calm on his feet. A lot of times we see little mistakes happen in Heat 1 as we see Green up and riding, trying to find a 5.67.
Here's Sharma.
Oh!
A little flare from him as he'll go above the lip and then pretty close to the cobbles. Kicks the board away. And that's the kind of stuff he's going to need to bring us at 5.67. It's a very gettable score from him with maneuvers like that, taking those risks. But it's not an easy wave to get all of your score at the end of the wave, I feel like. Trying to kind of wait for that last maneuver, that's high risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Sham obviously going to what he knows, recently coming off Stab High event, really comfortable taking it to the air. So the way that he can fling those out really casually and easily like that, but unfortunately coming unstuck. I felt like he almost fell in slow motion at the bottom of that wave there. He would be a bit disappointed with that because I'm not sure he'll get another opportunity to go into that second place position as we see Iago on another wave.
Oh, Dominguez just helping himself.
Whew.
And he'll wrap one in the pocket. You see how he shapes the bottom turn. The section goes a little soft. He'll look at the timepiece and realize it's been a job well done from him. He's dominated this heat pretty much from the get-go. A pretty even opening exchange. And after that, he went, all right, and just really focused in on ripping up these long, winding lefts here at La Bocana. Iago Dominguez will get another heat win, a second one of the morning for the Team Spain. He'll be delighted with that. And it will be our surfer out of Panama, Granny, come through in second place as well. Beckford will head to repechage. The surf continues to crank here at La Bocana. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more live action. Heat 6 of the men's opening rounds at the World Surfing Games. Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. It's a beautiful morning at La Bocana Waves. They're absolutely pumping, crisp corduroy lines filling in out of the Pacific Ocean here in Surf City. Dreamy scenes for a surf competition, a surf trip. We're over here, you're rocking up, you're seeing this, you're stoked. If you got a heat, you're thinking, let me at it. Here goes Burgos. Straight into it, a little wobble through his wave, and he'll have to just adjust, and he'll do that pretty well. Now it'll tighten up for him, and he'll get loose. He throws buckets of spray, increasing the humidity here, which doesn't really need any help because, yeah, it's kind of warmer. You know, the mornings are lovely, actually.
They are.
A bit warmer throughout the middle of the day. Good for staying loose, staying stoked. Trying to stay alive in the main part of the draw here. Our two surfers, two will go to repechage. So we've already seen Bruce Burgos out of Ecuador. Just watched. Quick effort there, Eduardo Papa. Ton of experience from him, the Italian. Out of Fiji. It's great to see Tibin Aliva representing Fiji here also. Out of Cape Verde, Angulo. So participation from some big stalwarts of global surfing and some nations as well with their participation in the ISA, which is fresh and new. Here goes the Fijian.
All corners of the world truly being represented in this heat. One of my favorite aspects of the ISA World Surfing Games. Really fun to see. And, you know, all the surfers coming from really, really different waves in their home that they're practicing and training in to be competing here at La Bocana, which in and of itself is such an interesting wave. There's not really many other waves like La Bocana or El Sunzal that I've experienced around the world. So everyone training in their respective reef breaks, wind swell. We have the Italian Eduardo coming from the Mediterranean Sea. We have our Fijian obviously coming from heavy reef break, and all putting their skill sets together to be competing here on the stage of La Bocana. I love seeing how the surfers adapt and change and learn a new wave like this.
So just 20 minutes to find yourself your two best waves. The strong start, obviously favored, and then you put yourself in a position in that rotation as well to try and maybe line up 3, possibly kind of 4 sets, I guess, in terms of how consistent they're coming through in these 20 minutes. It's not been a problem so far this morning. We've had waves throughout. As we check out some of the numbers here, our biggest ever field, Rachel, nearly 300 athletes. That's huge.
Yeah, that's incredible to see, which is why it's going to take us more than 7 days to complete this event, because we have so many heats to be surfed by both men and women, and of course a feature of the ISA. If you get knocked out in 3rd or 4th position in this, in any of your heats, you get to go down to that repechage round, have another chance to make your way all the way back up to those medal rounds.
61 nations competing this time. 2 new nations in the form of Angola, Vanuatu. That's brand new. That's just another really cool story being written here in 2025. The World Surfing Games. A slower start to this one. The last one just roared to life. And this one, nearly a quarter of it gone. Just a 283 for Bruce Burgos. A wave had a little bit of a wobble halfway through. He did pretty well to turn it into that high 2 actually, but he'll want more. He's shown us a bit of quality, the Ecuadorian. Let's have a look here. Looks like Tibin Aliva out of Fiji. Only in 3rd prio though, but he'll get the late drop. And then using priority is Angulo. And most of the juice of that wave was on that takeoff section. So a good block to stop his opponent from scoring points. And then he'll give it a wiggle and just squeeze the juice on the inside. And important for him to get involved. The heat's going on around you, a quarter gone, the right time to use that priority.
Yeah, and it seems like the name of the game out here, as we've been seeing throughout these heats, is the opening section. Maybe there's a bit of power. We'll see. We'll turn it to our surfer in red, Paul, for you to call.
Yeah, really nice rapid hit off the top for Papa once again. Great body position from him and not rushing it. So just allowing his surfing the space on the wave. A little grimace. He didn't quite get hold of the end section as he would have liked, but just going through the gears and opening up with those backhand hits, just kind of showing us that little bit of extra speed that he seemed to have as well. Good looking wave, that one. Would have loved the finish, but also from him, nothing on the board prior to that. That'll feel good to get involved.
Yeah, and a good demonstration of where I was about to go before that wave was that that opening section, there might be a bit of power right away, but then it gets soft really quick, and so the surfers are going to have to really utilize their rail. We're seeing a lot of big, slopey, roundhouse turns, and then with one more, or sometimes two, as we've seen today, opportunities at the very end where the wave picks back up for that end section.
Let's have a look at that graphic. Participation from medalists. Reigning Olympic champ Kauli Vast, saw him just ripping at Sun Zhao yesterday morning. Also, the bronze medalist from Tokyo, Amuro Suzuki. Sally Fitz, unbelievably decorated career. 4-time gold medalist. Also, our mate Lele Osuna does great work in the Spanish commentary here. Out of the booth, into the singlet. And he's an absolute weapon as well in these kind of waves. And then we talk about pathways to World Surfing Games. Thinking of names like Dane Henry. Getting the gold medal in the juniors, now in the main event. Having a look at Burgos here from Ecuador. And once again, his wave, nice and steep to open up, and just a little soft. He'll keep with it, and he'll get a finish. Joining up the dots right behind him. Apisai couldn't quite connect.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Looked like he was just kind of going to pick up some speed and almost just got tripped over his own feet on that one. But our surfer in blue getting a nice wave, will approve upon his 2.83, comes in as a 3.5. I think that's just reflective of the size of that wave, not really offering anything majorly critical either on the outside or on the inside. It kind of had that funny double up, but it is enough to put him into the first position right now. Of course, our other surfers only need respectively a 2, 2.94, and 2.84. So still a really tight heat. Anyone's game. The tightest that we've seen so far of this, as we've been calling Paul, which I think is a bit indicative of the conditions really changing with that swell, or sorry, with that tide, and how that affects the swell and the wave selection that the surfers then tend to have.
Yeah,
their heats.
A really significant set here. Everyone just caught a little out of position on the paddle back, so I had to watch that one. Big peaks outside. And then just freight training down from deep, and everyone really just trying to get there in a position. There will be that question, do you head further over there and then risk being out of your lineup, which you kind of identified? Do you stick with it? That's all part of figuring it out. Let's go and hear from winner of the last heat, standing by with True Styling.
Thank you, Paul and Rachel. Yago, congratulations on that heat win, a 717 and a 623. Two really good scores.
It was a super fun heat, actually. Waves are non-stop here in El Salvador, first time here, and I'm enjoying, and the waves that I got were super good, super clean out there.
First time here in El Salvador. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Let's talk about the preparation, I guess, coming into this event and, you know, figuring out the lineup here at La Bocana and also El Sunzal.
Yeah, we'll be doing a great job with all the team from Spain. All the team is working together, and I think we're doing a great job.
And, you know, having a little deep dive into your background and kind of what else you like to do aside from surfing. It says you like skating and snowboarding as well. Talk to me about that.
Actually, I started skateboarding first. I was doing competition and stuff. Then I started surfing and snowboarding at the same time. Finally, I'm here. That's what I like the most.
It's pretty amazing to be representing Spain as well. So talk to me about the team. You know, you've already had, I think it was the first heat of the day or one of the earlier heats as well with a winner. So backing that up with some confidence would be really good.
I think the team this year is amazing. I think we're going to do a really good result, 100%. All the team is ready, and I think we're going to do good, for sure.
You're ready. I know you've got family and I'm sure some friends and supporters back at home. Is there anything you'd like
Yeah,
to
of
say?
course. Sí, gracias a todos por verme desde casa, y a la familia, a Peyachuri. Estamos juntos, chavales.
Thank you, Iago.
Thanks, True and Iago. And I love to see Tibet Aliva just ripping in the Fijian. Powerful, aggressive, smooth. And he's stoked.
Yeah, you can see the little fist pump claim at the bottom, at the end of the wave there. Feeling really happy that he finally got that complete wave going into his score line. I think we will see that, of course, improve his own score line, but I think improve his position as well, only needing a 3.37.
How good's the post-heat interview lounge we got going as well?
I really like
None of
it.
this standing up against the glass. You get a comfy seat, you get a board rack. Check out Burgos here. This is a great looking wave from him. Nice vert hit. And another really good section. Your heat leader. Whoa. Gives it. The best maneuver for him was the last one. Let's see what that creates in the mind of the judges. Here goes Angulo. He's smooth. And he's using this wave to try and get a finish. Doesn't quite get there at the end. So he had some nice speed going. Meanwhile, Papa, deep bottom turn. A raking backhand hit on a wave that closes out, runs out of room.
Seems like our surfers finally just got into position. All of a sudden, things just started happening within that last minute. Very exciting surfing had. So scores to be dropped for all four surfers. I think we might see a bit of a shuffle in the lineup, but I think it's safe to say our surfer in blue is probably going to hold on to that first place position. His last wave just looking so powerful, clean, got lots of maneuvers. Let's look at this replay from our surfer from Fiji. Nice, smooth opening turn, lots of speed off the bottom, finishes it clean, and he was happy with that one. Looking to improve upon a 1.9 in his score line, but it's our surfer in blue that I think had the standout wave of this last exchange. Two beautiful turns, lots of spray, lots of speed off of that, finishing it off nice and clean. Finally, a wave that allowed multiple maneuvers, that had criticalness, that allowed them to surf through with speed. And our surfer in white here getting a nice opening turn and trying to race this section, but unfortunately wasn't quite able to make the timing for that final maneuver. And our final replay to watch, our surfer in red, a really nice first turn, but not able to time out that second turn as well. So a 2.23 for our surfer in red dropped. Waiting for our final score to be dropped, our surfer in blue. Our surfer from Fiji in green got a 3.9, so it is the best of his score line at the moment, needing a 2.67, but waiting for our surfer in blue to drop to see an updated situation.
Yeah, will be a really significant number for Burgos as well. Best surfing we've seen in this heat so far. Judges concur, 7.33 in for him, a huge score, and been a little tight this one. And then just really opening up. And the judges loving that backhand attack. It was smooth, fast, powerful, all of the key ingredients that we like. And that's going to feel great for Bruce.
Absolutely. Talking about heat strategy with 5 minutes to go, that's the exact type of score you'd want to drop going into those final 5 minutes where things start getting a little bit tighter and, you know, the pressure is on to solidify your spot into spot 1 or 2. So he can enter into this last 5 minutes feeling a bit more at ease. Obviously, the heat is not over yet. Our surfer in red sitting in second, only needing a 6.51, but that is definitely a healthier score of the heat. That would need to be the second highest score of the heat. So making himself comfortable in that first place position, sitting with second priority. pressure's on our surfers from in green and white.
Just anything about like the sort of personal story of a heat, and someone like Bruce Burgos had a couple of ways that went soft and they're a little wobbly, and like I can go a couple of ways, I guess, in your own mind. You can kind of maybe get a bit frustrated or maybe think of making a different choice. Love the way he just kind of stuck with what he wanted to do and just waited. He knew he was going to get that quality wave. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think that's been the name of the game this entire heat and the morning as well. There are so many waves coming through. But we've seen other heats where less waves have been surfed, but more quality waves. And I think it's really just showing that while there are a lot of waves out there, you really have to be selective to find that one that's right in the middle, like that surfer, like Bruce demonstrated for us on his last wave. It didn't wall up. It gave him plenty of opportunity. Let's take another look at his 7.33. Great opening turn. You can see him really using his upper body off that bottom turn to go into a lot of power. Looking at another angle straight on now, utilizing his entire body, and so much flow from rail to rail here. Not a lot of time in between. He read the wave perfectly timed, all to get to that finish, and that's what the judges love to see.
Yeah, like the degree of difficulty as well. The audacity from that finishing maneuver. You saw a little airdrop down from him. Haven't seen loads of people go out that end section yet. They've kind of carved out the back and just kind of tagged the finish, make sure they got it done. Took a risk there, put himself in a real critical position, and that pays off when it comes together, when it works.
Exactly. That's what I was just going to say, is critical surfing gets the high reward. That's what the judges are looking for. And really the judges, they want to give great scores. They want to be entertained and give that out. So the surfers, the task is, as a surfer, as a competitor, you just have to give them a reason to throw out those high scores.
The Ecuadorian flag being waved proudly and looking great at the moment. First place in this heat. Here goes our Italian. That's a huge hit from him. Eduardo Papa, one turn. It was a good one. Let's see where this goes with the judges. Meanwhile, Tibinaliva out of Fiji, we know about his power. He went aggressive for two-turn combo. There's yet more strength from him. I love that, as he just muscles his way into the lip, belts it, and then just stands up nice and tall.
Yeah, finished that nice and clean. You saw him give the little claim there. He's happy with that one. Really into these final minute and 30 seconds. Its pressure is on. As we take a look at that replay from our surfer from Fiji. A little bit wobbly of an opening turn, not super clean, but it is this final maneuver that is the moneymaker for the score on this one. Gets critical, finishes it clean. And our surfer in red, this will be his best score, absolutely. Speedy off the bottom, goes vertical, comes down, nice and clean. That is the wave that he's been looking for this whole time. It seems like all of our surfers didn't really have scores on the board with 10 minutes to go. It was a really close heat, and now it seems like they've all gotten comfortable in their positioning out there.
Here goes your heat leader, Burgos. Another great looking wave from him, and pretty much textbook backhand surfing. Gets really low, almost grabbing that outside rail on the bottom turn. Then just doing a bit of navigation here. Just milking it through to the inside. The wave will get a little small and a redirects, and definitely doesn't want to go towards that rock. Meanwhile, Angulo had to take a risk. I love his approach. He knew he needed to go big. Just arriving a little late there.
I think a great demonstration of, while you're in a heat, you can go out with a heat plan or strategy, but you still have to change and adapt and read the ocean as you go. And all of those surfers with 10 minutes to go finally clicked into gear, found their positioning out in the lineup, and gave us a great show. So a couple scores waiting to drop until we can go through with our final results.
So heat 6 in the books, and Bruce Burgos will be absolutely delighted, as will his Ecuadorian teammates as well. 7.33 will give you Great energy to bring back to stoke your team out and for later rounds as well. We'll keep rolling with the action here. Surf is pumping here at La Volcana. When we come back with more live action, we'll bring in Chris Cote and Barton Lynch. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, surf fans. It's the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch, and we are well on our way. This is a marathon, not a sprint. This is day one of about 50.
Yeah.
But all of those days are going to be filled with swell and amazing performances from an incredible international field. We're talking 61 nations represented here with over 290 surfers, and each and every one of them with the dream of getting that ISA gold, men and women. Chris Cote, Barton Lynch. Barton, it's on, and it will be on because we know that El Salvador is always holding waves. There's no reason to stop any of these days. We're going to go straight through, and that last heat was just another testament to how good this spot is and how consistent it is. And there's more to come. We're going to field another international superheat. And there you see our lineup. La Volcana is Podium 1. We do have Podium 2 going on as well. El Sunzal just around the corner. That's where the women are competing for their opening rounds as well. But here we go, straight into it. We've got British Virgin Islands represented by Tashawn Jones. We got Great Britain, Aaron Strong, Indonesia, Pajar, Ariana, and our first representative from a brand new team competing here in El Salvador is Manoa Tarux from Vanuatu. Just had the chance to walk down the boardwalk and meet this young man. Ripping surfer. I'm excited to see what he's got. But let's start off with this surfer in red. Big hammer of a wave to start for Great Britain.
Strong. He's a powerful surfer. He's got the right surname, that's for sure. That was a critical maneuver on the inside there. That's going to be a high-scoring ride. He'll be able to keep that one right through to the very end, and that is the perfect way to start. You want to get scores that you can keep. For the British Virgin Islands, a 1.5 for Tashawn Jones. He'd be hoping to replace that as quickly as possible. But I see a big score coming for Aaron Strong with that critical final turn. Big, tall section, big, tall guy. Powerful performance to start this heat. Round one, always some nerves in round one, always a little bit sort of tense, and more so in a team situation as we see surfers paddling. No one quite getting that. In that team situation, it's not just you. It's not, you're just not carrying the weight of your own expectation on your shoulders. You've got the expectation and weight of your nation, your teammates, and it, as you know, from past experiences, having surfed for Australia, having coached Australia at these ISA games, the whole team component of it is a whole nother level of pressure and responsibility.
Yeah, you got that team support, but you also have the team pressure.
Exactly.
So Aaron Strong starts off in a huge way, a 7-point ride for the 26-year-old, born in Ericeira, but flying the flag for Great Britain. He's been representing Great Britain, training and developing projects all over the world. He is an ambassador for the WEBCAST Foundation, supporting and working towards helping people make a better lifestyle and he is a rare disease advocate. This guy does it all. He represented Great Britain in 2024 at the ISA World Surfing Games, and not only is he surfing, training, doing it all over, but he's also working on a documentary film called The Strongman, and he's raising funds right now to produce that project. So check this guy out. You can follow him on Instagram, ARRAN_strong. Give him your support. He's obviously a ripper, and he's doing good things in the world of surfing.
One of the great opportunities that comes with surfing, besides the personal elements of positivity and stoke and lifestyle that come with it, now we've got this opportunity based on the platform that's been created over the decades to do better things on a broader, wider scale, and that's just such a powerful thing, and it feels like what surfing is supposed to be used for. It's definitely something that's helped all of us in our lives and will continue to do so globally as the sport expands and reaches more and more people.
Well, there you see our playing field. It's a nice peak. I'd say 95% of the waves ridden so far in this contest have been lefts. We've seen a glimpse of a couple rights, but obviously plenty of waves to go around. 14 minutes, 25 left. Aaron Strong out with a huge lead of 7-2-0 to start. And here we go. Our first look, or second look, I should say, of Tashawn Jones. That wave, a rare closeout here at La Bocana. Just up and out real quick. It's just going to be enough for a .30, and he puts himself right in the impact zone.
The discipline to be able to read the wall of that wave and understand what it's going to do in the future is one of those skills. You can see the whitewater line, that perfect V there, rights and lefts off that peak. You use that whitewater trail to help position you.
It's a 7-point ride.
Yeah, all on the inside here. You can see it stand up super tall. Nice big turn. First turn was a beautiful carve back, then he was patient, waited for it to stand up. Here's that carve that I just talked about. Carves it back, he waits, he's patient. He knows one big turn can get a big score, perfectly timed. The free fall out of the lip, adding some drama to things. And one of the best scores of the day so far to start his campaign here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Beautiful surf city El Salvador. Look at the countryside out there. Beautiful views, beautiful scenes. And a great venue for surfing competition. I don't know that with this format, the way these events are run, this is the perfect place to give everyone a fair chance.
Absolutely. Well, sitting in that top priority spot right now is Aymade Pajar Ariana. See him listed there as Pajar Ariana. He's 20 years old from Serangan. He's riding sharp eye boards. He has competed at the QS level, lives in Bali, grew up basically on the beach. He says, I ride my Jukung out to surf and fish. I love the ocean. It's my entire life. And his name, Pajar, means sunrise in Balinese. And we want to welcome Pajar. This is his first ISA competition. And in his words, I am so honored and excited to be here. And that is what makes the first few days of ISA competition, it's highly competitive, but there's a huge level of joy when these teams all come together. You know, this really is, for a lot of these surfers, if you want to meet someone from Cabo Verde, which I did, and I saw the smiles, and they said, you want to come surf, we've got waves. Anywhere in the world, we're talking 61 nations here, you go down there, you make some friends, and anywhere you go on planet Earth, you'll have a contact. Yes. That is my favorite element of ISA competition, is up and down the boardwalk, you know, anywhere you'd want to go in the world. We're talking about 61 places. You want to go to Iran. You want to go to Australia if you've never been. You know someone now if you've met them through ISA level.
Exactly. It's a global melting pot, isn't it? All people coming from all around the world coming together to put on this show.
11:13 to go. Let's go down to the boardwalk. True Starling is waiting.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Congratulations, Bruce, on that last heat win. Talk to me through your heat.
Yeah, super happy to advance my heat. Yeah, I get it to good scores. And in Salvador have amazing waves. Yeah, I'm feeling really good at my heat, and I get into good scores.
And Team Ecuador as well, you guys are pretty tight-knit. What does that dynamic look like?
Yeah, bueno, pues a toda la gente de Ecuador les doy las gracias a todos los que están viendo. Vamos con todos a la próxima ronda. Las condiciones están increíbles. Y bueno, pues a seguirle dando con todo para las próximas rondas y con buena garra.
Is there anything you'd like to say to some friends, family back at home?
Yeah, bueno, gracias a toda la gente que me está viendo, a mi novia, a mi familia, a mi papá, a mi hermano. Y bueno, pues a seguir dando con garra.
Thank you so much. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you, True. Congrats to Bruce. And watch out, we've got a situation. This is not what you want to have happen mid-heat, even if you're sitting on a 7. Pretty clear right there. Finn blasted out. That means rocks 1, fins 0.
Yes, wouldn't be using a setup like that purposely. And you saw how quickly and urgently he scampered across through the cobblestones. Here he goes again.
This is not easy right here, and it's not easy to watch. I mean, this is
You're just waiting for the stub of the toe.
Yeah, this guy's a fighter right here. He is just battling his way across these slippery boulders.
And if he would have jumped onto his board to try and paddle early, that would have been difficult too. And there's potholes all through there.
Well, and you can tell he's not taking competition lightly. I mean, he's got that 7, but he's got to get back out there and play some defense.
I suppose that was the perfect situation or opportunity. If something was going to go wrong, lucky it happened after the 7 rather than before, because it's still the highest scoring wave of the heat, one of the highest scoring waves of the day, and he's in the lead. So looks like he's going to get back out the back without much collateral damage happening besides that of the board.
Well, that shows us that not only is he physically tough, being able to run across those rocks like that, but mentally tough as well. He had this big start right here, the 7-point ride.
Ooh.
Just a clear illustration of what it takes to get a big number. It's not how far you go down the wave. It's not how many turns you do. It's that impact, that big turn in the most critical section of the wave. This is the judging criteria all wrapped up with a bow for you.
Yeah, exactly. 7 points, 2 turns, the majority of them coming from that closeout turn. And all the coaches, all the teams watching, taking information out of what they see. And we've seen a consistency to the judging, to the scoring system over the past decade, and it continues here. So it's a pretty clear example or idea of what you need to do. You need to go big, you need to have a dig, throw yourself at the lip, and you make it, and the big scores will drop. You don't make it, the scores really get punished for incompletions.
So just inside of 8 minutes now, Aaron Strong still in the lead, trying to fight his way back into the lineup. After running across the boulders, it's going to be a long paddle back out with plenty of whitewater for him to face. But you can see he's built for it. Nobody here is worried for Aaron Strong. This guy's a tough individual. We're still yet to see waves ridden from Indonesia and Vanuatu.
That's where my mind was just baffled that so far into the heat. Here we go. Indonesia.
See, all you got to do is say it, and they'll take off. So Pajar. Beautiful surfing. Nice, clean style. And a good finish right there. And just that steady on his feet, show the judges you're in control. That's going to get him off and running there. Only looking to better a 1.80 that Tashawn Jones laid down there. I think he's got that and more. And that's going to put Moana Taro in top priority. Surfer representing Vanuatu. The first time ever in ISA competition. Welcome, Team Vanuatu.
And you really, in your first go out at this level of competition in a global event, you really would love to get an early start. So the pressure's on Manoa. We want to see him get going early. Took 13 minutes for this one. Pajar just looking fast, strong. He's got a nice width to his stance. He sits perfectly on his board. Always driving, creating speed. Needed a nice finish. Got it there. Handled that oncoming whitewater to get the completion. Judges still considering that score as we see the drone angle of it. But it's definitely going to be the second best wave of the heat so far, you would imagine. Just underneath that 7. And put him in a strong position, most probably an advancing position. There it is, 417.
Solid start, Pajar. Now this wave can be pretty confusing. It's a huge takeoff area. There's so many waves coming through. It's not uncommon for surfers to paddle out there and start going in circles. You think you're in the right spot, then you get mowed.
Yeah.
And then you think you're far enough away from the whitewater and you can't catch the wave. So you see it quick up and over there. Didn't see the flash of color. Just going to assume that was Manoa.
Yeah. Look at the wave behind it. Beautiful left.
Here we go. Surfer in green to Sean Jones. Late takeoff. Makes it, but just a little late there, representing the British Virgin Islands.
And as you said, you know, the playing field's massive. You've got to understand the waves that you want, clearly.
Here we go. Our first look, Mua Tarao. Presenting Vanuatu.
Little catch of the rail there. Gets caught at the top.
Good composure, though, to ride out of that situation.
Nice style. Wrap down the inside there, Chris.
All right. That's how you represent Vanuatu for the first time in ISA history. Great surfing there from Manoa Tarao.
And he needs to paddle like the wind and get back out there. 4 minutes 30. Still got time to get a second score. So while Aaron Strong is in a commanding position in the lead, he's still only had that one wave. He hasn't backed it up yet after the board malfunction. And we see the replay, drives off the bottom. Really nice first turn. Bumpy, bouncy wave, which is creating some difficulty trying to find the right place to turn on for his very first wave ever in ISA competition.
Liking it. This kid rips. He's 15 years old. And that's another kind of interesting thing you see in these early rounds of the ISA World Surfing Games is teenagers going up against surfers in their 30s, sometimes 40s. We've seen surfers 50 plus competing for their host nation or their national teams. You see now Aaron Strong. Super powerful. Oh! But even the most powerful surfers can face that inside section and find out quick that Labokana packs a punch.
283 drops for Vanuatu and Manoa. Obviously, it was a little disjointed, the wave. The flow wasn't there. We saw the potential of this young man. He just needs to find a wave that's a little cleaner on the face so he can drive into the rail. Show the judges that type of surfing they want to see. Gets him up into third place, though. Threatening only needs a 1.35, so people having trouble in this heat finding waves. Uh-oh.
Pajar slingshot into this one. You know, speed control is huge here at Labokana because this wave has so much power and force, especially right off the takeoff, that's how you do it. That's how you control it. To Sean Jones now. He's got himself a nice clean insider. A good carve to start there. Setting things up for this inside section. Yeah, it's about, you know, you're not going to have to fight to gain speed here. What you're going to have to do is fight to control that speed. Because as you saw on Pajar's wave, right when he took off, I mean, he was launched into that wave.
And you have to time the turns just right. There's a sweet spot of energy, and if you can stay on that, you're going to get the momentum to combo up your turns. But if you miss that spot and run a little bit too far out into the flats, it can be a really difficult wave to find the power in out there on the flats and get back up into the pocket. So choosing your line is all important. A lot of these teams have been here for periods of time already. I know that British Virgin Islands has been here for a month already.
Nice.
Living the dream.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice for some.
And I think surfboard selection is a huge element towards success here. You'd think you watch videos from down here, you watch waves like Punta Roca, it's super rippable, but I feel like Punta Roca is a much different wave than Labokana or El Sinzal. These are real deep open ocean waves. You're probably going to need a little bit more thickness. You're going to need just a little bit bigger of a board. Because watch this takeoff here. This is the slingshot we're talking about. This wave just blasts you from the start. So you're going to need every bit of these shortboards that these guys are riding.
The width of his stance makes him just look so strong all the way along. 4.4 drops for that. Good surfing for a 4.4.
Yeah, I really like that. That was nicely done.
Consolidates his second position. To Sean, working his way through here. And again, there is a repechage round. Surfers in third and fourth will go to that repechage round, have another shot at it. So this is a warm-up of sorts. You've got to keep the energy high. You've got to keep the judges enthused by the energy that you're showing, the enthusiasm you have. This young man's got plenty of it.
Ooh, yeah, good style. Nice and powerful, but again, that inside section is pretty gnarly. Here goes Tashawn Jones again. So it's almost like these surfers, other than Aaron Strong, nobody caught a wave really for the first 10 or so minutes. So it was all playing catch-up.
Nothing worse than catch-up.
Here we go. Strong trying to get rid of a 3-5 for his backup. And even a guy that big and powerful having some trouble in the inside section, but he did his job. 7-point ride, one of the highest of the day. And now we see Manoa Taro on his backhand. This kid he's good. I mean, you can tell that he's got all the skills. You know, that wasn't necessarily his heat, because he probably went out there and saw the playing field and was thinking, wow, this is a lot bigger than I expected. But give it up to Manoa Taro. He's going to be a menace in the repechage round.
Only 15 years of age, young kid. Obviously, we'll see him in the juniors as well. This is the Open, so surfing well above his age, and this was a split peak right at the end there. Oh, beautiful carve out of the top. This will feel good, the second ride. Judged on your best two. He only got 2 rides in the heat, but looking a lot more confident. Energy's good on this one, and he'll be much better in that repechage round for this experience.
Yeah, you're going to learn a lot in the span of 20 minutes out here at La Pocana.
Oh, it gets shallow on the inside.
It's that final wave for Aaron Strong. Watch out for this guy in this contest. He looks like he is on his way to cutting a savage path towards the latter rounds. He's that good a surfer. And he had to earn it. He was the guy we saw earlier literally running, sprinting across these rocks after losing a fin.
Made it look easy. Surfed well right from the very start.
Yeah, it's holding his head right there. I mean, wow, we didn't see the wipeout or whatever happened to cause that fin blowout. Potentially, I mean, just the way he's kind of acting, he's maybe the board hit him underwater. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Let him speak to what happened in that lineup. But he made the team proud. Look at that, double digits for his heat total, gets the win. Team Great Britain is on the move. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back. We're gonna put 20 minutes back on the clock. And let's go ahead and field another International Superheat. Why don't we? We'll be right back. We're right back at it. Round 1, Heat 8. And we've got solid matchup for this 20-minute opening round heat. Lucas Perez, Martin Otado, and Petar Novotny. So our second representative from Czechia. Talked a little bit earlier. There's plenty of landlocked countries that have fielded teams. Czechia is one of them. It's bordered by Austria and Germany, Poland, and Slovakia. So the only waves I would think that are in Czechia at the moment, potentially river waves, but a lot of these surfers, they travel. You know?
Yes.
You look at the bios that we have on ISAsurf.org, and I truly believe that you could make a documentary about any of the surfers, any of the 297 surfers we have here. Any of them would make for a super interesting bio. I put each one of these surfers on that list. So Peru, Uruguay, and Czechia. in this heat.
All with their unique journeys to get to this place. This is where it begins, paddling, all three surfers. Lucas gets in late, the wave goes flat underneath him and just died down, put in a lot of effort to get catch that wave. The priority now switches between green and blue. Surfer on the inside, closest to the breaking part of the wave, would have that priority at this point until it becomes allocated.
Here goes Lucas Perez. Peru is a perennial top 10 finishing team in ISA competition. It was just announced yesterday that Peru will be the host of the ISA World Junior Championships. Can't wait for that one. Here we go. Martin Otado representing Uruguay. He's up and out real quick. Now out the back, Czechia, Peter Novotny. Great story here. 43 years old. Favorite wave? Chopo. We've heard of that place.
You said they travel.
Oh yeah, so he's into tennis, golf, football, family. He started surfing in New Zealand. Has lived in New Zealand, Australia, Indonesia. So while Czechia, that he represents, is landlocked, Indonesia is definitely not landlocked, and that's where he's been living for about 10 years. So he gets around, and he's really into supporting the Bali Cliff Surf Club, helping to develop future stars of our sport. And his goal is clear. He wants to win Olympic gold. And here's where you start.
That's exactly where it starts, and it takes a lot of experience and time. Again, he's an example of what you said of, in the last heat we had a 15-year-old. Now we've got someone in their 40s, and we've got that wide demographic at this event, not only from those 61 nations, but all sorts of ages, all sorts of stories, and that's one of the things that makes this such a great event, is all those individual stories. To just get here means that you've achieved a lot without even having to, succeed at this particular event. Just making it is an achievement in itself.
No doubt. So Perez starts with 3.06, Otado 2.27. And look at that, 5 minutes is already just blown by us. 14:40 left. It's pumping.
Non-stop. Here we go, Red having a look. Hoping for a little white water chip into that one, but it backed off before it got to him. The outside one looks like it may have broken outside of our surfers. We sort of mentioned earlier that sometimes the biggest waves of the set. Here we go, action.
Otado. Oh, hammers it. Nice and clean, gets around that big whitewater section.
Wow.
Oh, just tickling the belly of the beast. Yeah. The beast got the better of him there.
Gobbled up. Oh, broken board too.
No.
Yes, the beast destroyed that equipment.
That's what you don't want to happen. So that's our second injured surfboard. We saw a fin blown off on the previous wave. And in this one, with 13:46 to go, he's got the long ride in, broken surfboard. His pit crew is going to have to be right on it to get him back out into the lineup.
And he could not have done that any better himself. The way he was able to use that half of a surfboard, because sometimes, there are going to be edges and bits of fiberglass flapping around on that thing, and it can be so dangerous.
Oh, this is another thing that, unfortunately for these surfers, when something like this happens, there's no easy way to get in or out of this lineup. But the board, look at that, the pit crew's right on it. Give it up for Team Uruguay. That's how you do it. The board was ready. And, geez, you know what? This is part of it. You want to be a pro surfer? This is the things you have to deal with. Yes, we're in a beautiful tropical paradise, but there are some things that you just can't dodge, and this is one of them. Getting in and out of this lineup at La Bocana can be pretty treacherous. I mean, you could blow your fins out just walking out to the lineup.
And it's just surfing, being in the ocean, being in a foreign food chain, going from the top of things on land into the ocean. All of a sudden you recognize your place in things, and at any moment things can go wrong, and you need to be constantly and vigilantly alert. And the support team were also a part of making that a quick transition. He got in so swiftly. Still 12 minutes on the clock. He's had 2 scores. He's in the lead, but plenty of room for improvement. And with equipment these days, largely hold on action, live action, Chris.
Ooh, nice bottom turn there for Lucas Perez. So representing Peru in a huge way on this wave. That's 3 powerful turns done right in the pocket in the most critical part of this wave. And I mean, Team Peru just keeps getting better and better and better. They've been in the medals. You know, they've fielded Olympians in the past. Lucas Perez, he's 24 years old from San Bartolo. And I love his bio. It's just nice and easy. I am a surfer, proudly Peruvian, and I really like what I do.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Let his surfing do the talking. You know, that's a simple statement right there, but it speaks volumes. He is a sub-campeón for the Panamericano region. Second place in that region is huge. We know how many good surfers come from the Pan American region of the world. He's on a Sharp Eye 77 or a Sharp Eye Synergy board. Give it up to Toto Surf Shop. Shop he represents down there.
Excited to go to Peru in December? Assuming we get invited.
Well, let's just try our best.
Yes.
You know, it's not only the surfers that have to advance through heats, we do too.
Yes.
So Team Peru is stacked with incredible surf talent. Daniela Rosas, Alonso Correa, just 2 Olympians right there.
Yep.
Lucas Perez, who's in the water right now, and who could forget La Maquina, Luca Macinas is here representing Peru. Arena Rodriguez and Sol Aguirre. I would say, on paper, that is one of the strongest teams of the entire 61-team draw.
A lot of experience,
Oh,
a lot of time at this particular event, and it is so unique given the team format. We don't often compete as a team, so it's very, very unique and takes experience to achieve success at this level. And as you said, Peru, we've watched them just grow continuously into one of the powerful nations in surfing in the world. They've got such a rich history. And there is Morgan Siblick, former WCT surfer, representing Australia.
Former top 5 finisher on the WSL Championship Tour. I mean, safe to say, one of the best surfers in the world.
Yes.
This kid is incredible. And I love to see Australia just sending their best. You know, you never know sometimes when it's not a Olympic qualifier year, what's going to happen, who's going to be sent by their nations.
Yeah.
But I think every team at this point knows full well, look, this can be the time that you send your best, you bring home a gold, just huge. As we see now, Peter Novotny representing Czechia. Yeah, there we go. Love the spirit there.
He was stoked to get the completion on that one.
This guy is an awesome representative of surfing from Czechia. You know, he's been in many ISA competitions in the past. You see him up and down the boardwalk, throwing high fives. He's just he's another stoked bloke.
That's what you need, mate. We need that energy coming together as a global community with the love of surfing. Lucas Perez, a 5.17 on that last one. Surfed hard to get that score.
This is where he busted his stick.
First turn looked like it was a closeout, did it? You went, well, that was a great one turn. That was worth it. Somehow he gets around it, gets to the final turn, might have hit it a little bit early, and which was a conservative move. He wanted to try and stay safe and make it, but in the end, didn't do anything but safe. Broken board. Now this wave for a 5.17 was so beautifully surfed. Powerful. World-class surfing there. I suppose the finish was a little bit of a downer. Almost see that little wobble off the white water. Almost would have been better off just cutting out powerfully.
Novotny.
Let's watch the stoke at the end of this one, Chris. Gets that first turn, nice backhand entry. That was critical. He thought he was going to fall. I don't know what the sign language was there.
It's my favorite claim of the event so far. Doing it
Peru.
both ways from Team Peru. Look at this, just power, precision. Yes.
Wow. Hold it.
Oh, there you go.
Is that a completion? Maybe not.
Nah. This just happened. He got right back in the lineup and straight up into the lip again. These surfers are paying for it in this heat.
And they're going for it, aren't they? It's full commitment.
Yeah, I love to see it. 7 minutes left. Lucas Perez in the lead. 5:17 and a 2:83. Martin Otado, representing Uruguay, busted his stick on that 3.50, but he's right back in the lineup at the back of a 2.27. Peter Novotny comes through with a 1.5 and a 0.5, but definitely the most stoked surfer in the lineup.
Yes. And as you said, leading the claim stakes at this point.
Yeah. The contest within the contest.
Controversial.
I love it.
That's how they are, you know. Yeah. It's the response to an emotional situation for someone, and when you don't understand everything they've been through in their life in this moment to get to where they are. Easy to sit on the sidelines and criticise someone for being excited, but we encourage it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Martin Otado from Punta del Este. His favorite break is called Boca. And his sponsors are Master, Surf Skate, Neutralicias, and Sinistar. So if he's sponsored by a movie house, I wonder if he could hook us up with some tickets. He is a national champion from Uruguay. And when he's not surfing, he's skating.
Perfect. Sounds like you, mate.
Yeah, let's go.
4:17. Drops
All right.
for Lucas.
As the surfers wait for the scores to come through, let's go down at the boardwalk with True Starling.
Thank you, Chris. Aaron, we've had broken boards in this heat right now, and you lost a fin in that last one. What happened out there?
Yeah, I got my first score. I think it was a 7, and I tried to get a quick backup, and I felt the takeoff, and I got pretty work in the white water, and I felt something like almost hit my head, and then I kind of just paddled back out and then turned the board around, and I had one of my fins out. So I was like calling the crew, getting my backup. So yeah, lucky to have a good team, and came back out and got my backup. So it was pretty good.
Got the job done out there. It's all you can ask for. You are working on a documentary as well, The Strong Man. Talk me through that one.
Yeah, well, I haven't actually managed to pull it off yet. Documentaries are pretty hard work, and yeah, actually it was just to kind of set my story out there in the internationally, being born with a rare disease, alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency, which is a rare liver disease and lung. So yeah, lucky I was diagnosed pretty early. It's a disease that you want to be diagnosed early so you don't suffer the consequences later on in life. So I've been working to get it out there and get a distribution and get funding for it. So anyone who's out there listening, check it out.
Amazing, Aaron, as well. Let's just talk about the Great Britain team. You've had 2 surfers already hit the water, one of the females earlier over at El Sunzal, supporting the team and having them here to support you as well. And like you said, for them to be able to kind of react really quickly when necessary, it'd be good to, be here and have them behind you.
Yeah, it's amazing, all the support. These kind of events gives it like a more team kind of environment to surfing, which is kind of missing in the normal events. Obviously in the CTs you need a big team behind you to get the world titles, like we saw Iago this year. And yeah, it's amazing, all the nations coming together. Yesterday the open ceremony was really special, really good vibes, and yeah, this team spirit is I guess a really good kind of feeling to have outside while you're in the water, and you kind of feel it even though they're not right next to you, but you feel it, and it definitely helps you.
Yeah, the whistles and the cheers on the beach are loud from every team. There's a lot going on out in the lineup in this heat though, so we'll send it back to you guys. Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah. Thanks, True. And now it's impossible not to cheer for this young surfer representing Team Great Britain. He ripped his way through that heat. And if you want to know more about his story, give him a follow on Instagram, ARRAN_strong, and born with the rare disease alpha-1 antitrypsin. And I will watch that documentary. I have a feeling it's going to be made, and I'm all about it. I want to see this kid's story as it. I mean, he's a young kid, and just still developing his story.
And was it so that he was born in Ericeira, in Portugal? Because that accent, if I had to pick where he was from, that sounded like a bloke who's travelled a lot.
Yeah.
Because it was kind of confused, like it didn't sound so British.
You nailed it. Born in Ericeira.
Yeah, so he's got those different exposures to different accents, and you can tell in his particular accent there's a little bit of British, but a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and sounded like a well-travelled kid.
Oh, there's people watching around the world, and of course people right here in our crew that could potentially get that movie made. Right now, this movie is being filmed. This is your surfer representing Uruguay, Martin Hurtado, ripping on his backup board, and right there, maintaining his control and composure. That's going to be a nice score.
It's his best score of the heat so far, a 4.13, grabs the rail off the bottom. That was a 4.13 on its own, I'm calling. Into a second one. Beautiful speed out of the bottom, flare out of the top. Fantastic surfing. Couple of good scores, has him solidly in second place. And it would be fair to say that our judges are keeping a lid on things early. Some of those turns, I thought that was a 4.13 for one of the turns. So again, it's a long event, 9 days ahead of us. We anticipate the momentum and the performances to build and grow throughout, so the judges just keeping a lid on things and not getting too carried away in these early stages.
It's kind of like low-key foreshadowing, right? We know there's a lot of surfing left, and we know as these days progress, the level's just going to raise up and up and up.
Yep.
So just like that, this heat is 15 seconds away from being done. Lucas Perez powers his way to most likely a victory with a 5.17 and a 4.17. Martin Hurtado representing Uruguay with a 4.13 and a 3.5. To give it up, Petr Novotný, a spirited third place finish, and he will have more opportunity in the repechage round.
Yeah, good to get busy earlier. You could do that in a couple of minutes if you were on the pace, and then create the opportunity for bigger scores at the back end.
And we are going to take a quick break, but we know you're not going anywhere. We have a huge heat coming up next, stacked with talent. And of course, more great surfing will follow after these brief messages. We'll be right back. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Got 61 nations competing, and this is day one. Our opening rounds have provided already some incredible highlights, some lowlights in the form of broken boards, busted fins, but all around, very entertaining to start. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch, and We've got some superstars in the lineup, and he's swimming, and not for fun. That's a broken leash by one of the world's best, Morgan Siblick. Now in a bit of trouble. Just found out the hard way that Lapo Kana is a powerful wave. These comp leashes do not stand a chance, but maybe we could see some good body surf in there.
Caught up in the whitewater, trying to get in as quickly as possible.
That's a rough way to start your heat.
So it's 3 heats in a row. Broken fin, broken board, broken leash.
Not any broken dreams just yet, because there is a repechage round. But 17:20 to go here. Morgan Siblick's going against Jayo Orlando. And here's what happened.
Jumped to his feet behind the whitewater.
Oh.
Just a simple exit because he saw it was going to close out.
It's one thing to bust your leash doing something wild, but just pulling out like that hurts.
That is so unexpected. And, you know, you've got to pay attention to the littlest things, don't you? Whether it was the leg rope string or the Velcro on the ankle or the leash itself broke. Yep, the leash itself broke there by the look of things. It's being a little... he's a little more cautious than Aaron Strong was as he sprinted across those rocks. I think he's all good. He's been through these experiences before. But we don't see a backup board to him yet. Be interesting to see what happened to the board as it made it to the shoreline.
There's that Irkanji team right there. So the leash has been reattached. It's a new leash. He'll get right back out there. I don't think many people are worried about Morgan Siblick. We know how good he surfs. I would say he's probably the biggest name we've seen yet, just in terms of international superstardom. So Morgan Siblick just cruising back out the lineup. He does have his hands full. Got a surfer representing Guatemala in Avia, and of course Dimitri Papavasalou has been in many ISA competitions in the past. A ripping surfer representing Team Greece.
He doesn't seem in much of a hurry at all, to be honest.
Well, maybe this wave right here will fire him up a little bit as we see Dimitri Papavasalou.
Oh, unfortunate fall there. It's going to be a finish turn on that one. Would have been a good score, and you would have loved to have done that right in front of Morgan Siblick.
Dimitri, 31 years old, born in Malibu. His favorite wave is Pipeline, the actual pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu. I'm assuming he's your 2011 NSSA Juniors men's champ. He likes to make sushi, play volleyball. He's half American, half Greek, and he's been representing Greece on the ISA stage for many years. He's a ripping surfer. I mean, we've seen him in all types of competitions. ISA, of course. See him in QS events up and down the California coast. Fun name to say as well. Took me a few years in ISA
slid off the tongue, mate. I was like, "Wow, we did that good."
I mean, full disclosure here. You're going to see a lot of new names here and a lot of different pronunciations of these names. Our co-commentator Paul Evans is an expert at phonics. For myself, sometimes it takes a few tries, so bear with me from around the world. But Dimitri Papavasalou, representing Greece, just a 5'7", unforced error there. But now we see Avia coming around that bottom turn, nicely done into the lip. He could have the opportunity to spray.
Oh, nice.
One of the world's best, but he takes the high road morally and actually with a nice snap float to finish there.
That'll be a real nerve settler. Look confident. There's a little bit of a wobble off the bottom on a couple of those bottom turns. We'll see it here. Let's have a look. Drops in. See the board sort of quiver a little under the feet. Very responsive equipment. Driving backhand bottom turns, gets him in just in time, and he gets that one just in time too. 3 turns, 2-point ride, but the best of the heat so far. So have to be happy with that as we see this drone level. More sets approaching out the back. Consistency, the name of the game in competition. And then when you're looking for a place to run a competition, you need a lot of waves. When you've got a lot of surfers in a lot of countries, you need a lot of waves to to facilitate the performance for everybody, and that's what El Salvador delivers, is just this consistency of sets and opportunities, just make it one of the best competitive venues in the world.
Yeah, and if you come down here, bring a lot of gear. This place will
share it around.
will eat your equipment. So far, we've gone around the horn. The trifecta: broken board, broken fin, broken leash.
Yeah.
Let's keep it at that. No
Yes.
other breaks. Equipment is
personal
fine
breaks.
to break. So 12:30 to go. Still waiting for Morgan Sidlett to get back into the lineup. He's got a .30 for that unfortunate. And there really is nothing, no other feeling like a broken leash. You know it. It just breaks your heart quick. You feel the pressure, and then there's no pressure, and you go, this is going to be a long swim.
And you know that it's something you most probably could have avoided, because ordinarily they come from a little pre-existing nick, don't they? I don't think that wave was big enough or powerful enough to have actually snapped that leash. Somewhere along the line there was a weakness in there already that hadn't been noticed before they surfed, and they paid the price for that. But the advantage that sits for him is he gets back out the back. It's been 8.5 minutes. You go, well, no one's had a score that I can't beat with one turn. So he's an experienced campaigner. He's in second priority now, and it won't take long until he gets a score of consequence. I can guarantee you that. And it won't take much to get into the lead, even at this point, with the malfunctions he's experienced.
Right now, your leader, Avila Jairo, representing Guatemala. His favorite break is called Paradón a Buena Vista. He's riding a lost surfboard. He was the sub-champion, sub-national champion, so second place finisher in the national championships in Guatemala. They fielded a strong team. Darlene Ramirez, Juana Paz, Carlos Escobar, and Tiziana Billy Prem, as well as Elder Vega. Watch out for Team Guatemala. They're getting better and better every time they enter ISA competitions. 10:40 to go.
And we know Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, is from Argentina. Spanish-speaking nations under his tenancy in the position of president have flourished. It's been a focus for ISAs to help evolve that part of the world, that part of the surfing world, and it's just brought such amazing things to surfing in general. The expansion into the Spanish-speaking nations, South and Central America, flourishing, and we all realize now how much surf they get.
Well, I'm going to just go ahead and say it. Australia has fielded one of the best teams I've ever seen in ISA competition, and we'll get to that here in a second. Before I tell you the expanse of the Australian team, let's go down the boardwalk with True.
Thanks, Chris. Lucas, congratulations on the heat win. This is your first ISA World Surfing Games. And Team Peru is kicking off really strong for the first day. Alonso winning his heat as well, so backing the team up nicely.
Here? Yeah. Yeah, the team is strong and we are very motivated. Alonso and Luca experienced me a lot, and the girls also, and I'm happy to be here with them.
Yeah, supporting you and I guess giving you a little bit of expertise and that advice as well. You've also got some really great mobility stuff as well with raw movement. Do you want to talk me through that where you can?
My training?
Yeah.
A ver, en español, ¿ya?
Sí, ya.
Sí, me enfoco bastante en entrenar mi cuerpo, mi físico, mi movilidad. Creo que es un factor que me ha ayudado muchísimo a mejorar en el surfing. También mi alimentación. Este año he venido trabajando mucho, ha sido un año bien largo de muchas competencias. Estoy contento de haber llegado hasta acá, ha sido un gran trabajo. Y sí, creo que un poco un mensaje para los chicos, motivar, ¿no? Los sueños se hacen realidad, entrenen fuerte, enfóquense en el físico también, en el sacrificio, en la disciplina. Creo que eso marca la diferencia. Todo lo que puedan hacer que sume a su deporte es positivo.
And is there anyone you'd like to say hi to or thanks for watching back at home for your family and friends?
Ya, a ver, en inglés. And to all the people who are sending good vibes, my family, friends, my sponsors, thank you very much. Being here representing my country and all of you is the best feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Team Peru thriving early on. We'll send it back to you guys.
And if that's Team Peru's Grom, they're looking good. That man is fit.
Yeah, he is a big,
strong,
powerful. Yeah. And a great result there for Team Peru. Spoke extremely well.
Yeah, there are, of our 297 surfers, I mean, I would say at least 250 of them are certified polyglots. You know, there are some incredible stories on every team. And talked a little bit about Team Australia, represented right now by Morgan Siblick. This team is going to blow you away.
Give it to me.
Okay, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Okay. Multi-time gold. I mean, do I need to
Most
tell you her
winningest
resume?
Female in
Ellie
ISA
Harrison.
Games. Ellie Harrison, young and vibrant.
Callum Robson.
Experienced, professional.
Mia Brown.
Raw around the edges, but got the style and the technique and the action in the air to match anyone in the world.
One of the best up-and-coming aerialists right
100%.
now. Morgan Siblick is in the lineup.
Professional.
And one of my current new favorite surfers, Dane Henry.
Maybe my new favorite
This
surfer.
kid is so gnarly. I can't wait to see him.
Is he
in the
the
lineup.
best aerialist in the world at the moment? One of the very best aerialists at the moment. Great on the face. You know, had success here before, so he's one to watch for sure.
Yeah, that Team Australia is going to be tough to beat. Right now, Morgan Siblick just with a .63 and a .30, and that is the illustration of anything's possible in this lineup.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think has Morgan ever competed against surfers from Guatemala and Greece? I would say no, other than in ISA competitions in the past. So it's different when you don't have a scouting report, you know, on the surfers you're going against. Morgan's used to going up against John Florence, you know, like the biggest names in our sport. So sometimes these surfers that maybe you're not used to competing against can catch you off guard. That's not what's happened in this heat for Morgan. He just had the unfortunate disadvantage of breaking his leash on his first wave ridden.
Again, it was poor wave selection that created the leash break. With better wave selection, maybe the leash never breaks. But he took off on that first wave, it closed out, he had to jump, broke the leash. So obviously the .63 wasn't a good second ride either for Morgan. So with 5 minutes to go, he better hurry up, because you can see the urgency for Dimitri too. He knows he needs a .37 to overtake the Australian. He looks desperate to do that. You would be obviously looking for two more rides. The .57, you don't want to keep that either. So really at this point in time, this heat could go anywhere.
Dimitri now made a break for this right. Nice little stylish float there. Snap on the inside. Can he hang on? He goes down. That leaves Morgan out the back with priority.
Yeah, and I like the idea of moving onto those rights. We talked a little bit before. You can see those ones. There's some perfect right-handers there. They haven't been focused on at all. And on your backhand, I feel like there's big points with the backhand hooks on those. Morgan Siblick getting beaten to it.
He's going to let Avia go.
Oh, a long wait. Looked like it built some nerves between ride 1 and 2 there. Great wave selection, great use of the priority, but watch out, here comes Morgan Siblick.
And here we go. That's the Morgan Siblick we know and love. Quick snap to start. His backhand is lethal.
Woo!
There you go.
That was a beautiful turn, a beautiful finish. Might be one of the waves of the day.
Yeah, let some aggression off on that third turn. That was a mean backside snap. Tons of spray, lightning fast. Morgan Siblick is now on the board in a big way.
He's always had that speed on the rail, hasn't he? So sharp. His surfing's just as sharp as anybody's in the world. Can't wait to see this replay. Nice positioning for the takeoff. Gets up early, drops down straight, hits that at a nice time as well. Get ready for this one. Beautiful turn out of the top. World class. Finishes there. Going to go into the lead. 7+ points, I would guesstimate, for that one for Morgan. And while it took a long time to find it and prevent things from going wrong, Once he got the flow going, that was just beautiful surfing.
Oh, man.
Might have been a better line on that last turn, a speed line out of the top there. Might have been a little more efficient, but there it is, 7.67.
So yeah, the highest single wave score of the day so far. Morgan Siblick cites his biggest surfing achievement, a man-on-man Merriweather board riders win.
Yes. Well, what a town, what a club, what talent there is.
He's on the cheat code by Sharp Eye. His bio is simple as well. He just says, I enjoy surfing. Well, we can see that, Morgan.
Yeah, I feel like you might love it, mate. A little more than enjoy it, because
I think he's addicted to it,
it's
to
got
be honest.
passion in there, hasn't it? It's got sting and flair.
There's Sebastian Williams there, right there. Team Mexico coming strong with new uniforms, which I love. I gotta figure, I gotta work a deal here. I want to do a trade for one of those jerseys. Those are sweet. Here we go, Dimitri. Cranks it off the bottom. Nice big carve to start. He's already jumped into second place on the strength of his last wave. So that is both defensive and offensive there for Dimitri Papavasalou, representing Team Greece. Trying to get rid of 1-5. I'm sure he did that. That first turn was pretty nice.
A young Guatemalan falls on his second wave. That's exactly how you answer and put pressure onto the young Guatemalan, is to get a completion. Nice 3 or 4 turns on that one. Looking to improve on the 1.5. Pretty fair to say that the 2.9 did. It improved just. Could be a little more power and speed perhaps on the rail. That's what's holding those scores down.
Just do what Morgan did. Just completely blast that wave to pieces.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, 7.67, the high mark of the day so far. Not just for Morgan, but for anybody in the draw. Big number there. So inside of a minute left. Siblick in the lead. Dimitri Papavasalou in second. We got Avila in third, representing Guatemala. Our repechage rounds already being stacked. It's where you don't want to be, but that is where you can fight your way back into this contest.
Well, it could be much worse without it, couldn't it? You know, we would have lost a lot of people already, but Morgan Siblick looking for the second score. Good enough, you would imagine, to get the victory. There's 17 seconds on the clock, and the level of surfing that he has displayed, even in its patchy, inconsistent presentation as this heat has been for Morgan, yeah, we still see the ominous signs.
Yeah, I think, and it's really clear that Morgan knows how long this competition is. So he's known, you know, you don't have to stress too hard in these opening rounds. As long as you can get one good wave, keep your composure, keep it chill. And he showed us that even just walking in and out of those rocks, you know, he was like, don't worry about it. I got this.
Yes.
All right, it's going to be Morgan Siblick with the victory. One of the highest single wave scores of the day so far, the 7.67. Reigning supreme, getting him this heat win and moving him through into the next round. So as these surfers make their way into the beach, we're going to reset the clock, put 20 minutes back on, and throw out some talented surfers from a handful of our 61 nations represented here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more from the ISA World Surfing Games.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. La Bocana, Surf City, El Salvador continues to pump as we look at bright sunshine, warm airs, and swell with power, with pockets, with sections for surfers like Lorenzo Victorino to light up. Surfer out of Angola. Great hook from him. And a nation new to the scene in terms of ISA competition. Looking real comfortable out there. And this energy will continue to deliver on this cobblestone spot out here. Boulders on the bottom, some patches of sand as well. And onto that inside. It is a powerful wave. Just had a board break in the previous heat. And then a recovery from Morgan Sibilic.
Yeah, we've had a couple boards broken in the past few heats. So it's really showing the power that the athletes are dealing with out there.
Saw that one just shut down on Kishiro Nishi. Goofy foot out of Japan. Such an electric surfer. He wants to get involved in this. He's just clawing at this takeoff section at the moment. Just to get himself involved early on in this 20-minute heat. 17.5 on the clock at the moment. And great to see a solid set come through and just fire everyone up from the get-go. Let's get some info from the winner of the last heat. Morgan Sibilic is with True Starling.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Morgs, that was a pretty tough heat. You started off with a leash break. Talk me through that one.
Yeah, I just went on a set and I looked like I was maybe going to get one big hit, and I was a bit deep, so a bit of a mistake there. And unfortunately, the leash popped as well. It was a pretty solid one, so yeah, I don't know. It happens. It's just climbing over those rocks after it is a bit of a mission.
And then paddling back out there as well, the ocean kind of just stopped. You didn't get your 767 until the last 2 minutes of the heat. No one really had anything. Were you feeling nervous?
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit nervous. I didn't want to go to the repechage this early in the piece because we all know it's a bit of a grind. You got to surf double or triple the amount of heats in it. So yeah, I really wanted to get a wave, and luckily there was those two at the end and just got the job done, so stoked.
First surfer for Team Australia, you hit the lineup out there, you set the pace nice and early, getting the heat win. You have the 3 females coming up later, Sally, Miller, and also Ellie Harrison as well, so you head over to support them.
Yeah, pretty keen to watch them over on the right at Sunzal. It's a fun looking wave. I've only had one surf out there. Yeah, it's pretty hard with the crowd of all the frothing ISA surfers, so yeah, I don't know, stoked to be able to get over there and do some right hand point practice.
And the team dynamic as well, you've got some incredible people supporting you guys for Team Oz. Talk me through who you've got in your corner.
We got like, I don't know, we got a big support crew. It's pretty sick. We got Duff as a coach. He came down here and I work with him at the last Challenger Series event as well, so it's good just building a bit more of a connection there. And then yeah, I don't know, we got Sammy and then Kia as well, and they're just helping with a bit of logistics, and then I don't know, the whole team, which you kind of mentioned before. And yeah, we got a good dynamic and everyone's just frothing to be here, which is like makes it so much more fun, and good vibes around dinner. And yeah, looking forward to hopefully all of us going super deep and getting one up for Australia. Come on.
Let's see it. Morgs, I'm sure there's people watching you at home that you'd like to say hi to as well.
Yeah, if anybody's awake at home, how you going? Yeah, hopefully go all the way. And yeah, thanks for all the support to the Aussies back home. Let's go, come on.
All right. Let's see it. We'll send it back to you, Paul and Rach.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. Morg's looking solid there with the bicep tat. I feel like you don't get as many of them anymore. Old school, you get a lot of, you get the forearm, the sleeves, you get your thigh, your calves,
he had
your neck.
The,
just slightly lifted.
He had the jersey lifted up a little bit just so it could peek through.
I really like that. Maybe like one of those really tight white T-shirts. Maybe just keep something in, as the sleeve gets tucked over, just store something in there. Wow, looking really good. Speaking of which, Raf Gooding, our Bayesian surfer, getting involved on the backhand. As we'll get caught up with numbers. 3-5 in for Vitorino. Here goes Nishi. First proper wave from him. And he'll just ease himself back to the juice. Being patient here. At some stage, he'll look to try and tee off. He'll find a section, and he's good enough to get up there. It's a little bit sticky by his own very high standards, but will be for sure his first legit score. Something of a tentative effort going down out the back as well, but that felt much better for Nishi just getting involved.
Yeah, you could hear claps at the end of that wave coming out from behind us. I know his team, Japan, would be very happy with that one. 13 minutes remaining. At this point, heat strategy-wise, you want to at least have a decent score on the board to give you a little bit of time to have decent wave selection and just kind of own the lineup out there. So he's put himself in a good position now to get his heat really rolling.
Rachel Tilley, how tempted were you to get the world title trophy tattooed after your latest glorious victory?
I thought about it. I almost got a you know, El Sunzal just across
Surf
my...
City.
Yep. Yeah, Surf City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've all thought about it. It's just who's going to go through with it before the end of the week from the commentary team. Stay tuned to that. Meanwhile,
matching tattoos, maybe.
All right, nice entry here. Vitorino, he's up for this. 3-5 early on. And doing some nice work. Look how smooth he is. Super patient. Doesn't rush anything. Releases the tail. That section just gargles and goes dry. He just kind of put the brakes on and made sure nothing untoward went down on the inside. He'll get out of there, so he won't be adding points. That'll be incomplete. Just does that last maneuver, but a sprightly start from him.
Yeah, I really liked how you said it, just nice and patient. Some surfers have a really good knack of making their version of reading the wave just look really smooth, patient, intentional at every maneuver, and it's what's that extra little bit that makes it really pleasing to the eye, and he has a beautiful style.
So under 12 minutes to go in this, and the best of the action as we're just waiting for that last wave to come in for Nishi. There it is. It will be the high score, mid-range, 4.93 for him. Now look to try and I'm expecting him to get a wave pretty much as soon as he gets back in the lineup. He'll like to stay active. Definitely, just on paper anyway, the higher profile in terms of what he's done in previous competitions at various levels.
Yeah, beautiful conditions we have here today. During our break, Paul, I also walked down to El Sunzal and had a look at the women's surfing down there.
And they steps in.
Well, you know, it's such a great beach, a great environment. I love getting to see the teams both here at La Bocana and El Sunzal. It was great to go watch the women compete. They have beautiful conditions down there.
Right on cue, Nishi again, great pace to this.
Wow!
And there we go. That's exactly what we expect from him. It's just foot flat down, pedal to the metal, surfing, speed, and risk. When you surf at that speed and when you go into the lip, and that's why his squad from Japan enjoy that kind of stuff, and we suspected he'll look to try and get a wave straight away. He did it exactly thus, and he'll be pretty well out in front when this number comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the most powerful critical waves I think we've actually seen of the morning. Really well timed, 2 maneuvers on a big wave though. Landed it completely clean as we see Blue looking for his answer.
Here goes Gooding out of Barbados. Backhand attack. Whoa!
Wow.
He takes a big risk on an inside section. I love the audacity from him. I love that he's putting it up there. And if he pulled that down, that would have been a big number.
Yeah, I mean, looking at your competitors, you know you have to go big in order to get those high scores on the board. I think that's what we've been seeing exampled throughout all day today. Judges really showing that they're liking those critical maneuvers on those bigger waves on the outside. Wave selection has been a little bit tough today, and so Blue, knowing that he had the opportunity, really tried to capitalize on that. But let's take a look at this powerful wave from Red. Great opening turn, cuts it a little bit short so he can time this one, make it to the top, and lands it clean. Nice and powerful, meeting that lip with some strong legs, and Blue looking for his answer. Opening turn, all to set up for this, gets high and comes down with the lip, getting body slammed by that one. That looked a bit painful.
Yeah, you just don't want to see someone come down out the lip kind of close to their board but not on it.
Yeah, yeah.
And we talked about the power that this section on the end does pack. He seems okay, he's all good. Shake that off. Squad out at Angola right there. Brand new participants. And a country blessed with particularly left-handers. Some incredible sand points and surf spots down there in the southwest of Africa. Great to have them involved in ISA competition here at the World Surfing Games for an historic first time.
And with the lefts prevailing to be the better waves today, or the better option here at La Bocana, I'm sure they're quite pleased at these conditions.
Lorenzo at the moment in third, looking to move up. Here's your heat leader, Kijiro Nishi. He's going so fast. He's throwing all sorts of spray. He'll get a little layback jam as well to finish. And he had a stuttering start, and he is absolutely going through the gears. Look at your scores on the screen. A huge number, biggest one thus far, 8, 6, 7. For that electrifying surfing previous to what we just saw. So the combo of 2 turns, the opening carve, and the maneuver that he did to finish on that closeout on that 8.67, the board control from him at full speed. Judges threw a huge number at it.
Yeah, I think, Paul, earlier today we were talking about what time of the day do you like to be at opening day, or, you know, at what point in the round? And I said a little bit later because it gives you that opportunity to watch what the other surfers are doing, how they're reading the waves. But not only that, you get to see what the judges are rewarding and the type of criteria that they're really emphasizing today. And I think that's a great example, is he's seen the waves that they're rewarding and exactly how they want to be surfed.
Yeah, nice low-key flex from you as well, though, because like middle of the draw, top seed. Yeah, I'll probably be in around about lunchtime.
You know what? True.
Middle of the draw.
You know, like that very middle of the exact middle heat in the red jersey? Yeah, okay, I'll take it.
All right, 6:45 to go here. All sorts of numbers raining down from the panel in appreciation of the crisp work, incisive work. Kijiro Nishi of Japan is absolutely blazing. And the vibes, as ever, epic on opening day of the World Surfing Games. A unique format with the support, with a lot of noise and a big buzz going down. Win or lose, you see that energy and that support coming through. And obviously just the way the format is with repechage as well, a chance, if you don't get the waves, the performance in this opening round, a chance to stay alive. As Morgan Siblick mentioned, it is post it into you. You don't really want to go there. It's a longer way round if you go through the repechage, but hey, we've seen it done.
Yeah, absolutely. It's possible. You just have to, especially here in El Salvador with the heat that they are dealing with out there. The water temperature is really warm. The air temperature is even warmer. It makes it some difficult conditions to push through physically. And so adding that number of heats in front of you, while it is possible, it's definitely a more difficult road.
Speaking of which, if you're Kijiro Nishi right now, you've got 15, 8, 4. You've basically got nigh on an excellent heat. Do you slow down a bit now? Do you just kind of keep something in the tank, or do you just keep ripping? What do you do?
No, absolutely. I think at this point now you sit out there with command of the heat. If a great wave does come through, you know, then that comes to you. That's fantastic. But I wouldn't go around, you know, exerting too much more effort in order to continue to up that heat total. He's done the work that he needs to today.
Team Senegal right there. And West Africa. Unbelievable surf in that country. Quality surfers as well. And they're getting ready, getting the wax on the board. Going through all of the preparations out here on opening day of the World Surfing Games. Game face is on. Focused, determined, prepared.
Well, preparing your equipment as well actually can be really tough here because the wax melts really easily. You know, your boards get hot really easily too. So trying to find that balance of, you know, not jumping from AC to hot all the time, but also not getting really overexerted in the heat prior to. It's something that you have to learn to manage throughout this week for sure. And day one is always kind of that beginning of everyone figuring out what works for them in these conditions.
All right, here's Nishi. as he just flows into a wave and then snaps his board so hard that the rail actually disengages and pops out. He'll go down. In terms of his points at the moment, way, way out in front here.
Here's the rest of the field comboed. So at this point, with only 3.5 minutes to go, it really is a competition for that second place position to not go into the repecharge round. And our surfer in white is only looking for a 1.53. He has a 1.5 on the board, obviously, next to that 3.5. He just needs that extra 0.03 tacked onto his 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other storyline in this heat, right? Nishi run away with it. First place, that's his. But second, really tight, as you mentioned. I don't think Aubrey's in the lineup, is he? We can't see him there. He hasn't got a wave yet. So he's out of this. So it really is just the case now for Victorino. Under 3 minutes. Doesn't need a huge number. First priority is his. See how he goes about doing that. We'll fly over La Bocana.
Wow. Absolutely stunning. We've been getting plenty of rain in the nights. Often thunderstorms will roll through in the evening, and you can see the benefit of that is all that luscious greenery up into the mountains and backed by some beautiful seascapes.
Yeah, absolutely stunning coastline, isn't it? And that before that sort of pre-dawn, sometimes you see those sort of lightning flashes over the ocean there. Just looks amazing. And then dawn takes a little while here. You get a nice little kind of ease into your day, but definitely a good spot for surfers that favour an early morning because conditions pretty favourable generally in the morning. And surfing opportunities, well, some people decide to stay in bed a little longer. You get out there, yourself a couple of waves. Pretty tough to get free surfing waves at the moment out here, just because we mentioned nearly 300 competitors here.
Yeah.
Most of the time, the competition isn't on here. Of course, an embarrassment of riches of surf spots all up and down the coast. You saw from that drone how many bays and coves and points there are. There's waves all up and down this surf-rich coastline.
Yeah, in and around the event, Paul often will go on drives after event days and go check out, obviously, Punta Roca down south, but plenty of waves going up north and find some peaks to ourselves. It's just such a blast, such an amazing coastline to explore. See all the different waves, majority of them all beautiful right-hand points. So I'd say this is one of the few spots that we're watching our surfers right now surf waves that are currently dominant on the left.
Final minute of this one, our Japanese surfer Nishi, bit of a masterclass from him. It will show a little bit of sort of modest interest in a wave. Pretty good call not to get involved. He's on third priority at the moment. Nothing silly from him. He's way out front. You know what, if he were to get an interference, he'd still be leading this heat, actually. That's how big his margin is. And we were wondering what he would do in terms of his approach. He looks like he still wants to keep surfing.
Well, it looks like he's having a lot of fun out there, and I think that's the best point to be in a heat, where you're just having fun, you want to catch more waves, and that's sometimes in your mind you have to slow yourself down on purpose, because as surfers, when you're in a lineup, like you said, you're normally battling with 300 people. Right now he's sharing it with 2 other people. That's such a treat that sometimes is hard to ignore.
So we'll count down here, and this will be heartbreak for Lorenzo Victorino if he can't find himself a wave. I'm not sure he will. Just needing a 1.53. And he won't be able to get there. So this ultra-consistent wave at La Bocana just not quite affording an opportunity for a surfer chasing a score in the final couple of minutes. That would be great news. On the other hand, for the likes of Rafe Gooding. Out of the Bahamas, Team Japan dominant out there with Kajiro, Nishi. And the fun will continue here. Opening day at the ISA World Surf Games. We'll keep rolling. More live action. Heat 11 of the men's opening round coming at you right after the break.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been half road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to Surf City Opening Deck competition here. Beautiful, hot sunshine, warm waters, all sorts of surf opportunities up and down. Our attention's very much focused at the spot known as La Vulcana at the moment. It's men's opening rounds and conditions offering all sorts. We just saw huge numbers go down for Kijiro Nishi out of Team Japan. Talk about those big statement performances that go down early from some of our heavy hitters. Also really cool stories, emerging nations, new nations like Angola here at ISA. Let's get live action of the Swede Kian Martin. And spending a lot of time surfing in shorts in Bali. Or know a thing or two about a tropical left-hander as he'll go into a float. And he'll stick that as well, and smooth as you like. Kian Martin, strong start from him. He will need to bring some good surf in here as he takes on the likes of the Chilean Manuel Salmon, absolute powerhouse. Alejandro Tonatiu of Mexico. And also we got Abdu Ali Haider of Saudi Arabia in the lineup at the moment. So an eclectic field out there. As we mentioned, surfing nations that you'll be familiar with, and then some very much less so, all part of the story here. It looked like Abdu there, trying to get involved early, which is absolutely the thing you want to do. Doesn't want to sit up there and let scores go down around him. Quite get the entry into the wave he was looking for. Decent number in for Martin, a 417. It's a pretty decent way to start things off, Rachel.
Yeah, a quick start as well within those first 4 minutes. That's my advice to any surfer, especially in these quick 20-minute heats. Getting a quick start within those first 5 minutes is key to having total control over the heat.
Salman on the forehands, the goofy. And tried to maybe do a little too much there, a bit excited, tried to pack in a setup turn. Maybe committed to that a little too much, but still wanted to do the end section hit as well. Expect to see him get himself in the lineup and wash that off sooner rather than later. A lot of experience from the Olympian, Salman. And he'll look trying to use that out here.
Conditions really changing throughout this morning. You know, earlier this morning we saw a lot of big slopier waves, longer rides with our surfers getting 4, 5 turns, but kind of those more drawn out roundhouses. And as this tide is changing, we're seeing a lot more punchy, quick maneuvered waves, 1, 2 maneuvers of really critical nature.
From above, it all looks pretty peaceful and sort of tranquil, very pretty. Inside, our athletes, they're churning right now. They want to wave. They want to show what they can do on the biggest stage of all. And here goes surfer out of Mexico, Tonatiu. They're not quite able to go all the way up in the pocket, but he'll get a chance for a finish on the inside. A little missed time. It's funny, you maybe get your flow wrong on one maneuver, and it's hard to regain exactly the positioning on the wave you want to find. He just couldn't quite connect with that.
No, that's well said. I think these waves here, both at Sunzal and Bocana, are tough to learn your timing on. They're really powerful, really quick, and not super similar to any other waves that I've ridden around the world. So it really takes time to adjust and learn how to time your first maneuver, whether it's that first bottom turn, opening turn, or or whatever it ends up being, to then have that right flow-on effect for the rest of your wave. Yeah, it's often looks like, I think a lot of us, you know, look at it as an A-frame and think it looks very much like lowers or very much like trestles back in San Clemente, my hometown. But I think once the surfers actually end up getting on it, they find it feels really differently. A lot more power in that lip, a lot quicker of a ride in terms of your speed. You legitimately have a lot more speed throughout it. But a beautiful A-frame to look at. We haven't really seen many rights today, though, Paul.
No, have we had any?
I don't think any. But I think we can expect to see some rights throughout this week.
From above, that point illustrated, just understands the direction of the swell. You can just see a little bit of an angle on it. Coming here slightly more from the east. Meanwhile, Salman, there we go. Beautiful from him. The layback jam. And just getting the grips literally with this wave and then disengaging the board, making it look cool. Nice and high in the pocket in a critical section. Creative surfing. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat with True.
Yes, thank you so much, Keijiro Nishi. Big heat total for that last heat. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was super fun wave. So yeah, I just try my surf. So yeah, happy to win the heat.
And Team Japan is pretty awesome. You guys are super well equipped. You've got ice packs here.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the, you know, Team Japan and who you've got behind you.
そうですね。ヒート前に伊月くんと話してて、まあレフトをメインで狙うっていう感じで、まあいい波に乗れたんでよかったなと思います。
And Keiji, I'm sure there's lots of family and friends at home supporting and watching you. Is there anything you'd like to say to them in Japan?
夜中に、応援ありがとうございます。多分次の出番は明日になると思うんで、ゆっくり休んで明日も頑張ります。
And let's talk about your 867 as well. Talk me through that wave. This is your wave here. So this is the 867 of yours, Keiji, and wow, beautiful surf. That would have felt really nice.
Yeah. Oh.
Dramatic finish. It was pretty exciting to watch. I know that we were, everyone was super excited. It was really loud.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, from Team Japan, there was big cheers. It was great to watch. So congratulations,
Thank
Keiji.
you so much. See you tomorrow.
Love that. How good is watching yourself ripping an 867? The groans of pleasure there. He loved it.
Yeah, I think it came as a pleasant surprise to him how that looked from the beach. We loved it. The judges loved it. Highest single wave score of the day so far.
He'll be absolutely buzzing from that. The performance, the points. Early in competition, though, just want to bottle that a little bit. You're going to have to revisit, keep going back to the well, finding that kind of surfing if you're going to go all the way here. Looking to also do that, our Chilean, Salman. Just opens up with a positioning turn. That was really nice. Just drifting over a section there with great control. And, you know, often we like to see people hit things hard and everything dramatic and powerful, but a lot of finesse and flow into that maneuver.
Yeah, well said. I think that was so smoothly executed. He almost made a really, really critical maneuver just look really easy and flowed right through it. Really beautiful to watch. I think the judges are really going to reward that one. He's throwing away a 1.7, which obviously that is long gone by now. Next heat, getting ready.
Rafael Pereira out of Venezuela. He looks fired up. It's going to have to be Dylan Groen. It's an absolute powerhouse. Out of Team Germany also. Pichado, Dominican Republic. They'll be hitting the water 9.5 minutes time at the moment. We went for a number to drop for the Chilean Salman. We reckon it'd be healthy. He's already got the 4.77. And as you mentioned, a little bit of a change in terms of maybe it's slightly longer lulls between. This is another look at Kian Martin.
Good opening turn, cuts it a bit short, so that way he can keep the speed up throughout the rest of this line of wave. Wraps it all the way back around, roundhouse. He's incorporating a lot of different maneuvers here. This was his 4.5. And one of the longer waves we've seen of this heat and of this last little bit of these past few heats. And let's look at the last of blue. We're still waiting for this score to drop. A really nice sized wave, Paul, well over his head. Great opening turn, gets up nice, high, and tight, and just flows through that one. So much finesse. Really used and balanced that speed of the wave into his board. Board's looking phenomenal under his feet.
So we look again from above at this last wave. And he is enjoying the momentum with him in this heat. His scores just nudging up. So much room at the bottom of the wave as well, Rachel. It just gives him loads of time to see this coming and just get a really good read on it. Pick the right maneuver.
Well, talking about having your maneuvers create a flow-on effect for the rest of your wave, that first maneuver that he had, he turned really nice, high, and tight, which gave him them time to look down the line, because he was at the top of the wave, to regain tons of speed, go into a bottom turn, and launch straight into that. Had he done more of an S-turn down carve, he wouldn't have had the right speed or placement in order to get that final finishing maneuver. So really well read by our surfer in blue from Chile.
Yeah, in a commanding position in the lead, the 6.83 for his last, combined with the 4.77. Decent numbers from him. So our surfer out of Sweden, Kian Martin. Second place at the moment. All right, here goes Tonatiuh, and here's our first right.
Just as we were saying it.
What's he got for us here? He'll snap in the pocket. Then he'll have to be a little patient. Now, traditionally, when you get in here, things get shallow pretty quick. We do have a bit of tide, high tide out there, plenty of water at the moment, but it can get, end pretty abruptly. Part of the reason he saw him kick the board away.
Yeah. Got a nice finishing maneuver on that one. A little bit slow for the start of it, but was able to stick with it, stick through that lull section, and finish it out. He's looking to replace a 2.33. We'll see where the judges go with that one.
Yeah, think about Kian Martin's numbers, a couple of 4s for him. So Alejandro is going to need to get up there a bit. 5.83 is that requirement for him. This is going to eat up a little bit of time as well. Sort of speculating with the right. We definitely wouldn't have seen many go down if he's been watching, if he has seen any at all. Maybe just mind surfing some, maybe seeing that opportunity and thinking, okay, if a wave like that comes to me. But just a little sluggish. You mentioned the slower pace, doesn't quite have that excitement moment to it.
I think sometimes too, if you're not, you haven't gotten the waves that you wanted on your backhand, sometimes it's nice to reset the heat and just refresh yourself by catching a wave on your forehand. And seeing what you can milk out of that. Sometimes it can just mentally, you know, hit the restart button. And, you know, it did not improve his situation. He's still looking for that 5.83, but wow, look at that view.
Incredible as we'll fly over La Bocana and Surf City, living up to its name on opening day of competition here. You see those lines marching in more out of the west. I think I got my coordinates slightly tangled earlier on. Coming out of the west, so bending and offering the left switch shape with this swell direction, particularly with the way everything's orientated at the moment. There's a good indication of that right there, but you just see basically lines, well, all sorts coming through. So much swell in the water.
And then up in your top right-hand corner is El Sunzal, where our surfers in the open women's are kicking off their first round as well. So you see the teams running back and forth between The two podiums, it's about a 10-minute walk in between both, and you'll have the guys and the girls running back and forth to support each other, really utilizing that team aspect and camaraderie that's here at the ISA. It's the best feature of these events, in my opinion. Not something in surfing and any other event that is on offer, so a really fun experience to finally be on a team and be together and working. Of course, all these surfers are also vying for individual medals, trying to become world champions here in their own right, but also working for that team medal and working to bring that home to their country.
A lot of storylines will be written, will unfold throughout competition here. Only just getting started this morning, already making history with participation from new countries in terms of the ISA, such as Angola already. Already a historic moment for Greece, making their heat as well.
Yeah.
That was pretty big, a couple of heats ago.
Both a women and a male guy.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, thank you. Surfer from each podium this morning had advanced through their rounds. So a phenomenal story, like you said, all these different storylines. It's not just about the world champions, but it's about these developing nations that are have been putting so much time and effort at home into their surfers and trying to create these teams to compete on the world stage. And it's phenomenal to see 61 countries represented here.
Yes, really interesting as well. Just mentioning the diverse nations and just exactly what the goals are as well. I mean, you know who our favourites are, but that's, as you mentioned, not the only story here. I was chatting with a member of the sort of support squad from BVI, British Virgin Islands, Alex Dick Reed, and he was saying they got 3 surfers in, great surfers, like they're probably not favourites for the competition, but that's not really what they're here for. What part of the goal from their point of view is to come and compete, represent the country, but also to establish that pathway. So like the next generation, the kids now that maybe really just first getting started, or even the ones that haven't even started out yet, and they'll say, oh, okay, yeah, you know, I know this guy from the local beach, he's my surf instructor, he competed in the World Games, and showing that pathway to inspire the next generation. So awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes time, and as we see our surfer in red looking for, he found himself another right, going for the air, coming unstuck there, but our surfer in green looking to improve upon his situation, Paul.
Yeah, loads of speed here, Martin. Extended, did really well to hang on for most of it and then just got pinged off. So going so fast, loaded up with that setup turn, and then the lip line on the backhand, it does leave you vulnerable, doesn't it? You're coming down off that kind of float maneuver.
He came down as well with his front shoulder still a little bit pointed out towards the, with his back towards the wave, and that can make you vulnerable on your heels to then, once the whitewash comes under you, to get knocked out off your board. I think that's what we saw there, but so much speed, really phenomenal surfing.
So Mexican surfer Tonatiuh looking for the rights, found a couple of them. That second one, a lot more speed to it, almost a bit too much. That wave ran away from him. But I like the way he's thinking. He's looking to try and show something a little different.
There we have Amado from here in El Salvador. He competes on our longboard events here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. He is a staple surfer that you'll see, especially if you're surfing out at El Sunzal. I saw him yesterday evening out in the water. A phenomenal surfer for the country of El Salvador.
Yeah, local legends. Meanwhile, a third right-hander for our surfer from Mexico, Alejandro Tonatiuh. Probably the best of it, actually. It's a bit of a last gasp effort. 5.83 the requirement. Not quite sure we saw that, but able to go to the maneuvers, get a couple of slices done in the pocket, which will feel good for him. Maybe some intel that it might need if indeed he ends up coming back in repechage. Not sure he's going to get the number. That's likely where he'll be. Nice work from one of our Olympians in the draw here, Manuel Salman. ripped it up. We'll keep going, more heavy hitters hitting the water when we come back from break with Heat 12 for the opening round for the men at the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Surf City. Great to have you tuning in, watching opening day for the men. La Vulcana is the spot. Waves on tap throughout the morning. Slight change in conditions. With some tide filling in on the rocks here. What hasn't changed is high performances. Committed surfing from the likes of Rafael Pereira opens up the Venezuelan. Displacing a bit of water. Maybe didn't quite get the finish he would have hoped for. He had a bit of momentum coming towards that inside. Just got a little bit of the wobbles, which can be easily done here. We talked about the power out there, and if you just get your balance slightly off, that effect can kind of magnify. But nevertheless, good to get a strong start. Just 3 surfers in the water, so your chances of avoiding repechage, well, they're that much better. He's going to have to try and get past the likes of Dylan Gruen, who is really powerful surfer, part of that strong German team. Pereira, who we just saw, also Pichardo. Here he goes. Beautiful looking wave for him, as this one will just stretch out and he'll get right back on the tail of the boards. And a little sparky backhand whipping snap for him. And another one. It will go past Pereira and he'll get a finish as well. So stayed pretty light on his feet, got the completion.
Yeah, start for all of our surfers. It looks like Dylan got a wave while we were still at break as well. So a really, really quick start within the first 3 minutes for all 3 surfers. We'll see where the judges go with each of those scores to set the scene as we see our first look at Dylan's opening ride. Nice opening turn. Taking his time, being patient, reading this one, bringing it all the way around. A slopier wave. Just, you can tell he's just getting his feet in the wax. There we go, as it starts to stand up, getting a bit more power, and goes for the big finish. Unfortunately gets unstuck, but a nice opening ride to get the heat started. Taking another look at Blue's opening ride. These opening sections being a bit slower, more slopey. You can see both him and Dylan kind of had a similar approach of going for those longer drawn out roundhouses to fill up that time. And here's Green coming off the bottom, wrapping it around. Being super patient with his reading. Cuts that one a little bit short so he can stay in front of this section. Was a good idea because he's able to get this final maneuver here, finish it off strong. So we'll see where the judges go with that one. A nice start. I love getting my feet in the wax this early on in a heat. Kind of gets your nerves out of your system and gives you an opportunity to start building upon for now another 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, great way to sort of maximise opportunities as well from Christian there. You know, he got manoeuvres down out the back and then onto that inside. Just want to make sure you get that completion as well. Just give you that little kick of momentum. If you do fall, maybe just a slight little doubt, like, okay, that could have maybe been my opportunity, but really well to finish that off and kick things off strong. Speaking of strong, we had a powerful performance from our Chilean, Manuel Salmon. Let's go and hear from him. He's with True Starling.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul Manuel. Congratulations on that heat win. It was really exciting to watch you out there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was really fun. The waves are really good. I feel like I can show my surfing, although I didn't get the waves I wanted to get in that heat. But I like to start with a heat win and hopefully go through all these heats into the finals.
And as well, being a part of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics and having this event, you know, being a part of that pathway.
Yeah.
How exciting is it for you to be here and to be representing Chile?
It's amazing. I feel home here. I've been coming here since I was 14 years old doing ALAS events in Punta Roca. I qualified for the Olympics here on this wave. I think it's a wave that suits my surfing, both here and Sunsal. And I feel like it's a huge advantage when you're really comfortable in a place. And this is my 15th ISA Worlds.
Wow.
And plus 3 juniors, so it's 18th ISA Worlds. And I know everybody from Fernando to the ISA to like most of the competitors. And yeah, it's great to be surrounded by friends, which are also competitors. But yeah, I'm super comfortable here. We're in a Spanish-speaking country as well. I also grew up in the Dominican Republic, which I have my Dominican team also supporting me. So I feel like a lot of love and support from the whole surfing community and El Salvador in particular.
Yeah, everyone here seems to just be feeding off your vibes. Let's have a look at the 6.83 as well that you got in that last heat. It should pop up in a minute, but it was really exciting surfing. Can you talk me through this wave?
Yeah, I mean, I always try to look for sets, but this one didn't really stand up as much in this first turn. And I was like, okay, I gotta close it big to get a score. So I don't know, let me see this. Oh my God. Yeah, I kind of airdropped the last section and I felt my first wave because the rocks are so slippery. Even though like I put foot wax on my feet, I scraped my feet with a deck pad before the heat, but even though you can do the most, but the rocks are so slippery, there's always some slippery part of your feet. So yeah, that's why I fell in that first wave.
Yeah, it's always hard to adjust and navigate, but far out. That end section, that airdrop down, was pretty crazy.
Yesterday I slipped doing that same turn and the board almost hit me in the face, but luckily he didn't. But my leash.
Good to do it in a free surf.
I have like an 8-foot leash now. It used to be 6 foot.
Well, lots of power out there, and yeah, you'll bring some power surfing as well. It was great to watch, Manuel. Thank you so much for having the chat.
Thanks.
Yeah, love that. Really polished performer. Good analysis from him as well. But amazing to see sort of the surprise on his face. That second maneuver. Obviously, he's got like his interpretation of what it felt like to do.
Yeah.
How good is it to come in and just see a replay straight away? You get to talk through your own surfing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, at the past 2 post heats we've been able to watch, they've had the opportunity to see, you know, we've watched them look at their wave for the first time, and the pleasure that they've had or surprise has been really fun to watch. Puts a smile on my face.
Get caught up with numbers here. The best of the action so far is this guy, Dylan Gruen, out of Germany. Ooh. There's a hammer of a backhand turn, almost overcooks it. Does well just to stick that, but the commitment that he put into that turn meant that any potential further sections down the line weren't quite there. Another great looking wave here as we see Pichardo just teeing off. And that one goes a little soft on him.
Dylan was out here during our ISA World Longboard Championships that we had. Him and one of his teammates, Camilla, came out for a training week. So they have had plenty of practice here at La Bocana and El Sunsal a bit. But of course, we were competing at El Sunsal, so they were down here at La Bocana practicing. And I think that's really interesting to see so many of the teams spend so much time here, taking their trips, coming out here maybe a month beforehand. Every team has their different strategy, but it's great to see.
Yeah, the German story has been one of the last couple of years from Europe, but just I would say overall, it's been one of the stories that's been really impressive to see the investment that they put in. I mean, we talked about the Olympics and the participation there, but they got their house organized at the end of the road, like 6, maybe 8 months in advance.
Yeah.
They spent a lot of time over there working with Got the likes of Didier Peter here, heading up their program, coaching, former finalist at Pipe Masters, early 2000s, and also had great success in the what was then a QS event over at Chopu.
Yep.
And just incredibly well resourced, which is great. But you also need surf talent, and they got loads of that as well. And the likes of Dylan Groen and a lot of surfers from all over the world basically grew up in other places and maybe grew up surfing in the tropics. You think, okay, where you learn to surf that well in Germany? Well, it's not necessarily where they spent their formative years, but they got so much talent out of that region.
Yeah, well said. Dylan growing up most of his life in Portugal. And other people like Rachel Presti coming from the Caribbean, and
Miller Kemper, you mentioned, also from Portugal.
Yep.
Here we go. Here goes Rafael Pereira, another right-hander. Here we go. Opens up and just jamming on a rail. Really nice. As he tears into this wave, staying super busy. Almost kind of fired himself up with that surfer, and he got more interested as he went down the line.
Yeah, he did. I think as the right pleasantly surprised him as he was going down. That's the best right we've seen so far of the day. All the lefts proving to be the favorites of the surfers today. I think with that swell direction, just offering a bit more opportunity in power and length of ride. But with the tide changing and the waves starting to form on the reef maybe a little bit differently, we expect to see changes throughout the day.
8 minutes and 20 to go in this Heat 12 men's opening rounds. Caught up with numbers. It is Dylan Groen at the moment leading this. Not huge on the scoreboard thus far. Expect that to improve as this ultra consistent swell continues to send opportunities to surfers. And all the while numbers remain low, it means that things are tight, and it's absolutely anyone's really. Look at the top scores from our surfers, not a lot to split them. And as we see, we talk about the cosmopolitan cast that we have here, but if you just look at the numbers, mind-boggling, really. Obviously, the biggest ever field, nearly 300, 297 athletes, but there's 61 national teams as well. And with the new nations involved that we've been mentioning, just an incredible story, surfing going from strength to strength.
Yeah, and below those, you can see that's all of our athletes area here in La Bocana. There's opportunity for the athletes to have ice baths, plenty of refreshments, board racks, and a bit of a shady space to spend time together. Now, looking at that stat on your screen, 127 women, 44% of the competitors are here, make up a total of those 297 athletes. So it's really great to see these surfing federations just equally pouring in at home to both their female and male athletes. So thank you to Fernando for all he has done for our sport and building up all disciplines, but of course here at the ISA World Surfing Games, making this his mission to make a better world through surfing.
And we're watching it all come together right now. A lot of organisation going into the build-up of these events as well, and you couldn't really do it without hosts as gracious as Surf City El Salvador and what they're able to provide in terms of the support on the grounds, on the shore. And on top of all that, of course, the key factor, having pumping waves throughout certainly doesn't hurt. And it is one of those weird sort of anomalies in a way in the surf where you don't really need to check the forecast too much. Like, oh, we surfing. Like, okay, Friday, what are we looking like? Are we on? We're on kind of here.
It's not about waves. Are we on? It's just about how big is it going to be? Are we talking about 2 times overhead or 4 times overhead? I've never seen it much smaller than that.
A little bit of a quiet one, this one, just in terms of numbers thus far. Let's see if our German, Dylan Groen, can do something about that. Quality wave. Jamming backhand, really nice combo, and that'll be a huge number for Dylan. Right on cue as well.
You can see on that opening maneuver that his fins releasing a little bit loose, similar to that one. He lost a bit of control, was able to regain that control on that opening maneuver to finish it in a stunningly phenomenal way. So clean. I'm looking forward to how the judges come in with that one. You could see he had so much poise and control with his read of that wave.
Yeah, they're not hanging about. Drop a 7 almost immediately for Dylan Groen. Big number for him. And it's fired up this heat, really. And he just hasn't had a connection up until that point, but he backed himself there to find a quality wave. And then when he did that, actually pretty tricky to get that 2-turn backhand combo in that tight space. I thought the last maneuver particularly dynamic, bit of risk as well. It wasn't one of those turns where you kind of just watch him go through the motions, like, you know, is he going to make this?
Yeah,
all of those kind of
absolutely.
questions coming in, a little bit of jeopardy, which is cool. And 7 points, good reward.
Yeah, he'll be really happy with that one. And like you said, he's chosen to be patient for the past, 6 minutes or so to really find that wave that he was looking for. And that takes confidence to back yourself when that wave comes, that you'll be able to perform on it in order to get the score that you're looking for, and solidifying himself. Let's take a look at this replay. This opening maneuver looking nice and zesty. And it's the final maneuver where he got all of those points from. Lots of spray at the start here. And it's, he doesn't go, you can watch on that replay, he doesn't go all the way to the bottom of the wave. He reads it really well, so that way he can time it perfectly, get to the top of the wave in perfect timing, and come down with speed, power, and control. Well surfed by Dylan.
Really nice, incisive wrapping turn from Pereira. And just engaging that rail and slicing up the wave. So the right's just turning on the last couple of heats. His previous right hand got himself a 3-3-3. Let's see if he can improve there. But feeling a bit more shape to the right, and feeling he wants to look at the wall while he's surfing.
Just not a breath of wind all morning has there been, and it's still just looking so clean and nice for our surfers, so dreamy. It is so hot when you're standing on the beach here, all the teammates watching, and so I know it's a relief when the athletes can finally put that jersey on and go jump in the water. Otherwise, you're just doing your rounds in the ice baths.
Plenty of energy from this while it will just keep pulsing here from above. You can get a good idea of the interval, just how consistent it is. You look out the back, 4, 5, 6 waves just waiting. You're in the lineup, you've got priorities. Okay, which one do I want? Where's the shape? What's the number that I need? How does that number translate to these waves? Needing a number and with priority. This Pichardo at the moment, that's not a big score, but with 2 minutes on the clock, Rachel, you need a 3.06. I guess midway through the heat earlier on, you're just trying to surf up through the scale. But right now, you're really starting to think about that 3 and surfing towards that number.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of do lower your standards for that type of wave that you're looking for. Usually, if you need a score below a 3.5 or below a 4, you're still trying to surf above that score. You're trying to find something that's going to sit solidly in your score line. But at this point now, you're just trying to find a wave that will give you at least that exact number. Anything that will give you the opportunity to stand up and do something to wow the judges enough.
Nervous moments these, a little lull. You can feel that tension from the likes of Pichardo and also Pereira, who this previous wave, that right-hander that he sliced up, didn't get the improvement. So he's still in an advancing position in terms of avoiding repechage, but he's still pretty vulnerable. 3.06. Pichardo's already gone better than that. He did it with his very first wave of the heat for him. And right now, he's having to be patient. He's looking out towards that horizon. Is he seeing much?
I don't know. We'll see where the surfers are positioned in accordance to this wave here. Starting to roll in. No one being on it at the moment, and time's ticking down. So, we know we have blue praying that no more waves come, and green praying that one more opportunity comes. But with 25 seconds remaining, it's looking like we're not going to see it.
Pichardo with the priority, just needs to get on something right now, if possible. Look for that 306. Will the ocean cooperate for him? We're having a look at Pereira, looking to try and defend his second place position. Another right for him. It's a meaty one. He's sort of behind the section. That's why he's patient early on. And then he'll do just some sort of cruisy type of surfing. Not really going on the attack. Not sure he'll actually need to. It looks like Pichardo is still in the lineup, so he wasn't able to ride a wave. And we'll just keep going with the action here. Competitors preparing, watching on there, enjoying the show, as are we. Hope you are too. Ice creams down on the boardwalk too. More live action right after the break.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch, and we're straight into it. 18 minutes, 40 seconds left. Sam Peter representing Team France, ripping down the line on his opening ride and gets the good, solid finish. What a way to start for Sam Peter. Oh, excuse me. Jorge Esteban Vasquez. Feels like we're just on a freight train. We're just rolling down the line. That was our representative from Guatemala, getting that strong start. Jorge Esteban Vasquez, he'll be going up against France's Sam Peter, and representing Nicaragua, Steven Castillo.
And nothing better than an early start, a quick start. That's the goal of everybody, but not everyone gets to do it. The young Guatemalan out of the blocks early. And the thing that I noticed in the break, Chris, is it looks considerably smaller than what it looks in real life here on the screen, isn't it? You go out and there's some good size 6 to 10 foot faces most probably out there on the big sets. Beautiful walls, super glassy. You can see a little ruffle of sea breeze. That might even make it better, so you've got lips to hit, but great conditions for day one and a forecast that looks like every day is going to be good.
It's always good down here in El Salvador. I mean, we've gotten used to it.
How many trips have you done here now?
Oh, probably a dozen.
A dozen? Oh my goodness, I'm only
I've never seen it flat.
And that's what everybody says. Here is a young Guatemalan, Jorge, cutting back into the section. Nice layback snap on the inside. Goofy foot action there, ripped it all the way through to the inside. 4.33 from the judges, so not a bad start. That'll take the nerves away.
Yeah, I've seen a handful of waves of that high 7 range. Surfs are creeping towards excellence. Scale is 1 through 10. As per usual, we have elite level judges here on Podium 1, La Bocana, and down on Podium 2, El Sunzal.
A right point at El Sunzal that we referred to as perhaps one of the most tiring competitive waves. Because in competitive surfing, it's not like free surfing where you can just cruise through the flatter bits, wait for it to stand up, then do things. You need to be full energy all the time. Keep the judges engaged by, using your energy, your enthusiasm, your passion, make them feel it and keep them engaged the whole length of the ride. And it's a super long wave that has some very sort of flat sections in it that take so much energy to stay alive. So it's one of the most tiring waves I've ever free surfed. I can't imagine surfing a heat out there.
Yeah, maybe not quite the punch of Sunset Beach, but there are similarities.
And that's one of the things when I very first came. I think this is trip 3 to El Salvador for me, and people talked about the Hawaiian-like power, and I remember the very first duck dive I did, because in my mind, I'd come from Hawaii, I was thinking, hey,
I got this.
Yeah, Hawaii-like power, sure. Duck dived that first wave, and it just threw me around all over the place. I went, okay, I get it.
I underestimated a little bit yesterday and got destroyed all the way to the beach.
A lot of swell yesterday, a few feet bigger yesterday, huh?
No doubt, and that will be coming towards the end of the week as well. 15 minutes left. Jorge Esteban Vasquez representing Guatemala in the lead for now. Sam Pitzer, the skid, is 22 years old from Seignos, France, and his resume is stellar. European Junior Champion, winner of the Quicksilver Junior Pro in Hossegor, French Open winner, Lacanau Pro winner, QS 2000. So he's done a lot already, and now he's rising through the ranks. It's great to see. I mean, if you get tapped to be on Team France in the ISA World Surfing Games, you're real good. Because we know how good Team France has been historically.
Here he is.
Yeah, just say his name, and he will stand up and rip this wave down the line. So 2 nice, solid turns. Good mix of goofies and regulars throughout this competition so far as well. Unfortunately, that wave for Sam did not finish as clean as I'm sure he wanted to, but he will get credit for those opening 2 wraps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was unfortunate that he didn't complete the ride. Still, good signs early. Look at these glassy conditions. About as perfect as conditions could be.
So as this set comes through and kind of just steamrolls through the competitors, we're going to go down to the boardwalk. We've got True Starling standing by, the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, Chris. Dylan, a huge heat win then, a 7 and a 4 to start off your campaign in the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of nervousness when I first went out, first heat jitters, but luckily I got it done and also got a 7 in that heat, so yeah, stoked.
First heat jitters, everyone kind of feels that, especially with the first day of the event. There's a lot of heats to get through. How did you kind of control those nerves?
So I do some different things, but it's really hard to get fully rid of them, but I try to distract myself, and I also have my coach Martin here. He just gets me working out almost just to completely forget about everything else, and I think that sort of gets me in the zone and sort of forgets about the whole competition and everything.
Yeah, fired up and in the zone is exactly where you need to be, and it paid off as well. You got a 13th in the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games as well. Moving into this event, you're hoping to kind of build on that result?
Yeah, definitely trying to build on that result. We've been here often already, trained here a lot, so I feel very comfortable with this wave, and I feel like all the hard work is going to pay off at some point, and hopefully it's this event, and yeah, we'll see.
German national champion as well is pretty huge. Talk to me about the preparation you kind of had leading into this event and how those, incredible results give you extra confidence.
Yeah, it's the results give you so much confidence. Of course, some results don't go well, and then you have to build up the confidence again. So I was also injured the whole of last year, so I had to build up my competition, basically prep again, and the start of this year wasn't the best, but I'm looking forward to this event, and it was a great start, so hopefully it continues like that.
Yeah, well, we're happy to see you back in the Rashi, injury-free and happy and healthy, so congratulations on that heat win, Dylan.
Thank you so much.
Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone at home watching?
Danke an alle Zuschauer, wollte nur sagen, das war das erste Heat, erste Runde, hoffe es geht so weiter und viel Glück zu meinen Teamkollegen, die jetzt in Podium 2 surfen.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, True, and congratulations, Dylan Groen. That's a name we've seen in ISA competition for the past few years, rising through the ranks, and he will be a threat for the rest of this contest. We saw a quick exchange there Steven Castillo, representing Nicaragua, got involved. Surfer in red, Sam Peter, got his second wave. So Jorge, at the moment, in the lead. 693 total. We'll see if those last two waves change anything up here, Barton.
Well, it's a battle of the goofy footers. All three surfers in this heat are goofy footers. Representing Costa Rica, you see Dashan there, loosening up those hips. Take it from an old bloke who's had 2 hip replacements. Keep doing those exercises, mate.
Yeah, you know, Kelly Slater, I think, was one of the first people to just come out and say, look, a lot of this is in the hips. If you got loose hips, you're going to be surfing at your top level.
You're a chance.
10 minutes left here. Round 1, heat 13. Probably going to be going all the way through till just around 3:30 today. And that's great because the waves are firing. Sheet glass, well, we have about 12 set waves rolling through the lineup right now, and this is not a rare thing. This is all heat long for these surfers. Highest single wave score so far in this heat of 4.33. And these surfers are, you know, they're, in some cases, I think, too much. There's so many waves coming through. There's so many decisions you have to make, and you're paddling around this vast playing field. It's hard, I think, you know, you have something in your mind as you're paddling out to this lineup as to what you're going to do. But once you get out there, you're truly on your own, and you're far out there. I mean, this is by no means a beach break. This is a open ocean wave, hundreds of yards off the rocks. And time goes by quick when you're doing this much paddling.
So Sam Peter there trying to position himself, get an opportunity. Bit of a closeout one, that one. Yeah.
Just when you think you're in the right spot, that happens.
Lots of waves in the sets when they come. Surfers looking here. Oh.
Looks like Castillo involved in this one. So this surfer from Nicaragua up and out. Steven Castillo, 19 years old. He's your Nicaraguan junior national champion. He's a skater, surfer from Playa Chucalit. And it's going to be Peter now, representing that powerhouse Team France. There is almost one of the best turns we've seen of the day. That was drifting in a Lamborghini, but he just couldn't quite come down.
The judges love to see that too. That sets an expectation in their mind, like, well, this kid's got it. Let's see him do more. That was such an aggressive approach. Pull that and it was going to be a massive score. Even with the fall, though, I still like the intention.
Well, it'll be a good frame grab.
Oh, yeah, it should be a
It's up to you if you want to post that or not. I wouldn't go hard post. Maybe story. 7:45 to go. Jorge Esteban Vasquez still in the lead. Peter, that would have been a complete heat explosion if he made that turn. He's gonna look back on that and go, you know what? I fell, but I got a lot more heats to come, so
right.
I'm going to show them that turn.
Yeah, that's what you need to do, is you need to set up that expectation around your performance. Like we were talking about Dane Henry just before the Australian, one of the best aerialists. I can't wait to see him surf. He doesn't surf till tomorrow, but I'm already excited about that. And now I'm excited to see Sam Peter ride another wave, give himself another chance to show us what he's got. Here's the replay. Nice big face, drops down. Kind of double overhead there, and here's that turn, snaps it in the pocket, caught the rail for a sec, and then pulled it out, and it looked like he had it, but that nose just came back a little too far towards the pocket, caught the rail.
That was looking like a Yago Dora style turn right there.
That was as good as anybody turned right there. That was beautiful. Here he is paddling again.
Give us that one again. Let's get a rebate on that turn from Sam Peter.
It was so close to a completion, but shows the potential.
And we have, utilizing his priority spot, Jorge Esteban Vasquez, Guatemala represent. I like that airbrush too. He's got the flag on his board. Coming around the corner here. A little bit of trouble. Negotiating. The bump's coming up the face of the wave. Now he's back on track. This is like whitewater rafting on this inside section. Goes down in the end, but watch out. Castillo.
Woo.
Overcooks that turn. He goes down. Now we see Sam Peter. Let's hope we get a revenge turn. There we go.
Revenge enough, if you ask me. Beautiful surfing. Stephen Castillo's turn out of the top two. Unfortunately, he didn't make that. That was vertical and tight. And it's a heat where those, and although Jorge got that wave all the way through, it was awkward. He never really found his flow. Board looked a little short, perhaps, and was kind of skipping underneath him, didn't allow him to drive his turns.
The wave was kind of fighting against him, right?
At the same time, yeah, there was all these things making it such a difficult ride. So he got a really, got a 2.23 for it, rode it all that way. So that kind of speaks to the difficulties we saw there. And maybe at some point you've got to recognise that, hey, the length isn't important. It's already kind of a throwaway. Let me just cut it out. I've only got 5 minutes left. Let's get back out the back and find a better wave, because the scores are indicative. A lot of the times you can surf a wave up through your performance, but more often than not, the score is what the wave delivers you. And the better the wave, the better the score.
They're inside of 5 minutes now. Score comes through for Sam Peter, 4.67, so he jumps into the lead.
Yep.
Kind of expected that. So he got that revenge turn. I'm really liking this kid's style.
And if that was a 4.67, the turn before it had 7, had potential of 7 as well. But he's in the lead, so it doesn't matter. The focus now is improving on that 3.77 and extending the lead. Priority, Stephen Castillo,
and
Nicaragua.
Barton, obviously you've competed at the highest of high levels and achieved the ultimate success. You've also coached. What are you telling these surfers before they go out into this vast lineup?
I mean, I think in a lot of ways knowing what you want, and it's a lot of the time I'll say you've got to adapt to the moments. We see Stephen here, no wall on that, uses his priority with 3 minutes and 45. That's a mistake, especially when you're sitting in third place. That was the time to use that first priority, get a score of consequence. Needed a 4.21 to go into advancement. So still got time. He's nearly out the back again, so there's still a lot of time. So ordinarily I like to sort of, nobody knows what the ocean's going to do next. Not a coach, not a surfer. The best person to make those decisions in that moment's the surfer out in the ocean himself, and so you kind of try and empower the team member, the surfer, to trust themselves, put themselves in the right place at the right time. But with this particular wave and venue, I feel like there's so many places you can get them from that identifying and knowing the ones that you want and where you sit as your primary spot is kind of really good for clarity. And once you know that and you hunt them down, then you can move from there. But if you don't have something as your primary spot in mind, you could get lost really easily.
Yeah, and we've seen that already multiple times today. Surfers not catching their first wave till 10, 12 minutes in. And that just tells us that it looks vastly different once you get out into the lineup.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. These are ants right here. They're so far out there. But the good news is there's plenty of opportunity, maybe in some cases more opportunity than you want, because you're never going to just be sitting there waiting for the next wave to come through. I don't think we've seen anybody sit up on their board yet. It's all paddling, it's all positioning, trying to stay in the zone. Yeah, some of these surfers are probably dodging a couple of these sets, and why wouldn't you? It's pumping out there. And just on the edge. A beautiful left, well, kind of a menacing left-hander right there. So Sam Peter had to just duck down. I don't think he had a paddle into that wave, so he'll keep that top priority. Inside of 2 minutes now. Priority is 1, 2, 3 with Sam in the top spot, Jorge second, Castillo third.
And see, Sam Castillo is sitting inside the surfer in second priority and in second place. I'd be moving away from that surfer with second priority who's in front of me. I'd be on the hunt, and look, you can see the positioning right there. Blue's gone, actually, I better get close to Stephen Castillo from Nicaragua, because he only needs a 4.2. Both the surfers in advancing positions have the priority over he, so at this point in time they should be able to shut things down quite easily with good positioning and good use of that priority.
Okay, this wave kind of baits you towards the middle section a lot. And then when you get in there, set rolls through.
Yeah, and you duck dive.
Yeah.
You can see the Guatemalan tagging.
Yeah, that's smart
Nicaragua.
surfing.
Yeah.
And with 50 seconds left, I mean, you can play this game all for the rest of this heat, no problem.
Well, maybe not with the consistency of
Well,
this ocean. This is most probably the
I could be
hardest
taking
place.
that back here in a second, but
You can see both first and second on his inside. He's going to get a chance. No, he's not.
so here we go. Current leader, Sam Pitzer, representing Team France, comes around. Beautiful carve there. Blows the fins again. I like that he's pushing it.
Me
He's
too.
got a lead. I don't think he has much to worry about, just with 15 seconds left.
And within this pressure cooker of a team competition, as well as an individual component, you need to push it early and get comfortable pushing it, because at a point later on in the event, I guarantee you in another heat at some point in time, we see him make that maneuver.
A defensive wave. That's going to be a solid score if he can hang on. Nice turn there under duress. Jorge Esteban Vasquez. Oh, yeah. That wave had everything. Great story there. Beautiful carve to start. And just gets up and under a menacing chunk of wall straight to his face. But you got to love that effort there from the surfer representing Guatemala, Jorge Esteban Vasquez.
Guaranteed, there it is, improves on the 2.6, gets a 3.97. Threw himself at that last section.
And a great finish, right? We saw him with priority, defending his spot in the lineup and then activating at the right time, his best wave of the heat.
And both he and Red holding on. Steven Castillo, he showed potential, just needs to get the completions.
So it feels like our 1 and 2 are locked in, and third place surfer will be heading to the repechage. We got a lot more action coming up. Another international superheat coming right up after these brief messages. Let's take one more look at this beautiful opening snap from your surfer in blue, Jorge Esteban Vasquez. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We've got a heat in the lineup that truly illustrates the ethos of the International Surfing Association, Costa Rica, Netherlands, Slovakia, and Senegal. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. Barton, any other event in the world that you're going to see a lineup like this?
No other event in the world.
Well, our surfer
Europe.
from Slovakia, Marek Slavik, 27 years old, born in Playa Madeiras. He says he is a digital nomad traveling the world. His home country is Slovakia, but spends a lot of time in Nicaragua. Started surfing 3 years ago, so this is going to be fun to see. I mean, he set out on what sounds like a globe-trotting journey to learn to surf, and I'm excited to see his skill set as it's been developing. I know he's been in ISA competition before, so I'm sure his time in Nicaragua is going to help prepare him for waves like this. Similar water temp, similar feel, similar atmosphere, similar power in the lineup, but he's got his hand full because we've got Ismaila Sam representing Team Senegal.
Oh!
Why not go for it?
Yeah, again, we love that. We love to see that intention. You can play it safe in advance, but at the same time, if you're trying to evolve yourself and grow your position in things, you need to have a dig, and we saw that on that opening ride. Ismaila. Senegal, so Africa, Europe, Central America, all out there together. Sharing in the stoke of surfing and the ISA World Surfing Games.
Okay, your current leader, Ismaila Sam, 22 years old from Dakar. He got into surfing thanks to his big brother, Darne, when he was 10 years old. Since then, he never stopped. Surfing is his passion. And both his brothers surf. His dream is to be the Senegalese, or he already achieved that dream, to be the Senegalese champion in 2022. And now he has his sights set on ISA Gold. And every day, he's going to be at the Malika Surf Camp. And he wants to thank that family for their support, getting him around the world and back. And Senegal, always one of our favorite teams. They come through with so much spirit, so much joy and passion for surfing. Love what they bring to this event. Oliver Zietz now, his backhand representing the Netherlands, hammering this wave through this midsection. Oh! Tussles with the end section, goes down. There's another look at Ismaila. So correcting the previous mistake, not bad. I like that decision to just turn and burn quickly, get a score of note on the board, and then get your campaign going.
Yeah, you need to, especially in the opening round. You sit there for 10 minutes and the pressure and the nerves start to build, and you can feel the coaches and the team members, and you start to hear whistles and directions being thrown, and confusion starts to enter. So the sooner you're up and riding, the sooner that feeling of stoke comes in, and everything's easier from that moment on. Oliver Zietz from Hawaii, lives on Kauai, and be no stranger to this power. We saw that on that opening ride. Fantastic wave selection.
Yeah, his mom's Dutch, so he has dual citizenship. His sister Zoe Zietz is also surfing in this event. And how cool would that be, you know? Traveling over here, surf with your sister, surfing for Team Netherlands that has a really strong contingent yet again this year. And I mean, pretty clear to see why Oliver was tapped to be on that team. He is a ripper.
Yeah, 2 turns on the outside. Here's this straight on angle, drops down. Look how perfect this wave is, beautiful. Snap out of the top there, drives off the bottom again. Another snap. Sections come together. He hits it aggressively, flares the tail out just a tiny bit too much. Nose came around a little too much, stuck. And here's Darshan on the replay. Beautiful turn. Yeah, we haven't seen this one yet. Another snap there, back to the pocket, into the closeout section. Gets the completion. 3.77 from the judges. Representing Costa Rica, just up the road.
Now he comes from Jaco, Costa Rica, 22 years old. His favorite break is Playa Hermosa. And he's here to win this thing. And, of course, represent his country best he can in the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. Under Habes, no tango. He just surfs. He just wants to surf. So, again, you know, you think of this region, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, similar feel in the ocean. A lot of water will be moving around in a lot of these kind of marquee surf spots, especially Playa Hermosa, where Darshan cites as his favorite wave.
Right.
So the scores have come through for the first exchange there. You've got Oliver Zietz in the lead, the 4.33. Earned every bit of that score. Darshan Antiquera with a 3.77. Smila in third. And yet to see Marek. And yeah, there we go. Straight up and at it. So Marek Slavik representing Slovakia. Nicely done there. Just getting involved in this heat. He's going to have a front row seat to Sam. Pulls out of that wave. Didn't like the looks of the rest of that one, so pulls out, gets right back into the mix. Oliver Seats is out the back with priority.
Look at the conditions out there at the moment. The wind the last couple of days has already been up by this time of day, so fortunate, Sebastian Seats. Oliver Seats.
Well, that's his uncle, so
yeah,
fine.
exactly.
So around the corner, two whippy turns straight up into a third. And we can hear hoots and hollers coming from the beach. That's because Oliver just dropped a hammer. Didn't quite get the fourth finishing move, but those first three turns were searing.
It's interesting because normally when you get those first couple of turns in, the confidence is there and the back end just needs to be managed. Just overcooked it on a couple. Look at this one, straight on, beautiful first turn. His wave selection, he's getting 10 out of 10 for wave selection so far in this heat. Two beautiful waves. That's the third turn on the inside, gets around it, gets the fourth and just gave that a little bit too much. But he's on it when it comes to wave selection, that's for sure. Team Netherlands, one of the growing nations, getting better and better every year we see them. Strong coaching staff, great team spirit.
Darshan now back at it. Nice and powerful, perfectly placed turn right there to finish that wave. It's going to be a solid backup for both Oliver Seats and Darshan.
Yeah, it's going to be tough with the lead that they've created in the first half of the heat for Marek and Ismaila. But, yeah, as we've said, there's lots of opportunities and you don't need the most perfect ones. You need one big section and just hit that one big section and you could, you know, score as Oliver Seats just did, dropped to 6.5 for that last one, even with the incompletion at the end. So it shows the potential of that score.
So 9 minutes left. Oliver Seats is now way in the lead with a 6.5 and a 4.33. So as these surfers reset themselves back in the lineup, let's go down to the boardwalk where Rachel Tilley is standing by.
Thank you so much, guys. Sam, congratulations on your round one heat win. Talk to me about how you're feeling off of that. The conditions have been changing so much all morning. How did you go with that preparation and how did you feel in your heat?
Yeah, I was super excited going into my heat. I'm staying right in front of the waves, so I could see the waves pumping all morning, and I was super excited, overexcited maybe. I was looking to get big scores, didn't get that, but still stoked to make it through.
Well, you're recently off a big win in a QS back home. How does having a win like that improve your confidence coming into a world event like this?
Yeah, it's for sure a boost. Super motivated to help the team, and now I know I can do it, so I'm super excited for the rest of the comp.
Well, talking about your team, tell me about how you guys are coming along here together. How long have you guys been here in El Salvador training, and what does your camaraderie look like?
Yeah, I mean, we have the best spot. I think we're staying right in front of the waves, so we have a beautiful team, legends. We have 3 legend coach, Pauline, Jeremy and Johan, all world champs, so yeah, we're excited. Olympic champ captain of the team, so we have a pretty solid team and we're excited.
Yeah, talk to me about how that feels to have, you know, someone like Jeremy Flores on your team.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like I grew up watching these guys because I'm from Osogor and they've been surfing there all their lives, so super excited to have them in my corner, and they're helping me a lot, so I want to prove I can do it to them.
Well, it's been a great start so far. Congratulations on your heat win. Is there anything you'd like to say back to your friends and family at home?
Yes. Tous ceux qui me regardent à la maison, merci beaucoup, c'est super cool. C'est incroyable ici, il fait chaud, il y a des bonnes vagues, donc on est motivé pour la suite et voilà, crabbing.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Congrats, making through. Team France, always stacked with talent. Add Peter's name to that list. Meanwhile, in this heat, 6 minutes, 40 seconds left. Oliver Seitz sitting there with a 6.50 and a 4.33. He's had a heck of a year so far. Currently sitting at number 7 on the men's qualifying series. He has had some experience this year, 3 stops on the WSL Challenger Series. So this kid is prime time, ready to rip. He's showing us that right now. Pretty much dominating this heat, but Darshan is keeping him honest. He's got a 5.17 as his high mark. Here we go. Ismaila Sam. Beautiful wave right here. A left-hand wall. Drives it off the bottom. Straight back in the hook. Just rolled the dice right there, and the dice bit back.
Yeah, what a bummer. That was a beautiful turn on a beautiful wave. The first turn set it up nice. Here we go. Marek driving.
Highlight. I couldn't have said it any better myself, Barton.
Yeah, only surfing for 3 years.
Amazing. Back to Oliver now. Cranks it off the bottom. Bam! And straight over Niagara Falls. No one was making it out of that last turn. He just got, you could tell he got hung up for a split second and just chucked over towards the boulders.
He's had a great heat. He's really looked in control of the lineup, in control of his wave selection. All he needs to do is tidy up the back end of his rides, and he'll be in a position to threaten for the title in 9 days' time. It's a long time to keep peak performance. It's where the coaching staff and the physios and all of the people who are a part of the team come to play.
Darshan now. Beautiful deep bottom turn. Great combo there. Tussle that white water. There's a power section. He rides out clean.
He liked it, eh? He felt good about that one.
He could hear that from up here. And of course, Costa Rica crew, the Puerto Vida Nation, comes correct when it comes to fan base on the beach. And that's another element of the ISA World Surfing Games that is really fun to watch. The teams that have the most spirit. They're lining the rocks. And, oh, Marek there, Team Slovakia. I see their flag waving down the beach, too. They're representing.
When would you ever imagine that Slovakia would be here at the ISA World Surfing Games? It's just evidence of, the global spread. And I bet they're pushing for a wave pool in Slovakia as soon as possible to train up on.
I'll go.
I'll go.
I would love to. Again, follow them on Instagram. Make friends with them. Maybe get the invite.
That's right.
I don't know a lot of people who have been to Slovakia, so
no.
I would like to be the first one in my friend group. 3 minutes, 47 seconds left. Zeitz in the lead. Double digit, 10.83 total. Darshan is right there, though, with a 10.14 total, 5.17 and a 4.97. Well, the strength of power surfing. And Ismaila Sam has been right there.
Right there.
Couple falls, but some great waves that he's surfed. 2.53 to 2.33. And give it up for Marek Slavik. He's going for it. This guy's only been surfing for 3 years. He's out there absolutely charging.
Having a good time, sharing in these moments. And everybody has their own goals, don't they? Not everyone's here to win the gold in this event. This young man might be, though, the way he surfs. Darshan, Costa Rica, obviously Carlos Munoz, shown what that nation is capable of providing on the international stage. Beautiful wrap back to the pocket. Critical last turn, drives into the lip, snaps it, throws the spray, free falls down, stands tall. Call that the no claim claim. Look at that bottom turn. Puts that pressure on the back foot, rotates the body, looks back into the pocket. Classic forehand snap technique there.
The word timing is not in the judging criteria, but it is a crucial element of getting a good score. And this right here, this is expert timing. Off the bottom, he sees the lip, nails it.
Wow.
And then has to accelerate, make this little airdrop, and then fight to stay on his feet through that thunderous whitewater.
And that angle made it look even more critical and more vertical, showed the beauty of the bottom turn that set up the top turn.
Ismaila now. He could have a dream runner here, straight off the bottom. Carves it back. Representing Senegal, always one of the most spirited teams of our 61 nation contingent. Rides this one through the inside. Nicely surfed there for Ismaila Sam. Big slap at the end. I kind of was caught in the middle between slash and slap.
Well, he wasn't
I think either one of those was fitting.
Yeah, he wasn't confused at all.
That was one of the best finishers we've seen
Yeah.
in this heat.
And looking to improve on a 2.53, fair to say he's got to have done that. Make this a tighter heat, 1 minute. Will he get back out the back and get another ride? I feel like it's not going to achieve the 6.57, but he's going to, put himself where the ask is going to be considerably smaller than that.
And unofficially, I would think it takes a minute and a half, 2 minutes to get back outside, unless it's just the dream timing and one of these monster sets doesn't roll through as you're trying to paddle out. But it definitely is a long paddle back out to the takeoff zone after you ride these waves. Maybe not 2 minutes, maybe about a minute and a half, but still, you're going to be gassed after surfing for 20 minutes out here and just putting 100% of your energy and concentration into it.
In the midday heat of El Salvador.
30 seconds left.
3.57 was the last score. He already had that. The judges were quick to get that in. So still looking for that 6.57. 10 seconds paddling on the inside. Second place, just wants to surf. Kind of call that a victory lap in. And a good heat for Costa Rica.
Nice layback snaps, little statement turn to finish off his heat. So Darshan Antiquera, representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica, moves through in second. Oliver Zeitz, a convincing victory with a 6.5 and a 4.53. Let's take one more look at what Oliver Zeitz, representing the Netherlands, provided for us. Some highlights, no doubt. This is great surfing. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City, El Salvador. Waves are pumping. We've got another international affair in the lineup right now, starting with a surfer representing Morocco, Ragugi. Nicely done there on his backhand. And he's got surfers to deal with in this heat. Got surfers from all over the world in this one. Ido Hagag from Israel, Duane Ragawi from Morocco, Grayson Grant representing Sweden, and Mohammed Ghazi from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Looking at Mohammed's bio, very cool. He is an award-winning drone pilot, a cinematographer, entrepreneur. When F1, for example, comes through Saudi Arabia, he's one of the guys flying those drones, getting those incredible shots. And he also works for the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Tourism. Big things happening in Saudi Arabia. I've seen a wave pool project that they have there that is one of the biggest and potentially best wave pools to ever go in. It's part of the huge amusement park. It's being built right now in Saudi Arabia.
We'll have to go visit that as well.
Let's go. Put it on your list. 16:50 left here. Just a couple waves ridden already. Ito comes through the 2.2 to start. Redouane from Morocco. You know, the Moroccan surfers made some big names in that country. This is nice and clean looking in the lineup right now. Grayson Grant there, quick kick out. He is a certified Seaside Reef lot troll, but representing Sweden here, as he has done in the ISA World Juniors as well as the ISA World Surfing Games.
How's these waves pumping out there today? Every day. Tomorrow as well.
It's never going to get old to hear you say that, though. I don't think anybody's going to complain.
Feels good, man. Feels so good to know that you've got, you know, an ocean that can deliver opportunity to everyone. No one's been short on wave count. It's just the completions and the quality of the wave selection. Rights, lefts, clean, glassy, sometimes double overhead. 3.5 on the first of the Moroccan, so that's the first sort of score of consequence. And you can see some urgency. You got that as the very first wave of the heat. Both Israel and Morocco on 2 rides already. You can see there's an urgency for them to get surfing, to get catching, and the sooner you're doing, the sooner you're moving, you know, the pressure seems to dissolve into the background and not be so front of mind once you've had a few waves under your belt.
15 minutes left. Our surfers are searching for that perfect wave. While we wait for the next surfer to activate, let's go down to Rachel Tilley on the boardwalk.
Thank you so much, you guys. Congratulations, Oliver, on that last win. A great one. You're no stranger to powerful waves. Coming from the North Shore of Kauai, talk to me about how comfortable you would have been feeling out there at Labukana.
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable in these bigger conditions, especially on lefts. I love to really draw off the bottom turn and get really low backside. But I don't know, that heat I kind of had a shaky start. Like, it wasn't like the cleanest start, but you know, sometimes that happens and you just got to get the job done.
Well, it's about getting those first heat jitters out of the way, right? So talk to me about what goes through your mind when you're trying to recalibrate out there after having a shaky start and trying to figure out, you know, how to implement all the training that you've been doing to stay comfortable and confident to pull the heat around.
I think mainly it's just a lot of breathing, like really just like getting some deep breaths and thinking about it, but not overthinking, and just giving yourself opportunities to make that comeback.
Well, you also got to see your sister Zoe, who is competing on the team with you, win her first heat this morning at El Sunzal. How does that feel to be on the team with her, and for you guys now to be walking away from day one, both with heat wins?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Like, Zoe's super gnarly. I love her front side surfing at Sunzal. She's got this gnarly like Steph Gilmore carve, and to have her make the heat as well is so sick. I'm so stoked.
Well, it sounds like you guys are inspiring each other to be great surfers, so that's really fun to see and part of your team. Talk to me about your team in general. You are obviously coming from the North Shore, but representing the Netherlands. So how is it to be with the camaraderie of that team?
Yeah, it's really good. I have a lot of family back in the Netherlands, so I've been working on my Dutch. I'm not that great yet, but yeah, it's a good time always. They're always goofing around, and it's a good crew, yeah.
Well, a message back to them at all?
Oma and Minu, hello.
Well, very good. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your heat win, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
I like that. A little bit of Dutch, a little bit of a Dutch accented English. Hello.
Call it a little bit of Dutch.
So the Netherlands have brought a power-packed team, and that includes the young lady who holds, I would say, the honor of doing the greatest turn in ISA competition history, Tiara Vanderhulst. She did it right here at La Bocana on a 10-foot wave. We rode her off. We thought she was gone. She was exploded in the whitewater, and she came through clean. Near 10-point ride. So we're looking for big things for Team Netherlands. But back to the heat we have at hand. This is Grayson Grant from Encinitas, California, representing Team Sweden. Deep family ties to Sweden. And he surfs all over Encinitas, which I would say Encinitas is in a pretty big spotlight right now. We had a big win.
Yes.
The U.S. Open, Levi Slauson, and I know that Grayson surfs with Levi quite a bit at D Street and those spots around town. And yeah, that's another kind of way to just get some inspiration. When one of your friends does something huge like that, it can fire you up. As we see Grayson, he got the memo. This is a quick turnaround, got that previous wave, but right back out there to get his back up. So he's in the lead for now with a 4.67. Definitely just improved on a 0.50.
Absolutely. The 0.50 was a beautiful flying cutout too, and you could see the potential in his surfing just off that flying cutout to start. You're from Encinitas yourself. Obviously, Huntington Beach has a lot of reputation and history. Then you go to San Clemente as we see the replay. What about Encinitas, mate? There's a deep well of talent there that isn't quite so talked about.
I mean, I think in the past few years, it's flipped. You know, we are state champions for our local high school, San Diego Academy.
Yep.
Oak Crest Junior High School, state champions as well. Our board riders team is the current reigning champions.
What?
So we've got all those titles wrapped up. We are the U.S. Open champions.
There you go.
On behalf of Levi Slauson. And, you know, I think it's just there's so many good surfers existing already. You know, Rob Machado. I mean, I don't even like to start naming names because the list goes so deep. But then our kind of rising force of up-and-comers coming through is just incredible. And kind of all over town, it's like any beach you go to in Encinitas, you're going to see some kid out there doing a big backside 540 air. It's just like that's what's happening down there.
The froth is real. Oh, Morocco.
There we go. So points on the board for Redouane. And we got a huge announcement. 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships will go down in Oceanside, California, November 2nd through the 7th. So please put that on your calendar. And the ISA is going to run the paras as part of the objective to apply for the parasurfing inclusion in the Brisbane 2032 Paralympic Games. So it's levels, right? Stepping stones to get to where we want to be. But the Oceanside Paralympic Games is truly one of the greatest events in surfing, easily. I mean, you talk about storylines going into that event. It'll blow your mind to the level of surfing that we see. And that's kind of happening in front of our eyes right now as well. As we see Grayson Grant in the lead with a 4.67 and a 3. Redouane from Morocco comes through with a 3.5. I believe we're still waiting for a score from him. Ito with a 1.67 and a 0.80. A little bit of a slow start for now. Mohamed Ghazi yet to get involved there. You see him in the white jersey, so he's in third priority, so that tells us he has paddled for maybe a wave or two. Just hasn't really found that gem that he's wanted.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Again, another one of those countries that you wouldn't have imagined 20 years ago would be a part of surfing and surf culture. But here we are. Ito, Israel. Again, he's a much better surfer than these scores are indicating. A lot of throwaways, so maybe early nerves for the Israeli.
I mean, when you come down to this boardwalk and to El Sunzal over there, and you see 61 flags, it's this, you know, beautiful representation of the field we have. It would be hard not to get nervous, especially when your team's there looking at you like, all right, you're up. Don't let us down.
And I've been in that position. And I have let them down. And you know, I've done well at times and then let them down at other times. And it's emotional. It's a very emotional experience. And then you think of the coaching staff and their responsibilities and their reactions to things and how that impacts. And it's the whole thing becomes such a sensitive playing field that you really need to take into the consideration the personalities and the differences in each of the individuals and treat them all as individuals and try and get the best out of them. It's a complex thing that goes for 9 days.
Oh, yeah.
Up and down all over the place.
I have blown it so hard in Encinitas Board Riders competition that I didn't show my face in town for a week.
Yeah.
So I can imagine what the pressure is like when you're actually competing for your entire country.
I remember doing it and getting sin binned and stuck in the sin bin and sitting in this silly little sin bin that you had to stay in, and just all your teammates are going, "Oh, you idiot! What did you do?" And it comes with a lot of responsibility, and that's something that just is going to help these young people become great young humans.
Yeah, it keeps us humble. Failures.
Yes, no one gets by without them.
Well, 6 minutes, 30 seconds left. Morocco in the lead for now. That 8-3-3 total. Grayson Grant right there, just needing a pretty minimal score to put himself back into that top spot. He's got that 4-6-7. Here we see Ito now. Just look at this right-hander, a big menacing wall in front of him, straight up into the lip.
Oh!
I mean, that's a 10 for effort, but he just got just evaporated by that wave. I loved that intent to get up there, get the lip. Maybe he wasn't expecting to do an 8-foot straight drop off the lip into the flats.
That was incredible.
Spectacular. Maybe not in the way he wanted it to be, but what a wipeout.
And what a heat. Here, I can't wait to see it. Let's go through this one. Paddling right in the perfect place. Gets that little bit of a chip in from the white water. Jumps to the feet, and it's a beautiful looking wave. It starts to draw off the reef in front of him.
Oh, the build up.
It's double overhead down in here. Look at the size of this one.
No hesitation.
Pump. Here's the lip. Ambitious, to say the least. Up into the lip. Beautiful line. So close. Oh, I hope those ankles are okay. That was an amazing attempt.
If he was just leaning a little bit more forward, that board is done.
Yeah.
He got lucky right there in a lot of ways, but that was so cool.
That was so cool.
That's the most impactful 1.13.
Exactly.
That I've seen in a long time.
And it goes with his 1.67, 0.53, 0.8, and shows how he's approaching this heat. He's not sort of going, well, all I need is a couple of fives and I'm in the lead. He's actually going for 8s, 9s, 10s. That would have been a way excellent score if he'd made that.
Oh, yeah. I call that swinging for the fences. Yeah. Home runs or strikeouts.
Yeah, exactly.
So inside of 5 minutes now, another set rolling through. Looks like your surfer in that #1 priority position. Grayson Grant up and at it. Beautiful left-hander. And he's got to be feeling pretty at home here on its day. You know, we've seen Seaside Reef kind of looking like this. We saw it on the WSL World Junior Championships around this size. Grayson Grant, the local there, as well as D Street in Encinitas. So just one kind of high speed line turn. Not sure that's going to better that 3.
No.
But he was going so fast. I mean, again, speed control is paramount for success here. And that's a really underrated virtue of surfing. Is when you launch into one of these waves, you're going 100 miles per hour, how do you manage the speed? Because he's flying down the line here.
And you can see in that one, there was a little more of a conservative approach to that one. 2 big turns before it closed out. You can see the board kind of twitching underneath him because of the size and the volume in the power. Double overhead. You see the board bouncing there. Good angle, this one coming from behind. Makes things look that little bit more critical. A little off timing perhaps on that last turn, but again, looking to improve on the 3. Have to do that, you would think.
I like that kind of 2-stager there.
Yeah.
Vertical snap to a little float. And that one's just hang on, just right out. So nicely done there for Grayson.
4.6 from the judges?
Yeah, I kind of forgot about the second turn.
Yeah.
You put those together, and yeah, easily eclipsing that 3-point ride. But here we go. Ito sticking to these rights. 1 turn in the books.
Yeah.
Slams that oncoming section there. So a completion for Ito Hagag.
he needs to get another one quickly. He's got 2 minutes and 30, and we've seen the potential. He's got that really, he kind of looks stocky, and he can get really low and drive into turns, and it gets you excited before the turn even happens, because he's got that type of technique and approach. 4.6, looking for a 3.74. This heat is on with 2 minutes 20, and sometimes those rights, the paddle out's a little more obvious. It's not like you've got to go straight out through stuff. You kind of can paddle out on the line of the wave and perhaps pick one up as you're paddling back out.
Yeah, so 2 minutes left here. Grayson Grant in the lead, the 4.67 and a 4.6. Rejuana drops to second, the 4.83 and a 3.5. So Hagag now needing a 3.74.
And Mohamed Ghazi got a little lost out there, hasn't been able to find a wave yet. I mean, surprisingly, you only need an 8.33, so it's still doable on one wave. And you go, okay, a couple of fours and I'm good. So this heat really wide open. Whoa!
And that I've seen that happen so many times here, just because speed versus bounce,
bump lump,
it can be hard.
Yep. Yeah, that was disappointing in that second place too. Give away the priority for something that doesn't improve on what you've already scored. 3.74, the ask for Israel. Ido Hagag, and an incredible heat from him. Just charging into lips like a crazy man, just needs a completion. Look at this set approaching, non-stop waves. Makes our job easy, makes their job easy. Oh, Mohammed tried a super late takeoff there.
Going for it.
This wave is
funneling down the line. It's going to be Grayson Grant. Big cutty section here. Nice two-stager. Great style.
Yeah.
Really like how Grayson surfs. He's got a high-speed inside section, goes for the big blaster.
Where is Ido Hagag in this lineup? He'd have to be back out the back.
That's got to be the question right now.
20 seconds. Will he get another chance? 3.74. With the surfing performance he has, he could easily get that score. 10 seconds.
Scanning the horizon for a red jersey. Nowhere to be seen for now, and that's going to be it. The situation is going to stand. Grayson Grant hangs on to that lead, presenting Sweden. Rejuane comes through in second place. Third and fourth place surfers head to the repechage round. We've got plenty more action to come. Coming up next, don't go anywhere, we got Federico Moraes hitting this lineup. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action from the ISA World Surfing Games.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. Picking up live action, kick-ass Moraes out of Portugal. Powerhouse, hammers on the backhand for Fred. Then he connects with the energy out here at La Bacana. There's plenty of it. Doesn't waste any time getting involved. As we'll set up his heat. Number 16, Fred Moraes taking on Wu Shidong of China, Felix Golden of Norway. I'm Paul Evans. Very happy to say I'm joined by True Starling. How are you going? Did you enjoy yourself out about down there?
It was exciting to be there, talking to everyone and feeling the energy. I mean, all of the teams are down there and everyone is, I don't know, supporting. There's a lot of vibes. Everyone's whistling and cheering, and then you feel the losses as well. You can literally just taste it all. It's crazy.
Surfers get to watch their own replays as well. That's pretty cool. Let's stick with live right now and have a look at Felix Golden out of Norway. Good entry into that wave. Realised he wasn't going to get around the section. It's still solid.
Yeah, there's a lot of power out there as well, talking to a lot of the surfers and kind of trying to understand the lineup and where everyone's sitting and the best waves to catch. And they're saying like it's really fun and there's some incredible waves. I mean, this one of Frederico was absolutely insane. I mean, these big power belts, just precision surfing from him, and I guess that's really what we're so used to seeing and what it was expected for him to start off this heat, and those two huge backhand snaps were crazy to start, and power meets power right there out now at Labocanas.
Fred dealt with some injuries earlier on at the beginning of the year, and he looks like he's back to full form. I had a very quick word with him out in the lineup at Sun Zhao a couple of days ago. He said he's feeling really good. They've got a strong squad over here as well, Portugal. Some real talent with his experience, mixed in with some of that newer energy, like Guilherme Ribeiro, just won a QS event in Pantin, on a big swell. Afonso Antunes as well, who's been on a real come-up last couple of seasons. Of course, the likes of Yolanda Hopkins, Teresa Bonvalo, Mafalda Lope, so an amazing Portuguese squad. And I guess the sort of unofficial captain would be Fred Moraes with all of his experience, and a pretty good person to look to in terms of just sort of putting all those different surfers together in a team.
Oh, how is that team? I mean, the names you're rattling off there is, yeah, wow, that's a strong team for Portugal. I mean, Yolanda, she is just such a powerhouse as well. She's a full bulldog, just ready to kind of attack everything when it's there. And yeah, seeing her in the Challenger Series events as well, she's just a force to be reckoned with. It's crazy. So to have such a incredible team for Portugal, it's an exciting way to start off their campaign, in a 667 for Frederico. I mean, yeah, it's just power surfing out there, as I was saying before. It's pretty punchy. There's a lot going on. We've seen leashes being broken today. Boards have been snapped. People have lost fins as well. So there's lots going on. A lot of drama out in the lineup.
Yeah, real power to this swell. The long period. And waves out here, never really a problem in terms of having swell, but a little extra in this one that we're experiencing at the moment. It's great to see from the get-go. Just setting the marker in competition. And we're looking at, what, including finals, it'll be 8 days of competition here. So in terms of getting that first day kind of kicked off, obviously you want to get the win and all that, but obviously as well, you're going to need a lot of stamina, right? You're going to be surfing a lot of heats if you're going to go all the way. As a surfer like Fred, who be backing himself to go deep into the event, be trying to manage that throughout the week, and you've got to deal with the heat as well and all of those sort of factors. And then that squad energy, which is a whole different thing that maybe our surfers aren't as used to.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to have so many different surfers and heats, and there's so much going on. And the women as well, they're over at Elson's out.
Yeah, so we will have a camera on that as well. You can click on the ISA website and just enjoy the action that's going on. Women's opening round is live right now at Elson's out. Different kind of wave, and just how close that is. Just testament to how diverse this surfscape is here in Surf City, El Salvador. So that's a powerful kind of deep water right-hander that runs all the way along that point. You can see there. So multiple turns all the way through to the inside if surfers decide to connect.
Yeah, there's so much opportunity out there as well. You know, we've got the right at Elson's Hour. We're seeing the women. This left here, there is a couple of good rights as well that are coming through. We've seen a few capitalized today. But even speaking with Morgan Siblick a little bit earlier, I was, you know, saying they've got a great team, just like Portugal. But yeah, as we were saying, so many factors leading into these events with the heat, the amount of teams that you need to watch as well, like the surfers in the team. You got to be down here for them and helping with those vibes.
Let's go check in with a fresh heat winner. Grayson Grant is with Rachel.
Thank you so much, guys. Grayson, congratulations on your round 1 heat win. You know, a lot of us in the booth are, as we've been talking about this wave, we talk a lot about it looking very similar to lowers, but it is a kind of a more powerful version of lowers. You're coming from Encinitas, homegrown from Encinitas. How would you compare this wave to that?
Honestly, I wouldn't compare this wave too much. This wave's got a lot of power, and it's honestly a lot taller. So, yeah, it was fun.
How has your training been for this? How's your team? Have you guys arrived early? How have you been feeling down here in El Salvador?
I've been feeling good. We got here like 2 days early. So, yeah, we're a small team, me, Keon, and Milo. So, yeah, we're just here to make some noise and, yeah, tear it up.
Yeah, well, what a great start having a heat win for round 1. Talk to me about how you felt throughout that heat.
It was actually a really close heat, so kind of nervous, but the waves are firing, but it's also like kind of tricky, so it's a little tough, and yeah, like used a lot of energy, so I'm like, my body's super hot right now, so yeah, I need to cool down and relax.
Yeah, that proves to be a big challenge here in El Salvador with the hot water and the hot air. You know, talk to me about how your team, like you said, it's a small one. How are you guys faring as you're traveling here all together?
We're doing good. We're all from different parts of the world, so it's good to come together for this event and hang out. You know, I rarely see these guys, so it's nice just to have fun, hang out, surf, and then, yeah, make some heats and have some fun.
Well, perfect. Congratulations on your first heat win. Hopefully to see many more to come.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Picking up live action here. Wu Shidong. Great looking wave. Nice style. Good tenacity. Just tearing into it. Snaps in the pocket, laying it back, making it look cool. Really enjoyed that strong opener for him. And an interesting point there from Grayson. So we expect like people to go, you know, all the way for medals have to come from a big team, an established surfer nation that's got like the full complement, men's and women's. But actually being part of a small squad, maybe there's something in that as well. Can be a bit knackering hanging out with a huge crew. Every time you get a dinner, it's like a massive performance table for 15, whatever. It's good to be a little compact unit.
Oh,
elite.
Yeah. Absolutely, especially with the names that he was just dropping there with Kian Martin and Milo. I mean, that's a strong team for Sweden. We saw Kian a little bit earlier today. He got second in his heat, so 2 from 3 so far for Team Sweden. And yeah, I mean, it is hard when you're traveling in a big group. You always got to be on. You need to be ready, and you got to bring those vibes and keep that energy high. And sometimes it can be really draining, especially when you're throwing in how hot it is down here, how many heats you need to be watching, maybe the amount of time that you're surfing. I know that Team Costa Rica, they're only doing like one or two 1 hour surfs throughout the day because they're like, you can only surf for an hour, otherwise you're done. It's too tiring. So, yeah, keeping up those energy levels is important.
All right, you can see Frederica Moraes getting back into the lineup only just now. So he got that wave pretty much from the get-go on the horn in this heat. And if you're wondering, well, why is it taking him so long? His paddling hasn't slowed down. Broken leash down there on the inside. So had to get that figured out.
La Bocana just gets, well, what, that's like 4 from 0. The ocean just causing a little bit of havoc out there for the surfers.
And most of these surfers, they'll be on their performance equipment, their regular shortboards. Like the leash will be very lightweight indeed, and all of that power in there. A couple of them have fallen victim this morning.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's never nice to be out in the surf and then have your first wave, your leash breaks, and then you're having to swim in. That's an extra bit of energy that you're exerting, and it's tough out there to, you know, keep cool, keep calm. So for Federico, you know, he's a very well-versed and experienced competitor. So I'm sure he knows what he needs to be doing to kind of maintain that lead. He still has that 667 from that power surfing, but woo, that last one, the 467, was absolutely insane. I loved that rail game and that, you know, lethal commitment from him. It was exciting to watch.
Yeah, the surfing program that's been going on in China for a number of years now, starting to pay dividends with athletes like Wu Shidong, just on those crews and those squads. True. What about the Aussies? What's going on with them? How confident would they be on a scale of sort of 1 to very, very confident about going all the way here? Because Brazil, the reigning champions,
Yes.
Australia, perennial kind of favourites for the team gold.
Yeah.
How are they feeling at the moment?
I think they're feeling good. They have Adam Dufner in their corner. Duffy, who's a very experienced coach. He coaches Dane Henry, who took out gold in the 2024 ISA World Juniors and actually brought Australia to get the first gold for the juniors in many years. I think it was like 14 years or something crazy like that. So I think that gives a lot of confidence for the team here. And Dane is also representing Australia in this team for the ISA World Surfing Games. So that is pretty crazy. We've got Sally, who she's just, she's a very experienced competitor. She's won so many gold medals in these events as well. So I know that she's hungry for another one. And then a couple of newcomers, Ellie Harrison and Miller Brown for this event as well. Ellie and Miller are, they're forces to be reckoned with. I think all of the females in Team Oz will be surfing today over at El Sunsal.
Looking forward to see how they fare, as with many of our big standout surfing nations, as we enjoy a fun morning of competition. Getting, what are we? Just past midday, actually, 12:30 local time. It's pretty warm out there. But the key ingredient, of course, of waves, still very much available. That one wave to open up, Fred at the moment, the mark of quality in this. And suddenly, we've got 7 minutes left. He's just literally flown by.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's moments in these heats where it's so slow. I remember Morgan, speaking of Team Oz, Morg's only got to 767 with 2 minutes to go. The drama, and there's so much going on. You've got to be really in tune with the ocean. And for Felix Golden, a 1.5 and a 0.5. Unfortunately, that's not the best way he'd want to start the heat. He is also a film producer as well. He owns Golden Media. So to be kind of double dipping in the sense of, he's got a different background, which is, super cool for Felix. And then also representing Norway here at the ISA World Surfing Games is incredible.
He'll look to get this campaign fired up. He's already got the 1.5 in. He'll want to go a little better than that. It's a decent wave that he got, actually. It's kind of a bomb that he dropped into. Just couldn't get around the section. And he's had a little bit of time to think about that as well, this lull that we've had throughout the sort of mid part of this heat. Time will continue to tick away here. And we've got a couple more hours of competition before we wrap things up mid-afternoon. Having a look at our next trio. We'll see Douglas Silva, Brazil, Odin Villarreal, out of Ireland, Young out of Korea. Paddle out, they can go with 7 on the clock, they're allowed to paddle out. You want to be careful with that little rock dance down as well. You want to take your time there. Haste, not speed.
Yes, definitely. It's pretty tricky. There's some slippery moments out there. Manuel Selman was saying that, no matter how much foo wax he puts on his feet, he always seems to be just a little bit slippery because, there's some pretty sketchy moments on those rocks. But I'm looking forward to seeing the South Korean surfer out in the lineup. He was able to compete in the Shihun Korea Open not too long ago in that wave pool event as well, which was really cool to see.
Were you over there for that?
I was, yes.
Was it freezing cold? No, it was a bit warmer than last time.
It was hot.
Okay.
Yeah, like this. Really, really
Wow.
hot. Yeah, so we were peak summer when we were there, and we got obviously waves on tap. It was pretty exciting to watch. And we also had the difference of being able to surf some of the heats on the right as well for the first day or two. But yeah, luckily it wasn't freezing cold this year, which I was really thankful for.
What about the food scene?
Food scene?
Kimchi, strong?
Yeah, some pretty good kimchi. The Korean barbecue for all those meat eaters, they would have been on point out there for sure.
Not a bad spot over here at Surf City as well to cruise along the front here. Loads of cool places to get dinner, watch the waves, and just enjoy a real international feel, of course, particularly at the moment with our 61 nations here, but really any time of year away from competition here, attracting surfers from all over the world, some to come and live over here. And you can see exactly why as you look into the green hinterland there. Beautiful vistas as you go to this volcanic landscape. Waterfalls up in there, all sorts of cool nature trails and things to do. Main attraction for us today is down at the water's edge at the moment as we check out Portugal. Chilling with, that's the Angola team there with as well. There's Yolanda Hopkins, Guy Ribeiro. The Angolan's brand new here.
It's pretty cool to see them here. First time for them, and I think, have they had any surfers in heats yet?
Yeah.
Yep, they have.
Yeah, last rotation I was doing with Rachel, we got 3rd place.
Yep.
Yeah, so if we got like one good score, couldn't quite get the back up. But impressive, good style, land of amazing left-handers. What we've been watching today. We're watching Fred Moraes right now, a veteran out of Portugal, who's got a glittering career behind him on the championship tour. He's won a load of events at various levels. He loves representing this country, just trying to get a backup locked in there. Not a lot of excitement on that way, a bit of a slopey one, went into a hole.
Yeah, I don't mind the approach though, Paul. I mean, with 3 minutes to go, he only had that one score of that 667. So I'm really liking how he kind of just rolled the dice on a mid-size one. It was a little bit, yeah, as you said, a little bit fatter. There wasn't that critical section, but I really liked how he was like, you know what, I'm just going to go this, get that backup score, try to solidify 1st place, and then make it a battle for 2nd.
Just over 2.5. Couple of lines starting to stand up. Priority is with us. Surf out of China, who's done pretty well with this one wave he's ridden. It was a left with multiple sort of aggressive pocket maneuvers. Will he get close to this wave? He's going to try and get there. He'll get himself in a position to go. And here goes Wu Shidong. Little pump from mid-face. Patient. Off the bottom. Nice and crisp. Good wrap. Doesn't try and do too much, crucially, which means he'll flow into this section. And again, he's in that tail, just adjusting the line. A little look at the timepiece as well. It's going to be a really useful wave for him. All the while, you just got one. You're a bit vulnerable. That's going to feel better for him.
Oh, that was a really, really well-surfed wave. I mean, Wu, he is from Hainan, so it is a left as well. There's a couple of good beaches along the coast. Just saw him get himself up into 1st place, so he's feeling really confident on his forehand. I'm sure he's had a lot of practice going left, and that first turn, that first beautiful arc, he just really leaned into that rail. I really love the precision there, and a little bit of extra spice, a bit extra pizzazz on that 2nd turn was exciting to see from him, and getting himself into 1st is yeah, really great start for his campaign in this event.
Yeah, really significant for him. Gets another 4. Slightly under what he got previously, but good enough to go to 1st place. Here's another look. He identified this wave and matched the surfing really to the pace of the wave, true.
Yeah, he really did. The pace, the power, he just brought it all on this wave. That was a really nice turn there. Just laying into it, you could see him drop his back arm just to get a bit of extra variation. And yeah, I loved the approach on that wave and how he read it. And as you said, matching the pace of it. I feel like today we've seen a few people either really match that pace and drop huge scores, or kind of surf a little bit out of time and it looks a little bit clunky and kind of not in tune. And I feel like Wu just, yeah, he did exactly what he had to do on that last one.
Yeah, I suppose the sort of, like, danger here is like such a powerful wave when you take off, you get all that speed, but you can run away from it a bit.
Yeah.
If it goes soft, you kind of left a bit marooned out on the face. So it's about trying to find those sections and pick that line. And like you said, Surfer's able to do that. We'll get numbers. Here goes Golden. He's looking for something pretty solid. 7.34 is the number for him. It's pretty cash. This one will sort of double up. It'll get a little bit of a crease, which means the wave will go smaller, but it will go, first of all, steep before it goes soft, and that isn't exactly what he was after in terms of what that wave did through on the inside.
Yeah, wow, that was a you know, unfortunate heat for Felix. Not really getting a start in that one.
Yeah, just looking at Team Portugal there, slightly concerned looks on their face. So 2 surfers advanced in 1st place, but certainly Portugal will be backing themselves for a heat win in this one. At the moment, looks like China upsetting the Portuguese in terms of that 1st place position.
Wow.
We're watching Fred make his way in.
Yeah, bit of cages being rattled in that heat. I mean, Wu, he gets pocket 4s, and Federico gets a 6.67.
What a great story here at the ISA World Surfing Games. China getting the heat win. A statement performance from Wu Shidong. More live action will continue at a pumping La Bocana, El Salvador, right after the break. City, El Salvador. We'll roll in with heat number 17, men's opening round, live from La Bacana. Checking out Zhang Uijong out of Korea. Backhand attack from him. It's crisp. Wanted another section. Section had other ideas. Nevertheless, nice to see spray sparkling in that midday sunshine. Look good.
Yeah, how was the responsiveness off the bottom on that first turn as well for Jung? He not only shortboards but also longboards as well. A lot of the Korean surfers actually started longboarding. That was where the surfing scene started over there, and then once the wave pool kind of came into action, everyone was like, hang on a second, we could surf these steeper waves on a shortboard, and then that became the full hype.
Set up the heat here. Douglas Silva of Brazil, defending champions as a team here at World Surfing Games. Odin Villarreal representing Ireland. And who we just saw, Jung Igong, the Korean. 2 surfers will stay in the main draw. That's the goal here. Surfer in third. They'll head to repechage, where it will be a pathway still for glory. Be a longer one though. You've got to go around the houses a little bit there. You've got to basically not lose.
Yeah, that's the stressful part, isn't it? I think as well for these first couple of rounds, you know, it's the first time in the Rashi for the event. You're feeling the nerves. There's a lot going on. Your team's there to support you. You either feed off that energy, or maybe it's a little bit of extra pressure depending on who you are. So yeah, these first few rounds is pretty important to progress through those and kind of miss out on those repechage rounds because you're surfing twice as much.
Looking forward to a really fun competition here back in El Salvador. Of course, had big news in terms of announcements yesterday at opening ceremony. We announced the ISA World Juniors coming up in December over there at Punta Rocas in Peru. And just this morning, big news as well, as we are looking forward to coming up in November.
November 2nd to the 7th, yep.
Parasurfing from the ISAs. Meanwhile, let's go down and hear from Wu Shidong. Is with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, a huge heat win for you. Talk to me about how you're feeling out in the water there.
感觉就是怎么样？他说，首先是恭喜你，就是取得了这场比赛的胜利。然后问你感觉怎么样在海里边？
感觉就是刚刚有消息的时候有点紧张，后面就也开始放松了，没有那么紧张了。
Yeah, he was feeling the first time up there, and he feeling a little bit nervous. And after he enjoying the game, and just be chill.
Well, you had a big opponent in Frederico Moraes. How does it feel going into a heat with someone who's so experienced on the world stage?
Sorry?
Going against a competitor like Frederico Moraes, he's very experienced, competing at the high level. How does that feel going against someone like that?
就是问你，就是你的这场比赛不是吗？你的就是水平，对战就是比你水平更厉害的人，然后问你就是感觉怎么样？
还有点紧张。
Feeling nervous.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, congratulations. That's a huge heat win. Is there anything you'd like to say back to everyone at home in Hainan?
有什么想对就是海南的人说的？
他不会兄弟朋友们看着我后天比赛。
I hope everybody can watch his competition.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations, and back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, love that. Thanks, Rachel. Wu is absolutely stoked. He didn't look like he was surfing nervous at all, did he? It's amazing we get these insights and you sort of see the contrast, almost like that swan, you know, where you don't see a lot of motion on the outside. It looks smooth, and then those feet are churning.
Underneath,
He's nervous on the inside, but his surfing, he looks so composed, like he just does this every day of the week. It's surfing against people like Fred.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, maybe paddling into the wave, he's feeling nervous, and then as soon as he gets to his feet, he's like, oh, you know what? I actually know how to do this. And I'm, you know, happy to just dance with the rhythm of the wave and kind of go through that. So I think, you know, for Wu, you feel those nerves, but then as soon as you stand up, it's just second nature. But what an incredible heat for him, taking out Frederico Moraes for Portugal. A huge upset, for sure.
Fred will be back, staying in this main round. Of course, Surfer finishing up in third place, heads to repechage. That strong Portuguese team, looking forward to see their fortunes unfold. They'll also be backing themselves to go deep into the event here, looking at a medal position. They've been strong in this event in past years. They'll try and rekindle some of that success with the strong squads. Basically taking on the whole of the world, 61 nations here participating, 297 athletes competing. Pretty impressive numbers. Let's see what number Douglas Silva of Brazil can throw up. These are the defending champions, the Brazilians. This is really nice. Engaged power surfing in the pocket, crucially. Like, you couldn't place turns any more critically than where he's maneuvering that board. It looked great.
Yeah, wow, just really navigating that backwash expertly as well by the end of that wave. You could kind of see it was coming, and he just, timed it really well. Used it to his advantage, which he can do, especially with that backwash, and locks in straight away a good score.
Yeah, no time wasted from the judging panel, 7-6-7. So a blistering start in terms of the score. Waited a few minutes to find that when he did. Just really kind of bottled up that energy and unleashed it right here.
And I love this bit at the start, a little bit of a tussle, a bit of hassling, and you could just see that Douglas was not letting this wave go. And wow, that second turn, just turning on a dime, really just pushing off that back foot and throwing heaps of power and spray into that last turn. You could see him and Odin having a tussle, but yeah, wow, that first turn, really, really nice connection deep off the bottom. A little bit of extra aggression in that second turn, and then beautiful timing to finish that one off. His board is looking really smooth on rail, and as we were saying in that last heat, he surfed to the pace of the wave. He didn't try and do too much, and but he did just enough to really get into that 7+ range.
Goofy's having an enjoyable morning this morning and into the early afternoon right now, enjoying these powerful left-handers. And able to carve really close in the pocket. And make that adjustment as well, kind of mid-maneuver as well on your forehand. You kind of mix things a bit relatively late into the turn. Sort of a conversation we always have about which way you want to be facing, but particularly with a bit of size on the face as well. Some of those advantages that you sometimes have on the backhand about going up vert don't really necessarily seem there this morning on these lefts.
No, I feel like some of the lefts seem a little bit slopier. They're not as they don't have as many critical sections, and I feel like it's really hard to surf on your backhand when it's like that. It's hard to kind of pinpoint those really vertical, steep sections. Unless you kind of find, it seems like maybe those mid-size ones really start to open up and offer maybe 1 or 2 good sections, but it's hard to pick them for sure. And the Goofies have been dominating all day, really. We've seen some great backhand surfing at 7-6-7 earlier from Morgan Siblick, but yeah, for Douglas, just really igniting on that first wave. But I mean, I'm a natural footer, and I grew up at a left, and seeing some of these lefts roll through, I'm like, oh, maybe we should be out there as well for a paddle. I mean, there's some really, really good waves coming through. It's just finding those ones that allow you to really open up, particularly on the backhand. That's important for today. Let's see what Jung can do.
Here we go. Our surfer out of Korea. He's patient on the get-goes. Finds himself a little bit out on the face, so he adjusts that, makes amends. And then his rhythm's a little bit off, and deeper water under that wave made it go a little soft. And a missed opportunity there for Jung.
Yeah, that was that rushing it. You know, he was rushing it, trying to do a little bit too much on that wave, pushing it a little bit more than was required. I guess he kind of tried to do that second turn way too quickly, and I feel like that's when it's all about like that breath sometimes when you're surfing, when it's a little bit like this. There's obviously a lot of power. It's pretty solid out there as well, and kind of regrouping after each turn is so important to re-identify the next section and what the wave is going to do. Seemed like he just wanted to do 3 good turns, but the wave was only really allowing 2 cutbacks or 2 carves, you know, and especially on the backhand, it's important to like see those sections and really capitalize on those and take your time.
Interested to see the approach here from Douglas Silva with priority. He had a look at a couple of waves, and then he identified out the back there was some stacked lines heading towards him, so he held his position and held his nerve really. He's going to wait for quality, and he'll think he's found it here. Check the speed from him as he goes flying out of the initial takeoff bowl. And then the wave will just run for a bit.
Wow.
Now we'll find time to commit to a maneuver. He saw a little bit of wobble there just from the wave. So fattening up mid-turn, he had to make the adjust. Almost gets a bit of tube time. And then kind of busy. Just trying to stick another maneuver on the end there. Not sure if he stuck that.
Yeah, that would have been pretty crazy if he made it, because that section was huge. It was coming at him. There was a lot going on with that wave as well. It was, you could see the wobble in it from the start, and he did well to kind of navigate through that. That first turn, it was a solid first turn, but I just feel like the wave quality was good for a backup, but I think he could build.
Backup's what he's looking for. That will count for him wherever the number goes. It'll go alongside his impressive 7.67. Won't be anything like that order of magnitude, but it will be a score that goes into his total as time will continue to tick away. Under 7.5 minutes to go here. Looking for Villarreal to fire up, get involved. Doesn't have any real reason to get overly anxious at the moment in terms of his position in the heat, what he needs to advance. Here's another look at Douglas.
Yeah, look how wobbly this wave is from the start. I mean, he really had to take his time, but wow, just pushes through that first turn. Recovers really well at the end. It kind of looked like he lost footing a little bit, but did well to hit that, second section, and he does get that completion. That was smooth surfing. He did well, and despite that wave's wobbliness, it was good.
Yeah, pure hustle on the inside, wasn't it? He just kind of forced that.
He's glued himself to his board.
Yeah. Just snapping out of a section that was so much going on. Did well to stick it. And if you travel all that way, I suppose you want to get the completion. He did that right down on the rocks. Team Brazil watching on.
Yeah, they're pretty loud down there. You can hear them all. There's, big whistles, big cheers, lots going on, and being down there for the start of the day, all the teams are there supporting everyone with the wins, with the losses, and everyone feeds off that same energy. And that's why I feel like events like this with the ISA World Surfing Games are so awesome to see and to kind of feed off that. You don't really get it anywhere else, for that team support and that team environment.
Yeah.
It's such an individual sport,
Yeah, really unique thing about these ISA events. Something that just offers a completely different energy as well on the beach in terms of that noise. You quite often hear most surf events, sort of contrasting fortunes where whoever's doing well, the noise is all going with them, but
yeah,
you don't hear loads going the other way. But here, that's not necessarily about that as well. Surfers come out of the water, maybe they got fourth, had a shocker, got 2 1s. You still see their whole squad with them on the rocks, supporting them.
Yeah.
You're heading to repechage, you're still good, all that kind of encouragement, all that energy. It is really cool to see it go down, as well as the action out in the water, just seeing all that squad stuff goes down. We talked about this a little bit earlier as well, that I just wonder some surfers might quite like being individuals, your lone wolves.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want the team around you too much.
I know.
Do you have an option to just go, I just want to do this on my own, actually? You guys just, could you guys hang out
just go over there. I'm just going to go do my... Yeah, I wonder. Some people probably do really like that. I feel like the teams would understand that dynamic, though. Some people feed off that energy, and some people are just fully aware that, okay, she or he, they just need some space. And once they're in the water, we'll be cheering, but we'll just hang back for that early preparation for those heats. And, it's crazy because you're usually in these events and you're surfing for yourself. It's really individual. You don't usually have this many people around. And then you come here and it's about your team and you're surfing for your country just as much yourself.
You see that flag fly in. Easy to get fired up. Go out and try and do your best. Flying the Korean flag and holding down second place at the moment prior to a first wave here for Odin Villarreal of Ireland. He's waited so long. Quality looking wave. Couple of snaps. That one nice and tight. Whoa, goes up super vert. So close to hanging on. That would have been a really impressive number. Nevertheless, it will be a significant score. Let's see if it's enough to go up to second. 4.33 was the requirement. That was silver. Staying involved, your heat leader, way out in front. Odin has not been interested in it. Surprises me seeing that kind of surfing that we just witnessed from him.
Yeah, maybe that was the nerves that we're seeing coming through, and he probably just sometimes it's hard, you know, you can be a momentum surfer and you're feeling nervous, and as soon as you start catching waves, you kind of just get rid of those jelly legs. But for Odin from Ireland, you know, he's a Irish under-18s national champion. He's surfed on many finals, I'm sure, on that level in the nationals, and I think just to see him up on his feet a little bit more would put him in a good position. But with just about 3 minutes to go, it's a tough one. And this wave, this last turn for Douglas Silva, this was such an awkward fall. Wow, that could have been really bad. I mean, he fell backwards, but I mean, loving that commitment to that section. And this was really silky smooth surfing from Odin. Wow. Just pushing off that tail a little bit more, and you can see a little bit of a whip there, but that wave just coming in on him and just eating him up, really.
Yeah, if it's not the number that he needs, it will help him for sure. He'll be close to it.
Yeah, wow, really close.
Number comes in, 3.67. He now needs a tiny number, 0.66. And he needs to really get paddling to get back in that lineup, because there's not a lot of time left, 2.5 under that, and he went all the way down, not getting the completion as well. You get washed in here on that and held on the inside a bit. The rest of the set, you've got to kind of go under those waves. Let's see when he gets back into the lineup. This is agonizing in terms of the number that he needs.
Oh, sometimes I actually feel like needing less than a 1 can be so hectic. We've seen a few people fall in those takeoffs today as well, and I don't think that's a 0.66. You know, it's tough when you're navigating that. There's so much speed and power on those takeoffs. He needs to be ready for it. Yeah, Team Ireland right now on the beach would be freaking out, because it's a small number, but yeah, it's stressful moment.
Waves on the outside. Look at these lines, Drew. We've got energy pulsing here for the final 90-odd seconds in this heat. Priority will be with our Korean surfer, Lee Jong. What can he do with that? He got a reasonable start, and he's been a bit shaky since then. He's made a few mistakes. So you can see, looking on the insides, Odin, he'll go right here. Just needs a tiny score. If he can stick that, which he will.
Wow.
Well, that's the number that he requires at the moment. Of course, that means Jung is still in the lineup, and a chance of improving with the bomb set coming through. Drama.
Oh, big drama. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, for Jung and Team South Korea, he only needs to better a 1.5. It's not a big score, so lots to happen between Ireland and South Korea. But this guy right now, wow, Douglas Silva leading the heat. That 7.67 at the start was the highlight of the heat, and he's just seems like he's feeling himself out there right now. But it's Jung with 40 seconds. He needs a 3.25.
Great heat understanding there from Odin. I knew exactly what he needed to do. He saw that set. He wasn't caught in two minds. Oh, maybe I'll wait for one of these bombs out the back. It's like, no.
Yeah.
I need like a 0.6. Like, just go.
Tiny. I mean, he had a 4-minute heat. That was insane. I mean, they're the most stressful heats. Team Ireland would be going, yeah, congrats on making that, but don't ever do that to us again. And wow.
That was sick.
Douglas going for it.
Oh, hang on. Look out. Here goes Jung. Gets a little caught again. And the section will run. 3.25 is the number that he requires. It will have to be his high score. The wave looked like it had it when he paddled into it.
Yeah, it did. It had that opportunity, but maybe the fumble at the start put him out of timing, and he just wasn't able to fit 2 good turns into that. I think it'll be, touch and go. I don't think it'll be it.
Really entertaining heat for all sorts of reasons. The quality being delivered early on by Douglas Silva, the Brazilian, and then that tight tussle. Who gets to stay in the main part of the draw and who heads to repechage? It looks like this guy, Odin Villarreal, out of Ireland, will get it done. Well done, that man. Surfed a really short heat, but did it well. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from the ISA World Surfing Games. Douglas Silva, he's ripping for a win. We'll be right back. Surf City, El Salvador, the ISA World Surfing Games 2025 fires to life opening day. You just saw Douglas Silva from Brazil. There's a reason why they are defending champs here. And he gave it everything. Real quality from him in his surfing, a lot of effort and energy as well. A dynamic performance. He did all sorts. There'll be a thorough debrief from then. But we'll just keep on rolling here. And the Cosmopolitan field will continue to be represented as we'll see surfers from Canada, Argentina, and right here in El Salvador. So expect big support up and down the beach here. Tristan Day, the Canadian, taking on Franco Radziunas, who is a great surfer himself. Marvin Rodriguez out of El Salvador. How'd you like the look of this matchup?
Ooh, I'm excited for it, Paul. I think it's going to be full of fireworks. I'm hoping, you know, we've seen some pretty exceptional waves rolling through, some good surfing as well for the El Salvadorian. I'm sure he's got a lot of fans hanging around. I wonder if that's a little bit of extra pressure for the host nation in this heat.
Yeah, let's see how it goes out here. Not surprised at all to see Franco get straight into it. The Argentinian, he competes with a lot of fire, all energy. And he'll look to try and belt this out here. He'll stay busy as well. That's kind of his approach. These sets just steamrolling through. It's still pretty solid. Look on the screen. Get a different feel from when you look in real life. But even on the screen, this looks like an absolute bomb. And that's a hammer. Yeah, Marvin. Wow, look at this section. I cannot believe he just took that on. That was crazy.
Oh my goodness, that was full just, I am going for it. I have no cares. That section is mine. And you could see a little bit of frustration there. He was hoping to have made that. And that was a crazy, just gnarly section. It just looked like it just ate him. That was insane. Wow.
Massive commitment to a really powerful inside section. And he's just illustrating really how he's going to respond to represent his home nation. He's loving it out here. And if he could have connected with that, that was going excellent. At least that was going to be a huge number. And it'll just be kept down. He'll get scored on the work he did before that. 2.83 for Marvin, but a little bit of notice. He'll know this wave better than anyone out there in the water. Let's get another look. This was a bomb.
Oh my goodness, the commitment to this first turn, deep off the bottom, under the lip there, and then, wow, that could have been insane if he hadn't made that just a little late. But that commitment, that full go for it attitude for Marvin, representing El Salvador, starting off really strong, and you can just see, I guess, the take in the rest of this heat. Hopefully he just keeps going for it, because that could have been huge.
Love the energy already on display out here. He's on the inside there. Tristan Day, the Canadian, was right with him as well. They were getting blown up. On the inside, they'll make their way back into the lineup where Franco Radziunas of Argentina will be waiting as well. And he will be chomping at the bit to have at this explosive surfer. Representing, once again, a strong Argentinian team who've had major success at this level in the past as well. They want to keep that going. A load of depth of talent in their squad. Right now, a little pause in the action after that opening. No drama, really. Fireworks, all sorts. Yeah. So how big was that wave? It's like 8 foot double up, that section.
Was crazy. That section, honestly, the commitment into that wave literally just was like, I'm going to eat you. If a wave could talk, I honestly think that's what it would have said. That was insane. And Marvin just rose to the challenge. He's like, yep, all good. I'm here for it. Let's go. Wow. I really, really loved that from him. That was crazy.
Let's bring these three some more waves. Looks like we're doing that right now as we see some motion out the back. Radziunas is in position. Let's see if he can be interested here. Mainly these lefts continuing to provide. Had the odd right. Came in handy for our Irish surfer. Villarreal in the last heat. We're watching the Argentinian Radziunas. And it'll slope back. And just keep it close to the white water. Pocket surfing from him. And that finishing turn, it's really hard to do. That section kind of speeds up as it comes at you. That kind of right coming towards you on the left, and couldn't pull that one down.
Yeah, two powers coming from literally in the same directions towards you. I mean, yeah, it's hard to navigate those sections. You've got to hit them early. Making that completion is so important, especially in these heats. We've seen people lose because of that. And I feel like, you know, that solid backhand surfing, it just looked he was ready to go. He had that beautiful back knee kind of coiling there as well. I love that style. But yeah, those end sections are really, really hard to navigate.
Already, these 20-minute heats, amazing just how quick they fly by, getting close towards that midway point in this one. Even though we've had some dramatic surfing, we haven't had that real quality number unfold as yet. It will be actually the second highest number. It'll be his highest for Franco at 2.7. He's got plenty more where that came from, but completions, sounds obviously going to be crucial.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You want to have those completions rate. I feel like if you're talking about percentages into the 80+% range as well, coming into these high level events, it's so important to just be so on point and in tune with that. And I feel like once you have that really good foundation, you can kind of start to free up a little bit, get yourself in a good zone to go a little bit harder on those end turns, or find those moments like we just saw from Franco, or even from Marvin as well, with those crazy, more angry sections coming at you where you can open up into it.
It's Franco again. Little spring in his step over a soft section. He'll connect to the insides. And he'll tag that and get hung behind him. The Canadian Day, a meaty looking section, tried to come from behind, almost kind of bit off more than he could chew there. Couldn't quite get there. Looked like a good wave actually. Didn't really connect with it. Right, big opportunity. Marvin Rodriguez, El Salvador. Beautiful looking section. Wow. How's that jam? On a rail, look at this bowl.
Oh,
wow. He is not holding back at all. You love to see it. He's giving everything, so fired up. If he nursed that turn, he's on his way to a decent number in the heat lead. He's like, nah.
Yeah.
Going full hammer Larry on the closeout section.
I don't think nursing his turns is even in his vocabulary. I mean, he's coming out fully just 100%. There's no moments where he's like, oh, I'm just going to take it easy here. It's just, I see a section, I am going to belt it, no matter what. And I just love that approach from Marvin. Wow, it's crazy.
Just over 9.5 minutes on the clock. Let's get down here from the winner of the last heat, standing by with Rachel.
Thanks so much, Paul. Douglas, congratulations. Representing Team Brazil, a great opening start in your round one. You started with a 7.67 as a strong wave out in your heat. How did that feel?
I'm feeling good in my surf. Yeah, I'm stay very okay, relaxed. My surf is my train in Brazil. Like this, in the wave, like this, power. Thank you, my family, my sponsor, my team Brazil, and the best moment in my life here. El Salvador is one dream for me, and stay here is a game. Yeah, it's one dream. Yeah, it's like this. Let's go, my team. Let's go. Yes.
Thank you so much. Any word in Portuguese back to your family at home?
Valeu, galera. Queria mandar beijão aí para minha família, né, que tá me acompanhando, a todos que estão na torcida. Queria agradecer também a todos os meus patrocinadores que sempre estão me apoiando e agradecer o agradecimento maior, né, a CB Surf pela oportunidade de estar aqui, de estar representando o Brasil, de estar com um time incrível. Estamos confiantes, o time está forte, né, tá com tudo para ir para a final. O surf forte já faz parte do meu repertório, do dia a dia. E é isso aí, um passo de cada vez, levantar a cabeça, ter mais. Vamos com tudo para cima. Go Brasil!
Thank you so much, Douglas. Congratulations, and back to you guys in the booth.
Valeu, Douglas. He's absolutely stoked, and he loved that. It means so much to him to represent Brazil, and I absolutely love that. You think about a nation like that, they are the defending champs. We know how quality they are and how many good surfers they've got. And that's where he's drawn his inspiration from. He's representing his country here.
wow, it's a dream for him to be here, to be doing that, and you could feel that energy. He's here, he's ready for it. He was almost felt like he was getting better and better throughout that interview, more fired up and ready to go.
I could almost see like Eminem or something coming, like just getting me fired up.
I know, I was like, let's go.
Here we go, Franco, good looking wave this time. Nice approach from him. Just washes off a bit of speed and then finds a section, commits to it. Been trying to do that vertical hit for a while, and the sections haven't cooperated. He found the section right there.
Yeah, he definitely did, and completing that through as well. So that's big tick for Franco, 5.5. It's exactly what he needed to do. Everyone was living in that 3 range. Kind of just set him aside, but I feel like he's hoping to build on that as well.
Yeah, nudging up the numbers here. A 5.5 for him puts him into first place, and this has been anyone's thus far. No one really able to get hold of it. Some sections are a bit challenging. You commit really hard and then things wobble or just go a little bit different from plan. He was able to make that adjust, and that'll be crucial. That quality number, I really can't wait to see Marvin Rodriguez. I just want to get this guy waves, because his approach, you can't afford to take your eyes off him. He just goes like he doesn't know how to do anything other than go 100%, throw everything at the lip.
Yeah, it's edge of the seat surfing for sure from Marvin. I mean, the approach, it's like he's just got those laser eyes. He's there and he's ready to go no matter what. And I'm loving it. Let's take another look though at this last one of Franco. Recently, he got 3rd at a QS 4000 over at the Layback Pro. He went down to Wesley Dantas, and it's surfing like this that got him there. Wow, that last turn was smooth. You could see he just added a little bit extra on that finishing maneuver, and it just, really solidified that 5.5.
Yeah, nice and fast as well, wasn't he, between the maneuvers? Everything pretty polished. A decent mid-range number is solid. In the context of this heat, down towards 5 minutes 40. Lines will continue to fill in through the last few minutes of this. Let's see what Franco will do to defend his lead here. So not hanging around, he'll open up. Blistering pace really between the turns. A fast bottom turn and then straight back up. A combo for him, deciding to stay in motion. Pretty smart call. That 2.7 will be like a bit of an itch he's got then. He wants to scratch it, he wants to get rid.
Yeah, I think he got rid of it. I think that itch has been scratched. The 4.67 drops in straight away. And for Franco, you know, really smart. I thought that was really smart heat surfing.
Judges have been on the coffees, right? The scores are coming in like instantly.
They're
it's
ready.
Just amazing.
I think Marvin's woken them up. I think they're just like, yeah, let's go. Let's see this full power, just committed surfing from Marvin. I mean, it's definitely been one of the most exciting heats I've watched.
Yeah. I mean, the value that he's producing, the 2.83 is one of the most entertaining twos like you'll see. Even the 3.87, how hard he went with that turn. Let's see if we can get him another wave. He's got first priority. Beach will enjoy that. The El Salvadorian representing here at Surf City. Let's have a look at Franco again.
Yeah, wow, just touches that outside rail off the bottom there. Just you can see how low he got on that first turn, and second turn connection really smooth. Just getting rid of that 2.7, locks in a 4.67. He's creeping out in front more and more, and I think right now for him, he just wants to solidify in first place.
4 on the clock here, heat 18 of the men's round 1, day 1 of competition. It's great to kick things off with amazing energy from the Pacific Ocean. That's pretty much comes as standard here in El Salvador. Not really surprised at it, but it's still, every time you just kind of think, how is it so consistent?
Yeah,
like,
full wave magnet. The whole area is a wave magnet. It's insane. You can kind of wake up and be guaranteed to have something. It's luxury. Honestly, you would not be surfing around here, surely.
An amazing venue for a competition such as this, for a surf trip. Come and hang out, surf great waves with cool people. Like the local boy, Marvin Rodriguez, fades back, goes right on a left, all the way back and hammers it, and he'll continue to go right. He'll look for a double up section here. Won't quite get there. So looking to defend that second place position. The 2.83 was the number that was his backup. Now Tristan Day with a bit of an opportunity. Needs a quite solid number though, the Canadian, 5.2.
Yeah, that's a big score. He needs to find himself on a pretty good wave. He's only 16 years old. He's a student, still in school as well, but he's also, you know, able to come to the world stage like this as an athlete. So it's pretty amazing for him to be here. He also longboards too, which is super cool. He's got a lot going on for him. Recently got a 4th place at the Rip Curl Nationals as well. So he understands how to surf heat, but I just feel like he's been a little bit out of rhythm with the ocean here, and sometimes that happens.
Got a couple of minutes to try and find some here. Just over 2 on the clock. Surfer out of Argentina. We kind of anticipated him bringing the energy and the spark. He's done that. But he's surfed a pretty smart heat. He's made a couple of those adjustments. It's kind of like rangefinder waves early on, and then really locking in and just finding opportunities, maximizing. Got the big number, then didn't hang around with priority. Just straight away working on the backup. But once again, just let's get Marvin Rodriguez a wave and let him have at this section here. So we see yet more lines coming through. 140 on the clock.
Wow, it's no wonder that Marvin is a 3-times junior champion here in El Salvador. With surfing like that, you'd yeah, surely see him in many, many finals. It's pretty cool to see him in this one. He's currently in 2nd, which means he will miss out on that repechage round, which is a big tick, but I think he's aiming for 1st for sure.
Let's see if he can get himself back in the line. It'll be his first order of business. He rode that right, didn't he? There's a bit of paddling to do and punching through some meaty white waters. We'll fly above on the drone and have a look and pick out in the lineup. Looks like Franco. There you goes, your heat leader, just banking. This wave a little slopey, so he's just kind of cruising at the moment, linking things together. Doesn't need to overly commit to maneuvers. His work's done in terms of scores already in the bank, but that was a great turn. And I just frame that with a little foam climb on the backhand as well to finish. So just cruising through at that one moment, it looked cool.
Bit of a victory lap there.
Yeah, good valley for 1st for him. He's surf smart, ticking a lot of boxes. It's Franco. Meanwhile, Tristan Day, bomb of a wave for him. Just adjusts, comes back close to the white water. He's going real fast. He's gone quite far. It's a little bit lateral for him in terms of that 5.2, where he needs to go to avoid repechage. It looks like that'll be where he will head. That would have felt good to get away, find himself, like lock into a bit of energy and ride it all the way through.
Yeah, you'd have to think so, just kind of getting himself back into this heat, but just a little bit too late. Only 20 minutes, it's a short amount of time with that long paddle out, so we'll see Tristan in those repechage rounds.
Crowd from El Salvador, they'll be stoked with their surfer. Marvin Rodriguez, he'll remain in the main part of the draw here. Looks like it'll be Tristan Day, head to repechage. Does improve on his number in terms of his high score. It won't be anything like the number that he leads. Waves will continue to pump here at the ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Opening day's been really fun so far. Plenty more yet to come as well. When we come back from break, we'll bring in Chris Cote and Barton Lynch for the call. And we'll just appreciate the ripping of Franco Radziunas out of Argentina, throwing buckets of spray. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador, real soon.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. We're live, Surf City in El Salvador. You want to know why they call it Surf City? Because there's always surf. We see that time and time again, event to event, but also today, heat by heat, it's been pumping all morning long.
It's a miraculous story, the story of El Salvador and the opportunity to rebuild a nation after what they've been through, and to use surfing as a part of that rebuild almost feels exactly like what surfing's meant to do. Help people live lives full of stoke and freedom, and this place is full of fantastic waves, fantastic vibes, welcomed with open arms, and it's a beautiful place to come visit.
Well, and if you're a fan of international heat, we've got a big one for you. Starting off with Theo Morris representing Team New Zealand. He's going up against Sage Katz, Sunglin Han, and Zoltan Bakro. Hungary in the water. We've got Chinese Taipei and Puerto Rico. So look at that, all distant corners of the globe represented in this heat.
Europe, Asia, Oceania, the Caribbean there, Puerto Rico. We've both been there before. That's a fantastic location too. Sage Katz with a 3.5 to start. Sees him go up into the lead early. This day has flown by. It feels like we've only sort of just started work, but it's about 24 heats today.
That's right, and more to come. Here's your surfer in blue, Sage Katz. We've seen Sage in plenty of ISA competitions in the past. Ripping, powerful, goofy footer. Looks like he's looking for a critical section. He's finding just a wall of white water there, but making it work.
3.5. It's a lot of work for a 3.5. Theo Morse. Yeah, he got some good work on the inside, didn't he? It was a little bit bumpy and a little bit lumpy, and perhaps missing the opportunities on the outside to get really aggressive on the rail and drive it. Kind of kept the score low. The work was done on the inside largely, so that'd make sense. 3.93 for Theo.
The 2 of 4 surfers involved so far. Here's our first look at Zoltan Bakro representing Hungary. You know, some of these smaller teams come down here, they're often kind of adopted or kind of get like a little collective going. I saw Zoltan down there hanging out with Team Sweden. They had a little crew just talking about the waves, I'm sure. That's the universal language, right? Surfing. They all have something in common.
We definitely do. Our love of the ocean. And then there's that, opportunity where teams are finding participants who have connections to their nation through their ancestry and recruiting them into their teams. We've seen perhaps the best recruiting job would be Canada. Erin Brooks, what they've done there with that team. And it's something that we're seeing more and more of, people finding surfers around the world with connections to their country, and that opportunity to go to the Olympic Games at some point and represent is a big bait that everyone's biting onto. Everyone wants to be a part of Olympic surfing, and it all starts right here.
No doubt. Well, Zoltan came through with a 1-point ride to start. He was born in Hungary, grew up there, studied hotel management in Budapest. And then he went to California and got bit by the surfing bug in 2007. He did an internship at a hotel in Irvine. And so spends a lot of time in Huntington Beach and Newport. You see a quick up and down there for Morse. A little bit more about Zoltan. So basically goes around the world, basically and back. By the time he's in 2017, he was in Portugal. His bio is just incredible. He's won events out of Hungary. 39 years old. He'll be turning 40 this year.
Spring chicken.
This is he says a lifetime achievement for him, and he's very grateful for this opportunity. So you'll love to hear it, and we got to be cheering for Zoltan Bakro. He'll be turning 40 any minute now. It'd be cool if he was turning 40 this week. That'd be a fun place to have your 40th birthday.
And again, that spread of countries that you just never imagined you would see at a surfing event. Hungary being represented. And again, there's all these different levels. There's those superpowers of surfing, Brazil, Australia, America. And then you go down this list of nations, 61 of them. And they're all at different stages in their development, but they all recognise what a wonderful thing it is just to go surfing, don't they? And
absolutely.
be a part of this global community that comes together to celebrate surfing.
Yeah, Zoltan, not only on the team, but he's also the founder and the main organizer of the Hungarian Surfing Foundation.
Yes.
So I like that. Just leads by example. It's like, all right, we're going to make a team. I'll show you how it's done. Let's go. I'm going to set everything up, and then I'm going to go surf myself.
And you've got to create an international federation to represent your nation, align that with the ISA. And there's the process that you go through, and the next thing you know, here you are surfing with the best surfers in the world, inspiring them and inspiring yourself. It's a beautiful thing.
It really is. When you look down.
So is the ocean when you look at that screen.
Oh, gosh. But this doesn't make you want to surf.
Yeah.
You might need to adjust your eyeballs a little bit.
Radar.
Our surfer in green, Singlin Han, representing Chinese Taipei, 27 years old, from Taching. Likes to surf beach breaks. And you could call him Dasu.
Dasu?
Yeah, 24 from Taiwan. Surfs both longboard and shortboard. It's his first time here in ISA competition in El Salvador. And he says, I'm very happy to be here. We're happy to have you, bro.
Yeah, bro. I'm happy you've got first priority as this set approaches.
Yeah, you see in the green jersey, just down on the right side of your screen. Could be in position for this one. The wave just goes right by him. It happens. I mean, we've seen even the most skilled and veteran surfers get a little bit lost in this lineup. Definitely not an easy place to surf for your first couple of times. But we'll see if Singlin Han can do this, and he is up and at it. And, well, you can obviously tell straight from the jump that he's been out there in waves of consequence. Was that an 80s style under the lip snap?
Yes.
I don't know how much points he's going to be rewarded for the judges, but that was awesome in my book.
It just completely disappeared.
That's like a sentimental 8. That was so cool looking.
1.6 from the judges. They're not sentimental.
No, they have to do their job. I got to do mine. I love that turn. But, I mean, you could almost tell he was in between maneuvers going, do I want to go up and into this thing? He kind of straightens out a little bit. Maybe an accidental under lip snap, but either way, real cool looking.
Super cool. First wave ever in the ISAs. We loved watching it.
Chinese Taipei has a surfer named John Chan.
Yep.
Seaside Reef local in Encinitas, California. He's been in the ISA events many times at the junior and World Surfing Games level, so I would say he's probably one of the leaders of this team. Let's take a look back at this maneuver.
Drives off the bottom, gets that line under the lip.
That is...
He had no right to make it.
That was a miracle. That was cool. Right there, he's going, wait, I'm still standing on my board.
Kind of the lip came down faster than he anticipated and had to straighten it off and pull underneath the lip.
This wave can get pretty wild, as we've seen for many years here in ISA competition and throughout the day today. It's 1:30 local time here in El Salvador. Tide's pushing up. And while we have a quick break in the action, let's go down to the boardwalk. Standing by is Rachel Tilley.
Hey guys, thank you so much. Congratulations, Franco, on your win in that heat. A strong start to your campaign here. This is your second time in the open division, but you're no stranger to ISAs, coming all the way from the juniors as well. How does it feel to be back here at the ISA World Surfing Games?
Oh, it feels good, yeah. I love it here in Salvador. Waves are firing, and it's good to get a good event here. There's a lot of waves, a lot of people, so it's a perfect venue.
Well, we were talking about how you felt you got worked out there. It's a lot of work in these conditions, and it's deceiving as well from the broadcast. You know, you said you were preparing by watching the broadcast, but then by the time you got down here and we're actually looking at the waves from the beach, it felt a lot different. Talk to me about how it was discovering the lineup out there.
Yeah, it looks way bigger when you get down the beach. I got a bit too excited at first. I was looking at a lot of unridden waves, and yeah, kind of went too hard on my first waves, and then had to play it a bit more safe on the second half. But I remained calm, and yeah, I'm glad it turned out well. Yeah.
Well, you have some big results under your belt now. Last year, you got second at the Saquarema Surf Festival. You've gotten third in a QS earlier this year, and you're on the Challenger Series. So a lot of heat time recently under your belt. How are you taking that confidence into this event here?
Yeah, it's been a lot of contests this last year and a half. And yeah, confidence been growing a lot, and I'm feeling way, way better with my surfing and my heat strategy. So yeah, I'm happy where I'm at, and I'm looking forward to more, yeah.
Well, perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you. Saludos a todos ahí en Argentina que me están apoyando.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Rachel. Congrats, Team Argentina, moving through. I mean, every heat, every round is going to count if you want to fight for one of those
and he
podium positions for the team standings.
Yeah, exactly. And he said what we've been saying all day is it looks a lot smaller on the screen. As we see Sage, Cats Puerto Rico, nice big closeout turn on the inside there.
And he makes it.
3.5 on the previous.
19 years old from Isabela, Puerto Rico, surfs middles, riding Milano surfboards. He is your 2022-2023 Puerto Rico Open Men's National Champ.
Bro.
That's saying a lot, because there are a lot of really good surfers from Puerto Rico. They always come through with a great team, featuring this year Mia Calderon, Havana Cabrero Carrion, Sage Katz out in the water right now, Jalari Carreras, Brian Toth, Giancarlo Mendez. As we talk about that team, let's get back to the lineup for the Kiwi. Theo Morse ripping down the line on his backhand. Started off pretty strong with a 3.93. This will definitely improve over that 0.50 backup. Gets up and over the hump. So you see with this tide pushing higher, it's really changed the landscape of this lineup right now.
And the way that one just kept reforming, kept offering him opportunities to belt the lip. He's in the lead. He's going to stay in that position for sure. 3.6.
Yeah, the good thing about a higher tide here is it makes the paddle out a little bit quicker, kind of condenses everything. It shifts the takeoff zone over to the right a little bit, so it kind of pushes everything into a little bit tighter of a playing field, which I think is a good thing when you only have 20 minutes in these heats and you're going up against 3 other surfers. So we'll probably see more waves ridden here at high tide. By no means easier, because it still packs a punch. I think every surfer that's come in from these heats has had the same thing if they've never surfed out here. Like, wow, this place is powerful. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, it's thick. There's a lot of water in every wave, every set. And with that higher tide, there's even more water in it. Imagine most surfers would be riding their regular go-to boards, short boards, but at the same time, there would be an opportunity to go to a step up a little bit and just drive those turns powerfully and get some big arcs going on, because there's some big open face out there.
Second score came through for Morse. He is 18 years old. He's a local at Raglan in New Zealand. His favorite wave is Ruapuke. And he's got a long list of accolades here. He likes point breaks. He's been surfing since he was 7 years old. He trains with the Raglan Surfing Academy and the Refinery in Whangaroa. Coaches include Daniel Carapa, Dean Hishon, Larry Fisher, Johnny Ricklin, Jamari Peralta. His favorite surfer, Andy Irons.
Nah. And living at Raglan, you can see why the backhand works for him. Incredible left-hand points down there.
Definitely one of the most beautiful places in the world. That Raglan area.
I've never been to Raglan. Can you believe it? Add
North
that to the
Island of
list.
New Zealand.
Oh.
Come on, Goofy Footer. You're ready.
The in-laws are from the South Island, Dunedin of New Zealand.
So they might get upset if you go and just stay on the North Island.
They could deal with it, I'm sure. Yeah, that's right. They'd have to deal with it. But I've spent more time down south than I have on the North Island. But it's a beautiful part of the world, New Zealand.
It's a little warmer up there.
A little warmer, yeah. It's cold down in Dunedin, that's for sure. All year round, really.
3:40 to go now. Sage Cats in the lead. You got Sung Eun Han in the top priority spot with a 1.60. He's got skills though. Saw him do a really interesting kind of under the lip snap Houdini style escape from the collapsing lip. A memorable turn, but only a 1.60 through the eyes of the judges.
It's only 3 minutes to go. We want to see him get a couple more rides, especially Zoltan and Sung Ling. Let's see those guys show us what they got in this opening round. Again, there's a repechage round, so third and fourth will go through to that repechage round and have another opportunity. Got to be happy about that.
Zoltan, Bakro. Well, his teammates include Saba Pinces, the open men. So Zoltan 39, Saba 47, Borbola, Sebastian 41 out of Budapest. So Team Hungary coming through some veteran knowledge. Zolt Diosege, 37 years old. I like this. Brought some grown-ups with him. Laura Lane competing for the women. Blanca Sebastian. So 5 surfers on that team. And you could bet with a couple heats here that there's a young woman in Hungary right now watching going, I got to fill that third spot.
That's right. I need to live this lifestyle. And it was very brave of you to undertake the naming of the entire team in one moment.
Well, that's not to say that I said any of those names
correctly.
But we
Here
try
we
our
go.
best, and we go to try to meet these surfers, like this young surfer right there, Sung Eun Han.
First turn was nice. Again, that lip, the timing with that lip is creating some issues. But he needed that one, needed a second score. Gets himself up into third place, 2.33. Scores heading in the right direction. Zoltan down into fourth. Both these guys looking for a 5.5 to a 6-point ride to advance. Sage and Theo have kind of been in those advancing positions right from the very start of the heat.
So Brian Toth from Team Puerto Rico down on the boardwalk just,
Tothy.
on last break. And you talk about a guy who brings spirit and stoke with him wherever he goes. Definitely has to be the leader of that team. He's a fireman back at home. We saw what he did in the ISA World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico. I mean, he was a national hero.
Yep.
Always has been, always will be. But always get excited when I see Team Puerto Rico. They have 3 incredibly talented women on the team as well. So they're going to be a force to be reckoned with throughout the rest of the week. And Sage Cats is doing them proud right now. Not a huge heat total, but in the context of what's happening in the lineup, 8-2-3, more than enough to keep him in the lead for the next 15 seconds.
Yeah, fair comment. And it's always good to, I liked winning it without big scores, without doing your best, without showing your best. You know, you're on day 1 of 9. You don't need to be.
Still got a couple hidden cards.
You've got to hold on to them things and surprise the judges when you need them. You don't need to lay it all out there now.
Well, that's going to be it for round 1, Heat 19. Theo Morris for Team New Zealand coming through with a solid 2nd place finish. Our 3rd and 4th place surfers will be in the repechage round. They get another chance to stay in this contest. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City, El Salvador. We'll be right back. just like that, we are back. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. And when I say International Surfing Association, I truly mean it. There are 61 nations competing here, over 290 surfers, male and female. We've got 2 podiums firing on all cylinders right now. You're watching Podium 1, La Bocana, just up the beach. Is El Sunzal. There is a tab you can click on if you want to watch what's happening up with the women right now in their round 1. I'm Chris Cote. I'm here with Barton Lynch. And in the water, you've got Team USA, South Africa, and Ukraine. So Pavel, we've seen him in past ISA events before. Awesome representative for that team, surf team from Ukraine. And you got Namase representing South Africa, and Owen Moss. A new face for Team USA, but Owen Moss is an absolute ripper, as you're about to see.
On the replay, beautiful snap, tight to the pocket, driving, powerful. Young man gets the closeout turn, makes it. What a beautiful start, 617. Straight away.
Every day we killing them. Waves up in Wilmington. He is from North Carolina. Wrightsville Beach is where he surfs mostly. He's riding a shorty from Sharp Eye. And he's had 3 WSL QS wins. And of course, when you're from North Carolina, what are your hobbies? Fishing. He says fishing and cruising. So maybe he's a car enthusiast. Well, he's definitely got a great resume, so a solid pick for Ryan Simmons from Team USA. Ryan down here on coaching duties.
Long time in the job.
And if you check out Owen Moss's Instagram, Owen the Surfer, that's a good Instagram to get. You'll see that he absolutely scored during Hurricane Aaron. Seeing clips of him surfing New Jersey that looking like backdoor pipeline. So the kid charges. He wins a lot. And he is, like I said, a great pick for Team USA. And look at that, already on the board with 617. Great start.
The East Coast of the USA has such a prolific list of champions, doesn't it? It's so incredible what has come out of that part of the world. When you think of the surf that they have, sure, they get their moments, but from a consistency point of view, I suppose they travel a lot, they get a lot of experience, because they want to get to where the real waves are, the perfect waves that you see in the magazines or the movies.
Well, I feel like, and I haven't checked in with Ryan Simmons from Team USA, but I feel like Team USA, as you see the list right here, they're kind of giving their younger surfers the time to shine. All of these surfers have serious competitive know-how. Reed Van Wagner, only at 16. She's competed on the Challenger Series level. Jabe Swaraki, 23 years old. We've seen his name in competitions all up and down the coast. Ella McCaffrey has been on an absolute tear, basically winning every event that she has entered. Luke Gunaldo, Huntington Beach, California. Eden Walla, seen her video parts, incredible. She's won everything there is in the junior rank. So I like this team right here.
Yeah.
You would think, okay, so Team USA, we have every pro surfer there is that you want to name, but this team is very cool because not only are they getting this experience, but they also now kind of have this like, okay, we're the underdogs. Look at what Team Australia and some of these superpower teams have brought. I think that's going to be a great place for them. Here we go, Pavel. Nice carving turn to start there.
Oh!
So Pavel Markovsky representing Team Ukraine.
Foot just slipped there.
Happens.
Things happens to the best of us. South Africa.
Nice combo there. Just, it's I know there are no walkthroughs out here today. I mean, every wave is going to make you earn it.
Owen again. This looks like a beauty.
Boom! I mean, this guy is just great style, power, every kind of accolade, every type of skill set that you want to have for a really competitive surfer that can go very deep. QS, Challenger Series, here in ISA competition. I mean, Owen Moss is the real deal.
And I would imagine, given these 4-year Olympic cycles that we now go in as an Olympic sport, as we see the replay, this is an opportunity to give people chances to perform and have experience, thinking longer term for your nation rather than right in this moment, thinking longer term. Eden Waller would be a great example of that. You're priming and prepping people for the future. The replay, beautiful backhand re-entry, solid as they come. A 5-point ride, this one from the judges. Again, 2 completions, first 2 rides, surfed beautifully, completed, just takes so much pressure off. You know, the other thing great about high tide is you can get to the beach without having to walk along all of those cobblestones for 50 meters or more.
Well, luckily the rocks are still there, they're just a little smaller when you go up the tide. See that ring of kind of black rocks right there? Those are just kind of your normal-ish stones, I guess you would call them, whereas the boulders, the basketballs are now in
Underwater.
about 2 feet of water.
You can just float the white water through to the inside and not have to scamper across, as we saw some surfers do earlier when their equipment malfunctioned.
So Pavel Marakovsky comes through with a 137. Nice frontside carve. So while we wait for our surfers to get back into the lineup, one more time, I just want to tell you to mark those calendars. November 2nd through the 7th in Oceanside, California, the 2025 ISA World Para Surfing Championships. This event is always incredible. So many layers to why you need to be there. You know, if you can get down there and show support and also draw inspiration. I mean, it's a two-way street, right? You support, but you're also watching and you're getting a lot out of what you're seeing. So November 2nd through the 7th, it's going to be in Oceanside, California. And it is always a really special time for surfing. 12 minutes left to go. Owen Moss well in the lead with a 6.17 and a 5. While these surfers reset themselves in the lineup, let's go down to the boardwalk with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Sage, congratulations. Representing Puerto Rico here, this is your second Opens ISA World Surfing Games, but your last one was back in 2022. How does it feel to be back here on the world stage?
Feels amazing. I love it here. It feels like home. The waves are amazing, the food, the vibes. I'm just stoked to be here, really, competing.
Now, is this your first time here to El Salvador?
No, I've been here like 4 times already. I love it here.
Okay, so you're feeling nice and comfortable.
Yeah.
Talk to me about how you're feeling in La Bocana.
I'm feeling really good. The waves are pumping. It's just tricky out there because it's so big, so much water. I wish I could have got a better wave, but yeah, it's pumping.
Well, you did the job that you needed to do, winning your opening round heat. How is the vibe with Puerto Rico? What is your evenings, your nights as a team look like?
We all get along super well. I'm here with my uncle competing with Brian, so that's amazing. And yeah, we're all like family, so we play cards, we eat good food, and just have a good time.
Well, I love to hear that. Congratulations on your opening round.
Thank you so much.
Win. Yeah.
Right.
Is there anything you'd like to say back to your family and supporters at home?
No, un saludo a mi familia y todos mis amigos que me apoyan. Gracias y vamos con todo para el próximo hit.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And back to you guys.
Bye.
Thank you, Rachel. Team Puerto Rico moving through, and Team South Africa right now being represented by Avuyile Tamase, 31 years old. Just lives Port St. John, just outside of Durban, or that's where he was born. Surfs a break called the Bluff.
Yeah.
And he is a true African-born surfer, born and raised on the raw and beautiful Transkei coast of the eastern Cape of South Africa.
Yeah, the Transkei is
is
a wild piece of coastline down through there. Quite sharky, as I recall. 2 scores, 0.93 and a 0.80 for Damase. Capable of much better than that. 3 scores, 3 incompletions. Just got to settle it down. Still got half the heat to go, so still time for 3 more rides perhaps. Just got to make these next 3 count. Owen Moss has done exactly that. Ridden 2 waves. They're both scores he can keep in an extremely strong position. Just looks like it's controlled performance. Still radical, still powerful, but just controlled.
Well, you might think that I just know so much about the global surfing landscape, but I'm actually doing my research on the fly as well. I am looking at ISAsurf.org and checking out the ISA Instagram. There's a lot happening on social media from this event. what a great way to connect with surfers all over the planet. Give us a follow if you're not already doing that. And you can see highlights from this event. You can see a closer look at some of our competitors, some cool feel-good stories about how these surfers got here, and also direct links to where you can find out what the ISA does in terms of, helping create opportunities, training new judges, scholarship programs, our list of events that, talk about the Parasurfing Games, future ISA World Surfing Games, ISA World Juniors. Go on there and give a shout out to Demase.
Inside standing up.
Yeah, going for it.
That was his best wave so far. Started to get a bit of length and a bit of flow and connecting the turns. Again, that inside, so difficult. So much energy and power comes at you when you're inside there.
I'm just loving that it's still so glassy, too. I think Owen Moss is as well. Coming around the corner here. He's got the luxury to kind of pick and choose at this moment with 7:45 to go. He's got 6:17 and a 5, so he's doing really well in this heat. And, I'm looking out the window, seeing these glassy conditions. You see him on screen. Just around the corner, Elsunzal. It's looking like this, nice and smooth, but it's a long right-hand point break. That's where the women are competing for their opening rounds. You can click the tab to check out Podium 2. All the action being covered over there, all the results available at isasurf.org. Got all of our bases covered here on day one, and I can't wait to see the wrap-up of the day, because no matter what, if you sat and watch each and every heat, there's a highlight or two you've missed, and the ISA does a really good job of packaging that all up at the end of the day. You see Team Argentina, well represented, as always. There you see Michael Rodriguez, Team Brazil. Those yellow shirts, they got to strike fear in the hearts of the rest of these teams, because you just know when you see a group of surfers in yellow shirts coming down the boardwalk, oh, here comes Brazil. And they're stacked, as always.
Emrod, one of the fastest surfers in the world. A lot of experience. Brazil's got incredible depth they're able to call on.
Team South Africa represented in the water right now by Ariel Damase. The rest of their team looks like this. Luc Laprant, Luis Laprant, the brother and sister duo. Thomas Lindhorst, we've seen his name in these competitions before. Jesse Van Nykirk. Natasha Van Grunen. So strong contingent there. Owen Moss now. Great style, plenty of power. Quick flash at the bottom of this board. Showing the red, white, and blue.
Really powerful surfer. Showing potential. Here we go, talk about potential. Demase, quick one in and out, but he's in second place. Holding on strong there. Ukraine. Just got to get busy, only the one ride. Here we go on the replay.
I'm taking notes here because I'd like to surf a little bit more like Owen Moss.
Look at that back leg. Drops it way down. Drives off the bottom into the lip. I feel like this is a managed performance. You can see the potential that he has inside, but he's only kind of doing what he needs to do. But what we see, look how low and drive he is there. He could be someone to watch in this event who could go all the way on this performance. So consistent, but there's this base of flair and power that just sets things up.
And speed too.
Boom. And the way he connects from this turn straight into the next turn, that was a beautiful combination. So much flow.
And he's been on a winning streak lately in QS events up and down the East Coast.
You can see why. Board looks a little wider, perhaps. Tad of width in there that allows him to really drive it.
It just looks really comfortable.
Super comfy.
Out there. So with 4 minutes, 15 seconds left, Owen Moss in the lead. And again, if you want to see what's happening at Podium 2, the women are out there ripping Elsunzal right now. And we do have audio from our technical beach announcers, meaning you're hearing what the surfers in the water will be hearing by tuning in
Yep.
to that channel. So a cool experience to kind of put yourselves in the minds of these athletes. Some of the best female surfers on the planet are surfing right now, and that is being covered on our Podium 2 channel.
And you know, there's 44% of the field at this event are females. So big moves there in the old gender equality from ISA. Got the female judging program.
Very cool.
Going on as we speak. Dave Shipley there helping guide the next generation of female judges to be a part of these events in the future.
Yeah, and if you love surfing or just are interested in it, maybe you don't want to put yourself in harm's way and get out in this lineup, but you really want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
There's so many ways you can get involved directly through the International Surfing Association. Go to ISAsurf.org and just explore a little bit. I mean, there's plenty of ways for you to be involved, whether it's the organizational side of things. You know, if you're in a country that doesn't have a surf federation and you're watching this, guess what? We can help.
Create one. Sign it up.
Just like our surfer from Hungary in the last heat, he was like, oh, what? We don't have a federation?
Yeah.
I'll do it. And I'll surf in it, and I'm going to lead the way.
And that's how it starts, isn't it? You know, even thinking back to the powerhouse nations like Australia, you know, 50 years ago, they created their organisations down there in Australia. And here we are, you know, Olympic sport 50 years later. Demasse.
Nice looking wall to work with. He sees something big down the line. He's going to get up into it. Yes! That was a sick textbook layback snap right there. So great finish to that wave. Demasse representing South Africa. Oh, and Moss, just cat and mouse right there. Didn't like the looks of that wave. He's out.
Yeah, Demasse's ridden 6 waves. That's the way to go about it. Just ride a lot of waves, surf a lot of waves, take that pressure off by being physical, by being active. Nothing worse than sitting out the back just waiting and hoping and praying that something comes. And this venue suits that approach of being busy, staying busy and catching waves. Because you know there's just another set on the way in no time. Here's the replay, Chris.
Oh, I'm excited about this.
Pumping, driving, sets it up, patiently waits, sees the closeout, lays it back with perfect timing, perfect positioning.
Like somebody's been watching some Mikey February videos.
Here it goes. Drives from the back foot into the lip, lays it out, whips it around underneath the lip.
That was cool.
Super cool.
Very cool looking.
Couple little wobbles at the start there, but he settles into his board. Here it is, lays it back, throws those arms around, gets the rotation, points the board, nose of the board directly to the beach.
Well done on that GVW shape on the #1 model.
And consolidating his place in advancing second position.
And we know so many superstar surfers from South Africa, all the way up to, you know, one of the best to ever do it, Jordy Smith. And the list of amazing pros from South Africa is incredible. But I love that we're seeing representation from the entirety of the country.
Yes.
So not just going for like the top ranked CT guy or QS guy. They're really searching out to find, you know, other talents. So I'm loving what we're seeing right now from Demasse, and I think their team will be stoked. And yes, thank you guys. They were listening and getting involved at ISAsurf.org. Seeing who's coming up in their next heats. So even Team Brazil, that you would think knows everything there is to know about competitive surfing, they go onto the website too. They do their research.
It's a dynamic sport, mate. It's always changing. You never know everything, do you?
I had some... Owen Moss went out there and went to work in a huge way. So a great heat for your surfer out of North Carolina. Owen Moss is your winner. Give it up to the surfer representing South Africa, coming through with a second place and advancing spot. Our surfer in third is going to the repechage round, so we'll see more from them in the near future. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more from the ISA World Surfing Games. Don't go anywhere, because Salvador coming up next. It's going to be a fun one. are back. This is the Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We're live from La Volcana here in Surf City. This is Podium 1. If you want to see what's happening, get updated on what's going on up at Podium 2, our women's opening round. There's a tab. Click on that. All the information, live visuals will be up there along with our technical beach announcers audio. Just kind of giving you exactly what the surfers are hearing. So far, the men have been on Podium 1 all throughout the day. We've seen some incredible heats go down, some thrilling performances by surfers from over 61 nations. And this one's going to be more of the same. Lucas Silvana representing Brazil. Liam Wilson from American Samoa. And Jun Sehun representing Korea. South Korea in the building. They've been strong contingent the last few years here in ISA competition. Always get excited to see what team they field.
Liam Wilson representing American Samoa, but living in Kahuku on the northeastern shore or tip of the island of Oahu. So lots of great surf.
Please tell me Liam's dad's here.
Joe's here.
Oh, Joe's here. So if
Saw him
if you've watched ISA surfing in the past, you see a strong man who is the ultimate cheerleader, flying, literally whipping that American Samoa flag around.
Yeah.
That's Joe Wilson, super dad. Liam Wilson's father, who has been just the ultimate ambassador for American Samoa surfing on the beach.
Yeah.
Liam's the ultimate ambassador in the lineup. I mean, I would say I'd put him on the list of most improved surfer over the past couple of years. We saw him in one of his first ISA competitions a few years back, but he has just got better and better every time he puts the ISA jersey on.
That's a very, very good call. Driven young man.
Born and raised in Laie.
Yeah. Yep.
Just around the corner from the North Shore.
Yeah. Kahuku's the tip there at the point and just around. Laie. You know, obviously football's massive there. The Kahuku High School, one of the best in the nation for producing.
It's the red team.
The Reds,
I don't want to say the wrong thing.
That's them. Yep. Yep.
Red Raiders.
The Red Raiders. It's a massive part of the culture.
No doubt.
On the North Shore.
Well, 15 minutes to go here. Surfers waiting for the next set to roll through. That gives us a chance to go down to the winning surfer from that last heat, Owen Moss, standing by with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, you guys. Owen, congratulations. Your first ever ISA World Surfing Games. Coming here to compete, represent your country. Talk to me about how you're feeling about it all.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. Stoked to finally do an ISA and represent my country. And yeah, I don't know, just feeling good. Got some extra fire. You know, it's more than just me, it's the whole team. So yeah, just keep rolling, having fun.
Yeah, well, your highest single wave score is 6.17. They're going to put it up on the screen here in a second. We can see you have a look at it and talk us through what you were thinking when they pull it up. But here we go.
Yeah, here you go, off the bottom. First hook. Yeah, I was stoked to get this thing. I got it right on the buzzard. I heard him count it down, so I kind of like waited to stand up and then stood up right when I heard the horn. So it's always nice to get a quick start and literally right off the bat. Nothing feels better than that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, literally within those first few seconds, coming out so strong. Talk to me about your strategy going out there. You've only been here for a couple of days prior to, so not a whole ton of time to adjust to this, the temperature here and all of that.
Yeah, for sure. And I was hot out there. I was about to pass out, honestly, at the end, like catching a few waves back to back. And yeah, as far as like strategy, I was just like, I just want to finish the first couple waves on my feet. And I did that, so I was stoked. And yeah, I don't know. I've just been working on getting lineups. Haven't really got too many waves out there, just trying to get the lineups down. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, it's a strong start for your first opening performance here.
Yeah.
You're here with a strong team, USA, obviously. How is the camaraderie between all of you?
Yeah, it's been really good. Everyone kind of clicked right away. You know, we're around each other a lot, doing the QSs and stuff at home. And yeah, it's sick. Yeah, we're going for the gold, so that's why we're here.
All right, well, good luck to it, and we'll see you at the next one.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. Congrats, Owen Moss. So he already had built momentum coming down here. He just won the Virginia Beach Pro at the ECSC, one of the longest running surf events at QS over there in Virginia Beach. Usually it is one of the smaller wave events. This year, the best waves they've had in decades. Jim Hogan said
At the event?
Jim Hogan said it's the best waves they've had in 20 years. I believe it, because he's seen it all.
Yeah.
So Owen Moss got the win there. And that, that just has a way of giving you the fuel, right? You know, okay, I can do this.
Oh.
I won that event, which is stacked. And you come here in his first ISA, and he earned his spot onto the team in a big way, and I think he's going to go deep into this contest.
I like the fact that he understood just completing those first 2 rides was the assignment, and we've seen a lot of people go out there and over-try. He didn't really over-try, he stayed within, but you could see the potential in the style and the power and the technique. It was like, oh, this kid's got a lot. He's got a lot more to show us as the week goes on for sure.
No doubt. Here is Team Brazil.
Oh, give us
Michael Rodriguez, Juliana Santos, Lucas Silveira, Sofia Medina,
Yep.
Douglas Silva, not that Doug Silva.
Not that one.
A different Doug Silva, and Laura Ropp. So they've got veterans, they've got up-and-coming rookies. So again, always going to field a strong team. I mean, if Brazil fielded their C team, they would still be a threat to take out this contest. So big names on Team Brazil, and in the water right now, you've got Lucas Silveira. We've seen a lot from him over the past, decade plus. Strong surfer on all the tours, all the tours of Brazil, the QS, the Challenger. I mean, we've seen him all over the place. 29 years old from Rio de Janeiro. Yet to catch a wave in this particular heat, so we've just been piling on the praise for how consistent and how many sets are rolling through. But this heat, at least with waves ridden, slower than the heats before, but Liam Wilson's still getting involved. And check it out.
Check it out.
Multi-time gold medalist, Leandro Osuna. Coming out of retirement. He was commentator down here last year. He goes, you know what? I'm going to put that jersey back on and get back out there for my team. And man, he deserves it. He is such a good surfer. I wouldn't be surprised if he had another gold medal on his neck by the end of the week.
Once you're a competitor and you understand and you know the way to do it, the potential, as Kelly has shown us, of many, through the roof in age. Geordie Smith's, illustrating the same thing, declaring that even though he fell short on winning the world title, he's ready to go for next year again. So if you can keep that enthusiasm and passion for it and your body stays with you, we are seeing that those ceilings get blown apart as well of what we thought was possible. I never thought you would have surfed it. I never thought I would be 62. So I ride a board at that age.
There goes Liam Wilson, 22 years old, from Laie. Great style. Just compact through the bottom turn, then extends through his turn. Blows the tail out there, goes for the reverse. Maybe accidentally pushed it a little hard right there, but nice work done through the mid portion of that wave. Team American Samoa.
Triple trees for the first one. 3.3.
American Samoa team. Toa Aipu. Liam, of course. Lucy Gerard, who we've seen in competition before at the ISA level, an absolute ripper. But let's take a look back at what Liam did.
Jumps up. Patient. See the composure. Body just stays in that spot, compresses in for the bottom turn, drives off that back foot, wraps around. A little bit softer on the top there, a weird little rib ran through. You got to turn off that rib. Very casual, very relaxed, calm approach. Like that, no desperation. Do another wrap here. Back into the pocket. Got to stay tight to that pocket, hey Chris. The tighter you are to the pocket, the more critical the maneuvers are deemed to be. And here's on the inside, drives in. Might have been better off just doing a simple type of re-entry, but blew the tail out. As you said, looked like it wasn't deliberate so much. It started spinning around, stayed with it all the way. Here we see it, real speed.
Don't you just love that every angle is covered? Our camera crew is on fire today.
Boo.
And they've had to work overtime with so many waves coming through, so full credit to the crew out there melting in the sun. Action Sports Productions, always on top of all the action in this sport.
We love the
and they're
team.
producing gold.
They've been producing events for decades and doing a great job of it. Liam dropped an identical score. He's on 6.66.
Wow.
He's had 2.33s.
What would the numerologists say?
Yes.
Liam Wilson in the lead. Jin Seon, 0.5. I'm wondering what's going on here with Lucas Silveira. I know that he knows that he's that good, that one solid wave will most likely be a 6 or above. He's that good a surfer. He's that consistent. But I also wonder if he's used to 20-minute heats because he's been on the QS and the Challenger Series for a long time. Those are generally 25, 30, 35-minute heats. So it could be a bit of an adjustment.
And, 13 minutes he's been waiting.
And he's looking back to the beach, so definitely has some signals coming through. There's the team. That's the signal to, please, catch a wave.
Yes.
Always well coached, always well prepared. So I'm not worried for Team Brazil just yet with 6.5 minutes to go.
Paulo Moro there, the coach on the beach, so experienced himself. And here we go. There's not a lot of wall on this one. Decides not to go. That was well left.
Well, that was close to a priority switch.
Yeah.
That was dangerous.
Disastrous. Yeah, it would have been disastrous to lose priority at this point in time. Again, second place, a 0.51 in front of you. So no stress, no pressure. 6 minutes still, but you'd want to get that first wave quickly.
Well, he has twice as much of experience as anybody in the water. And not saying a lot because Liam Wilson has come up through the junior ranks and done just about everything. So for Silveira, you can't take these two surfers lightly.
That's exactly what I'm just thinking, is that high tide is moving on in now. We're heading towards right around now the top of the tide, and perhaps that's why we're seeing this little bit of a lull in the action. It even means that maybe it's moving the waves in and they're breaking a little further in on the reef, and if you're sitting out where they were breaking on the lower tide, you might be missing opportunities as well.
I feel like at high tide here, the waves they perk up on the outside, but then they roll a little bit, whereas at low tide, they just crumble on the outside and there's that big wall of whitewater coming right at you.
Yeah.
So what they've seen, their scouting report from earlier morning is completely changed.
Yep.
It's a similar playing field, obviously. It's the same break, but it's way more compact, and I think the takeoff zone is actually even that much more compact. So surfers just having to deal with changing conditions, just like our judges. The judges reset their scales with every single heat.
And then Jun Seon, you would be in a hurry to get a second score. Now is your opportunity to put pressure on him. While you've only had the 0.51, there's no real pressure there at all. There's a small amount, but it's very small. At this point in time, you would want to catch a second ride and a third ride and start to build the pressure and put it on Lucas Silveira. By not catching anything yourself, you still leave that door open. He's really not feeling the pressure. He's paddling now. First priority, is he going to get it? Just
on the line right there. Okay, now we can see how good Lucas Silveira surfs. Comes through this inside section, punches it. Not making it easy for his team right now. He's worrying them with everything he's doing, but he's still got 4 minutes left. They don't look stressed right now.
And that was a difficult wave to ride,
Yeah,
wasn't it? And you can see a big set coming through. That shows you more of what it's like, doesn't it? That beach scene, see all the white water. Here we go. Important ride.
All right, Jun now up, representing South Korea. Nicely done there. I mean, that's going to be a score. Grab rail bottom turn, up into that carve. Meanwhile, Liam Wilson has a look. He's out the back in the #1 priority spot with 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. Lucas Silveira is not out of the danger zone just yet. We will wait for that score to come through. Nicely done, but a pretty short ride.
Was it the highest scoring wave of the heat so far based on the critical nature of that final turn?
It was a pretty radical turn.
It was a pretty radical turn. And
it had that element of danger.
Exactly. The weight was lumping and bumping all around him. You didn't really know what was going to happen. So I feel like it's most probably going to be the best score of the heat so far. He'll want to hear what that is quickly.
AI, artificial intelligence, has been a topic of conversation, but to me, our judges being human is very important because we saw the drama. We were affected by the drama of that turn, right? The way he went up into the lip, you'll see it right here. This is going to affect the judges on an emotional level because they know the risk involved.
Exactly. Replay.
And I don't know if AI can do that. Probably. I don't know much about that, but to me, I'm watching this and I felt something. Is AI sentient yet? Does AI feel drama?
I will tell you, I've had my AI try to send me something for 3 days that it knew it couldn't send me. Crazy
There you
talk,
go.
mate. I've got some stories about AI that'll ruffle your feathers because it has no emotion. Hello, here we go. Sejun, that was a nice turn. Where'd he go? 2-point right, only because it was so short and so quick. The 4.83 drops for Lucas Silveira. It's enough to take him into second place. If Jun Seon had somehow got busier and found a few twos, there'd be pressure, or a 2 and a 3, there'd be pressure on Lucas Silveira. But because he was inactive at the same time as Lucas Silveira was inactive, it never really put pressure on Lucas. And we can see with that 4.83 that he was able to shine on one wave and get himself into an advancing position.
And I'm going to give Green some credit too. That was a big wave.
Yeah.
That was a really nice looking turn for that wave. Fearless approach there for your surfer representing South Korea. At the moment, Liam Wilson still in the lead, pair 3.33s. So Veda with that 4.83, looking for a backup now. He's got a minute 22 left. We'll see what Liam does here with his priority. There's still time for Silvera to get something.
And Jun only needs a 2.84 as well to advance. So
one more turn like you just did, add a little spice to it.
Well, again, the wave selection so important. That last one was a good big set. He's got a chance here. No, he don't.
So Silvera is in the takeoff zone. See your surfers for the next heat coming towards this area. And here we go, Silvera. All right, his bread and butter. Big carve. Wow, this right just kind of dies underneath him. So we'll see what the rest of this wave has for Silvera, but either way, that's a backup score. Now Liam Wilson fading to the right. Quick snap there.
He had the priority and allowed Lucas Silveira to go that first one. And most probably a good decision. Looked like his wave was that little bit better, a little more wall to it. So it looks like with 10 seconds to go, see Liam Wilson and Lucas Silveira advancing through. Jun Seon, we'll see him in the repechage.
Love to be a fly on the wall for the breakdown from Team Brazil. I don't think they're going to be too hard on him. You know, he went out there, he did his job, 4.83 and 1.63. But if I know anything about Team Brazil, is they like to go out there and win and dominate.
Yes.
And that was a precarious second place finish there for Lucas Silveira. There's the signals. It's cool. Okay.
No, it's not.
We advanced.
Again, you know, second place to first place means that in your next round, you're going to have two people who got first in the previous. So, you know, winning the heat can be super important in terms of its influence over your next round, you know?
True. All right, well, we got more surfing coming up after this quick break. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, and we will be right back.
Welcome back to Surf City, resplendent from every angle. We'll fly above the lineup at La Bocana. Checking out the afternoon's activity, opening day. It's been a banger so far here. Big performances going down. It's a long road to glory and medals coming up at the end of the ISA World Surfing Games in 8 days' time, including today. And on that path to glory, surfers will have to get 2 best waves. That order of business, relatively simple when you think about it. That's what they're dealing with. That's the lineup. It's all about figuring out that lineup, figuring the ocean. Someone has done that multiple times in the past and gone all the way for gold is the legend Lele Osuna, Argentina. Full of power. And surfs committed in the pocket. Exactly what you'd expect from him. The strong start. And he's fired up to be back in competition and represented his country here. Place where he's gone double gold in the past. Enjoying the show this afternoon. Joining myself, Paul Evans, True Starling. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm happy to be watching this heat. Lele, he's such an incredible surfer. He's obviously got a rich history in these ISA events. And this second turn, wow, throwing a fan of spray in a pretty critical section as well. Starting off strong for Lele. I mean, this was just really, really smooth surfing. You could see that committed paddle in as well. He did such a good job identifying this wave and the moments that it had to give as well. The confidence leading into this event must be really high for him. He's the first Argentinian Olympic surfer as well, which is super cool. It's a great achievement for Lele. That first carve, you can see him just really open up into it. But it's his second turn. That's where the money's at. That's where a bulk of the points will come from. Big turns equals big scores is what you're used to seeing. Driving off the bottom really hard and times it perfectly in that section and throws buckets of water out the back.
Looking so accomplished as ever in a powerful pocket. Lele Osuna, all the setup work done. You saw him eyeing that section really from the moment he popped to his feet. He's thinking about banging that end section. He does it well. 5, 6, 7 is the numerical reward from our panel. Meanwhile, whoa, committed carve high in the pocket from Daniel Monterosa from right here in El Salvador. Saw him getting warmed up just around the corner of the structure here.
That must be the team zone commitment for Team El Salvador.
Just under 16 minutes to go in this heat. Let's get down here from the winner of the previous with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Liam representing Team America Samoa. A tricky heat out there, but you did well to hold on to the win. Talk to me about your interpretation of that heat.
I thought I was going to go out there and get like really good waves. I wanted to get 8s and 9s, you know, but sometimes that's just how it goes. And it was probably the slowest heat of the day, I think. I've been watching the contest all day, so I really had to change my game plan, and I can't really stick to one plan, you know, which is the hard part about surfing. You got to switch it up last second, but that's the beauty of the sport, so I'm stoked to win that heat.
Yeah, well said. I mean, some of the best surfers are the ones who can adapt. So when you're out there and you're realizing that you're having to change strategy as you go, what does your mental game sound like in your head?
I was just telling myself, stay in it, you know, like just because I had 3s, you know, doesn't mean I can't win still. So I just stuck to what the ocean was giving me, and I just went with it. So yeah, just believe in yourself and just keep going.
And how are you adjusting to the wave of La Bocana and El Sunzal? How are you finding the conditions here in El Salvador?
I've been here about 3 times already, so I'm kind of used to it, but it's so challenging. It looks like a perfect wave online, but there's so many bumps and there's so many different challenging aspects of it. So I'm getting used to it, trying to love it, and just go with the punches, yeah.
Well, you managed to do so in that heat. Congratulations, you have the heat win, and that's all that matters.
Thank you so much.
Is there anything you'd like to say back to anyone at home in America Samoa or Hawaii?
I'd just like to say hi to all my boys back at home and all my friends watching, especially my mom and my sisters and my brother. Thank you guys for supporting me, and thank you to the country of American Samoa for letting me represent you guys, and I hope I do it the best I can. So let's go.
Thank you so much, Liam. Congratulations, and I'm sure we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. The stoke is real. Doesn't matter how you get through, stay alive early on.
Yep.
Bring it back for the pointy end of competition.
doesn't matter how you do it as long as you progress. That's all that matters. 3.33 and a pair of those for Liam Wilson there. I mean, it looked like it was a really tough heat. It was a bit slow, but it's moments like that where you take those, you know, scrappy wins and you build from that.
Looking to build. Here goes Lele Osuna. Slopey face for him. He goes way out and then carves back to the pocket. And his timing is so good on this wave. He knows exactly where to push and where to cruise. Oof. Wow. That was audacious. Came at that from a super high line. Having a look at Daniel Monterosa. Beautiful carving style. He loves it. The locals in full voices, they cheer him on. El Salvador, the surfers here, from what we've seen, they love this end section.
Oh, yeah. Like we were saying before we cut down to Rachel, the team theme for El Salvador is commitment. It just seems like that. We saw that a little bit earlier with Marvin. He got second in that heat, even though he wasn't really able to find that completion in those really hectic sections. That commitment just shot, like it was shining the whole way through that heat. This is that last one of Lele, and again, you can see just how on rail he gets for that turn. I mean, he's really navigating this section. There's a lot of, you know, power in these waves. He has to be really in tune with your equipment, with the wave power, and also timing out there as well. We've seen people be caught off guard with that, but for Lele, he's just really aware of what's going on here at La Bocana. Obviously, multi-gold ISA champion.
It's like watching a 70s surf movie,
Yeah.
isn't it? The slow-mo here.
It's great, isn't it? And how's this section that just loads up for him? It is a meaty section and he just absolutely belts it, but just a little bit under the lip and just gets obliterated.
He got most of the way there though, didn't he?
Yeah. Wow, this is that first wave though for Reed from Canada, and a really strong first turn. Just the one turn for him, but throwing heaps of spray. Good to kind of just get the mojo going through that heat as well. But it's this last one of Daniel's that I'm really interested in. It locks in at a 2.73, and I was, questioning the completion on that one.
Yeah, judges didn't give it to him. No real surprise there. Little flick off the top for Reed Platinius out of Canada. Nice and smooth for him. He's not trying to do too much, not forcing anything. Just gives it a clip, which will feel nice. Get the completion as well, and when that number comes in, it'll be 2 scores apiece. One of those scores for our local Monteros. That's just a real small throwaway though, this guy, but love already his approach. I just love seeing that theme, as you mentioned, that commitment from them. That's one part of it as well. There's a lot of skill in the surfing too. I think, look, we're seeing a really high level sort of from across their team. It's not like there's someone like really standing out, kind of carrying everyone else. It just feels like the strength and depth of El Salvador is something that we're witnessing this year. Particularly, I shouldn't really be surprised how many high level, top level events they've had for a number of years now, going back like a decade or so.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, hey. I mean, every time there's events here at El Salvador, there's always waves. It's always pulsing. There's always something going on in the water, and I just think, you know, that's why we've been coming to this world-class spot for the last 10 years, you know, because it's so reliable and it is so, there's so many different varieties of waves and different ways that you can surf it around here. I mean, it's, you know, we have the women over at El Sunzal on Podium 2 as well. So, I mean, look at that. There's waves all along the coast. It's just, it's a dream for surfers for sure.
9.5 on the clock here. It is a former 2-time gold medalist, Lele Osuna, leading this at the moment, 5.67 for his first ride. That's his best number from up high. Looks pretty dreamy. Wind staying super light here. Just a couple of miles an hour. Sea breezes, super glassy still on the face. So combined with that pulsing, powerful swell, really light airs, which is great. It's exactly what our competitors will love to see. And we've had a really fun day of competition. We'll wrap up. A couple more heats to go after this. Looking forward to more of the same coming at us with a decent forecast. Waves will continue to pulse throughout. That's something that we know we're going to get here in Surf City. We know we're going to get performances as well, and we expect, you know, some of these bigger names as they enter the draw and as we go deeper into the event. But so far, from what you've seen on day one of competition, Drew, you impressed by what you've seen? We've just been watching the men here, but how healthy is surfing from our 61 different nations from around the world?
Yeah. Firstly, how amazing is that? 61 different nations here for this event. That's pretty incredible. But yeah, the depth of talent, even in these first 24 heats of this first round, has been so incredible. We still have more to come too, and I feel like that's super exciting. I think we've got a lot of surfing to see, a lot of really good surfers to hit the lineup still. And if day one is setting the tone, then bring it on for the next 7-8 days, because I think it's going to be an event full of fireworks for sure.
Yeah, we're going to be treated to a show here. Really enjoyed the opening day thus far. Great to see Lele Asuna back at it as well. We mentioned he's been doing a stint with our colleagues on the Spanish broadcast last few events. Doing great in there. It's great to have him as part of the team, but just couldn't resist getting the jersey back on, getting out there and blowing up. Looking to do that as well, Reed. Platinius, oof, a little slip from him. Just got that wrong somehow. He looked like he was set up so sweetly. The first turn just put him in a really nice position. And that went a little bit wrong.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to that timing and, you know, surfing to the pace of the waves out there. And yeah, for Reed, his timing was just slightly off, unfortunately, on that wave. He still has himself in second, but just touching back on that last one of Daniel's, that last turn, I mean, it would have been such a healthy number, and I feel like a little bit of extra compression and staying with it for a little bit longer, riding out in front of the whitewash, that would have been a clear completion. But unfortunately, because he seemed like he was still stuck up in it, the judges were like, oh, I don't know if we can reward that. And that might come back to haunt him in the last 6.5 minutes of this one.
Yeah, that's going to run away real quick, isn't it, that time? Let's see how he goes about getting back in the mix here. Been in rotation for waves at the moment. So just thinking about that last wave from Reed, a little bit of an error from him. Again, story will be written in about 6 minutes' time. Let's see if anyone's going to have to regret mistakes.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, full flow, vicious attack, nice and vert from Daniel Monterosa out of El Salvador. And just opening up. The wave changes dramatically. He changes his line. He'll go frisky for a busy finish. Won't get that very last turn. Did nice work before that. There's a full-blooded belt from Asuna, who just cracks it. So much power, really sure-footed as a surfer. And again, nimble enough to get up there and put the board up, climb over that white wall. Done a little finger flick as well. He liked it.
How's the confidence from Lele right now? He's just vibing himself out in the lineup right now, and fair enough. I mean, a 5.67, that last wave looks like a really long one too. He's starting off his campaign in this event with a huge bang, and I mean, can't really expect much less from him anyway, you know. And I was listening to Chris and Barton talk before, and they're saying, yeah, we wouldn't be surprised if he walked away with another gold medal in this event.
What a story that would be. Yeah, absolutely. All of that experience that he brings. And when you've done that work and you got those medals already, also just settles you down as well. He's not putting loads of pressure on himself. He'll just be enjoying it. He looks like he's enjoying his surfing. Let's see how the judges enjoyed that last wave and the score comes in for him. Meanwhile, he goes up Canadian, drawn out bottom turn. Really nice smooth arc for him, much better. A little catch, but good enough to clean it up. And a combo. And that was kind of important for Reed, just to get away kind of quick and kind of make amends for what happened on his previous. That was decent.
Yeah, that was, he really tied the bone nicely on that wave. He did exactly what he needed to do. Those completions are so important. It's really do or die in these moments, especially in the last 5 minutes. And I think for Reed, getting that second turn, it looked like he just timed it a little bit earlier. So I think that'll definitely go into his top two. Hopefully he can inch out a little bit further in front of Monterosa, but he still has a good score potentially to lock in as well from his last one. That first turn was just so spicy. It had so much flair to it. It was really exciting. And again, that commitment from Team El Salvador really showing.
Yeah, it's about that balance, isn't it, that we were talking about. And we've definitely seen the wave count go down throughout the afternoon. So sort of fewer waves coming through, like slightly longer lulls between. So are you going to get a chance to make mistakes? Maybe one or two to end up in one of those top 2 positions. And then you've got to balance that out. Okay, so then how hard do I push? Because if I surf safe, then this level of competition, I'm not going to get the numbers I need. So it's all about striking that balance. And yeah, it's a tough ask.
Yeah, it really is. It's, you know, you don't want to kind of push too far outside of your comfort zone, but then you don't. It's a really fine line. You got to be like right on the edge, and a 5:03 for Daniel's last one is pretty huge. But I think there's moments where you can kind of, I don't want to say fluke it, but you can kind of just like really go for it, and it just works out in your favor. Especially if you're needing a big score, and there's moments where you just go, I can't surf safe here. I have to go big. And that's when it'll shine. And I think for Reed, really nice drawing off the bottom, great connection there. And I feel like he was really within himself on this wave. He did what he had to do. He needs to get back up to 7, and he did a 4.27.
Gets the number, so little ding-dong battle here. Monterosa went up the second, and then Plateneus straight back there with that 4.27. Look how close their numbers are. It's not much to spread second and third.
Wow.
A little bit of a gap to ISAsurfing in the lead in this one, but all the while he sits on that 3.67. He'll be feeling vulnerable. What a legend, Brian Toth. He's absolutely stoked down here. It was his nephew that was surfing early on. And always good energy from Tothy. Loves it.
How amazing is the vibes from the different teams? You hear the different whistles. They've probably got all different tactics going on. There's a set coming, that'll be one whistle. Get back out the back, or, you know, you're in the lead or you need a score, could be a different one. You know, there's so much going on. There's so many different tactics for each team.
Minute 40 to go. Crucial wave here for El Salvador, for Daniel Monterosa. Great first turn. Full speed, full on edge surfing in a tight pocket, but it is just the one maneuver. Here goes Asuna, your heat leader, bottom of a wave. Will this one double up? He'll go up there, then he'll go down. He won't add to his numbers there. The judges will have a little bit of I think, about a 2.91 and that first committed turn. Super steep section with a ton of speed. El Salvador waits with bated breath.
Yeah, that's pretty hectic. Goes to second though. Gets a score. 3.43, Paul.
It comes in for him. Wow, so this one's super tight now. The pressure back on Canada in the form of Reed. Plateneus needs a 4.2. He's so capable of that. We talked about a couple of those mistakes and slips, and he's got that 4.27 already. He can get that really with just that clean carving style and a medium kind of wave, but
yeah,
we'll need to obviously make those maneuvers.
Yeah, he just needs to replicate that 4.27 where he can, but it's the time that brings on that extra pressure. It's more nerve-wracking, you know, you only have 20 seconds. A wave has to come through and he has to complete it. It's, yeah, a lot going on for Reed right now. He may see himself in the repechage round.
Yeah, it looks like he's heading there, doesn't it? Because unfortunately, from Canada's point of view, it's not going to be an opportunity for him. He'll be kicking himself a little bit. There'll be a debrief. He'll go back, he'll look through and just think, I had the waves actually to get the numbers that I needed. And that's what it's all about at this level, particularly in 20-minute heats. I mean, you're really speed dating your surfing, aren't you? Don't get a lot of opportunity to think too much about things. And ultimately, it's been a great day, afternoon for Daniel Monterosa, El Salvador and squad will be absolutely loving that. And great to see ISAsurfing, two-time gold medalist here, back in full flow. He's got tons of power. He's an entertainer. More live action coming from Sur City right after the break. Welcome back to the action here. Surf City, El Salvador lays host to the ISA's World Surfing Games. A new quartet out of New Zealand, Will Hardy, Puerto Rico, Jean-Carlos Mendez, Chia Chi Yu, Chinese Taipei, Joshua Jaipasad out of Trinidad and Tobago. Once again, a cosmopolitan feel to proceedings here. A little diversity of flags from across the surf world. This was Yu out of Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, right on the hooter for this goofy footer as well. I mean, really nice first turn connection. That second one, a little bit of a fumble. You can see this wave fattens out, but he eyes this section off as it wolfs back up and gets a good connection to finish that one off.
Yeah, got the click to finish as well, which will feel nice for him. 3.5 in from the panel. You think about the way that last heat went as well. Surfers really kind of scrambled around in those 3s and 4s in the final couple of minutes as well. So just getting something to build from there. Decent move. Here goes Hardy, the Kiwi, down.
It's never nice to feel that at the start of a heat. It happens, you know, we saw earlier Liam Wilson, he got through the pair of 3.33. So there is moments where the heats are slow, there's not much going on. And yeah, it's kind of, it ruffles the feathers a little bit when you kind of have a fumble like that early on in a heat.
Yeah, look to try and make amends straight away here. Another opportunity to come his way. Exactly what I would have wanted. Here goes Hardy. Extends the bottom turn. Nice hit off the top. And he'll just clean that up. So straight away getting a wave. Got to be a bit careful here because there is a bit of bounce on the inside, a bit of power. And he kind of hopped off his board there. You don't want to get too close to that thing.
No, yeah, there's accidents waiting to happen, especially with that backwash. If you miss timing it, it's pretty hectic. We've saw some pretty great, you know, falls or some pretty great jump offs as well with that backwash. It's been entertaining for sure, but I have no doubt that the surfers out there are, you know, coming in. There's a bit of tap nose going on and just a few deep breaths to really recover from that.
Yeah, there's a lot of power and energy and nowhere for it to really go down on that inside there. Something's got to give. Definitely don't want to get that wrong, that finish. Getting the distance away from your board. Probably a pretty smart way to play it. Redirect from above. You see surface just heading a little wide, trying to be in the right spot. We've seen, in terms of the conditions change over the last couple of hours, some runners come through as well, but haven't really seen anyone getting caught by those bigger sets that kind of close it out. So it's about putting yourself, finding a wave that obviously doesn't close out. At the same time, you don't want to sit wide and have that thing just kind of run out of energy from underneath you. It's a tough lineup to figure out. It's pretty easy in terms of where our tower is and where the marker is. It's been pretty consistent. I feel like most people have been sitting in pretty much the same spot all day.
Yeah, I feel like the lineups are really similar. I think what's tough is maybe more the wave selection. Finding those waves without the bump or even without those like fatter sections. I think finding those ones that really steepen up for you and allow you to open up, they seem hard to find out there throughout the whole day.
What did the multiple gold medalists say to the world champ? Let's find out, because Lele Asuna is with Rachel Tilley.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Lele, I'm so happy to be joined here by you. How are you feeling? This is your 15th ISA World Surfing Championships.
15, huh? Oh, I've been at it for a while now, and yeah, a lot of heats. I was actually thinking, am I the guy that did the most heats in the ISA? And I had a lot of people asking me like, hey, are you coaching? Are you working? What are you doing in this event 15 years later? But yeah, I'm still here. I still got the rash guard on. I love competing, so I'm stoked to make that first heat, first heat jitters. You know how it is.
Yeah, well, congratulations. It feels good to get that one out of the way. We're going to throw to one of your waves here, and you as a commentator, we're going to throw it to you so you can talk us through this 567.
Let's see. Yeah, this was probably my best wave. I did that one turn, eyeing out that last section, so I knew I had to wait for this big turn. I know the judges are giving a lot of points for that, and I make sure just to get a lot of water and come out clean, That's all she wrote, but I've been seeing a lot of big scores in just 2 turns, and I think this was or maybe this is the same wave from a different angle. You guys are so pro out here. You got all the angles. So this is a beautiful lineup. It looks bigger from here, too. Wow, nice. It actually didn't feel that strong, and
And that inside section, a lot of that happens. It's like you go up and you got to anticipate to get up there because it does have a little bump and it is a little faster than you think so. So I make sure to go up there a little bit earlier.
Yeah, well, something you were saying as well, being in one of the later heats of the day, you do have the opportunity to watch what the judges are scoring, watch the type of waves that they're rewarding. What was your strategy with that knowledge going out there for your heat?
I mean, should I tell everybody that's listening right now?
Yeah, tell us, please.
Yeah, I saw I've been watching, just an hour before my heat, and I was seeing the high tide, and it's really consistent. And I seen that you just gotta be kind of patient, just wait for the good waves because there is a lot of opportunities. There's only a 3-man heat, so it's like, hey, take it easy, wait for a good one, don't paddle for anything you're not gonna catch, don't lose priority, just make sure you're on an easy wave. You don't need much to make it out of this first round, so just take it easy, 60% of like aggressiveness. Just be patient, simple, keep it simple, 2 turns, 2 good waves, that's all you need in these first rounds. And this high tide, there's a lot of waves, the wind hasn't even come up today, so that was kind of my strategy.
Okay, well, after that, I'm feeling like I wish I was paddling out into a heat right now. I think I got the good
I'll put you in, Coach.
Advice.
I'll put you in.
Well, thank you so much, Lele. Congratulations. Yes. You're representing Argentina here. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone back home?
Well, thank you, Raquela. Yeah. First of all, thanks for the ISA for making such a great event. I've been doing it since 2004, so thanks for always keeping it so cool, bringing the world through surfing, and I'm just stoked. Thanks ahead to my family, my kids back home, my 2 baby boys, Benicio, Gregorio, mi amor Pilar, toda mi familia, los quiero mucho, all my sponsors. Thank you guys. Gracias. Aloha.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lele. Congratulations, and back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, wow. Thanks, you guys. Salvador needs more characters like Lele and Suna. What a legend.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Oh, good.
That was so cool. I mean, talking through his wave as well, he obviously has such a rich knowledge of surfing, and then he's just like, yeah, I did pretty good on that one. He loved it, didn't he?
The full Grom energy coming back after all these years. Love that.
Oh, it's amazing. And I honestly feel like, we see him commentate a lot of events too. I feel like that has a little bit of extra something as well, especially when you're competing. You watch a lot of heats. You get to understand what the judges are scoring. It's like they're pretty much telling you what they want to see, and I think he's so in tune with that because he's obviously been in so many events, 15 years of these ISA events, and also that commentating as well to add on top. He's he's got a lot to give.
You don't stick around that long as well unless you love it, and it's quite clear from that interview and just from what we know of him, like the passion's still there as it was that first time he pulled on a Rashi. Coming down this morning, the guy just buzzing to surf, to compete, absolutely loves it. That's why he's still here, still looking great. Ooh. Will Hardy committed to that bottom turn on the backhand. He just kind of hangs his head a little bit in the water there because it's another mistake from him. Meanwhile, check out you.
Wow.
That was aggressive.
That was crazy. That over the lip, just fins out. That completion, that turns like that are so hard to make as well when you're kind of free falling down. But yeah, he just stopped it. He was like, there's no way that I'm not making this turn.
So numbers remain pretty modest. That 3-5 that Chi got early on in this, actually the high score. Halfway point in the heat. No one really able to get hold of this one so far. And all the while, numbers remain low. Means it's absolutely anyone's. This one wide open. Still looking for sort of purposeful, meaningful entries from Jai Prasad, Trinidad and Tobago, also Mendez from Puerto Rico. They're in the ones at the moment. We've got sets coming through out the back. In this penultimate heat of the day. Let's see how it sets us up. We'll get a number to come through for you, and it for sure will improve on his backup. Was just a small decimal number, so we'll definitely consolidate his lead. Let's see if anyone can go up the scale and open up a bit. Will Hardy, you can see from what we've seen of him, he's a quality surfer, but he's just struggled with a couple of those mistakes. Is that the mind getting away from what your body's doing in terms of your surfing? What do you think that is? Is that nerves about being here at this stage?
I feel like it's a combination of all of that. I think competing for your team, it adds a little bit of extra pressure, a little bit of something different. And, you're surfing for more than yourself, so you don't want to let anyone down. And sometimes in these first few heats, especially when you've got a repechage, you kind of, I don't know, it feels like maybe he's just trying to rush it. I think there's just everything that's coming into it. But he still has pretty much 9 minutes to go in this heat. I feel like he's got time to regroup and get himself back into the zone of this one.
Just a reminder, you can follow us along on Insta. We're running our 2 venues at La Bocana and El Sunzal at the moment. La Bocana is what we're watching with the men's opening round. Of course, you can tune in to El Sunzal. You can watch everything via a second feed on ISAsurf.org. We do have camera over there. That's Sunzal as well. The 2 venues complementing each other here. Real different playing fields at the moment, as with throughout today, focusing very much on La Bocana and this quality high performance wave, which does also pose a few challenges. You see these kind of T-piece coming in, these triangles, these peaks. It looks like, all right, great, this is kind of straightforward. There's the wave, that's where I want to be. But actually, it does present some challenges in terms of negotiating that from that takeoff and where all that energy focuses to when it refocuses on the inside. And there's kind of a lot that can happen between those 2 points.
Yeah, there's so many different ways that a wave can go down. It's pretty insane. I mean, you're taking off. You have to navigate the power behind the wave on that takeoff. We've seen a few people not be able to do that. And then you see those meaty sections at the end. I mean, look at this wave. It's just standing up beautifully for Mendez.
Nice carving style for him. Really smooth. Just cruising through sections here right now. Nothing crazy attacking, but doesn't really need to be in terms of what the wave's offering. Good read on that. Okay, important wave hit for Hardy, the Kiwi, as he manages his speed. And a little bit of a softer section with a redirect, then makes a little bit of room at the bottom of the wave and gets up there and clicks it. Not sure he'll quite hang on for a completion. He went a long way looking for that finishing section. Let's see where this goes for him numbers-wise. But with that wave in for Mendez, it's going to remain tight in this heat.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. I mean, we've seen Will Hardy in this ISA World stage back in Brazil when he was representing New Zealand for the ISA World Juniors. He's originally from Raglan, so he's used to surfing lefts. I mean, it's an incredible left point. He would be comfortable on his backhand as well. So maybe just feeling like he's, you know, trying to get that momentum. He's getting better and better throughout each wave, just looking in that 3.13. But it's this last one of Mendez that could ruffle the feathers a little bit. But yeah, for Will, he's been surfing since he was 7. He understands the ocean. He's used to it. He just needs to find one of those waves that stands up. And that's what we were talking about before. There's so much that can happen from the start to the finish of the wave, depending on what wave you catch, how steep it is, if it's a little bit slopier. And that's when you just have to adapt and adjust to, you know, what the wave is asking of you as opposed to what you want from the wave.
All right, little move from Mendez, goes up the second, the 4-5 for him. So pushes down Hardy. Small requirement for the Kiwi, 2.58. Joe Pizzad, Trinidad and Tobago, 3.94, that's his number. Down towards 5 minutes here. Great to see any surf spot, particularly one in the tropics on a hot day in the sort of mid-afternoon, and still just super light in terms of that wind. What a treat. Really smooth sea surface. Just beautiful looking peaks coming in here at our principal venue of La Bocana, named after, that's the little mouth of the river that flows out through here, just arranges these cobbles into that peak, which in itself organizes these waves into really fun surfing waves. And you can see some legs kicking, some purposeful redirects on the peak. Priority is with you. Just consolidating his lead. He's been really concise. He hasn't spent loads of time on his board. I mean, particularly that last one, just the one quick hit, but good enough for a 4 and good enough to consolidate his lead.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he needs to do. And I love that type of approach in heats where you can get the job done on 2 waves nice and early and just set that really good foundation. You can kind of figure it out, wait for one of those good ones. And I feel like he's put himself in a really good position in the back end of this heat with first priority and the lead. It's where he wants to be, and he's doing a great job of it.
3.5 just over that on the clock. Let's see what'll go down as we'll just compress everything. It is super tight. Absolutely anyone's really. You can see Jai Prasad go to first where he is really. One wave will do it. And these are not huge numbers that are required at the moment. You just have to put a bit of context on that though and say, well, there haven't been big scores available to these surfers thus far. So let's see if that changes. Here goes Will Hardy. Really nice first crack, really well timed. And then just raking that rail and getting into rhythm. Crucial to have that. He'll keep going here. Board looks nice and loose. He'll get the feet organized for a finish. Going down the line, he'll find a section. And really well done. He kind of needed, obviously he wanted to complete his turns, but just some extra time on his board as well, and to let his surfing kind of breathe and just to time everything right. Great to see.
Oh, he needed that wave. And to get that under fourth priority, he got that underneath everyone, and then to be able to convert, needing that 2.58, he hit every section perfectly. I mean, for Will, I see that getting him back up into second. It's probably going to be his best wave of the heat so far. Yeah, he did exactly what he had to do on that one. Let's take another look at it, though. It's a smaller wave, but that first turn packed a lot of punch. He gets that second turn in there. I mean, he's looking really smooth on his backhand, just eyeing off each section. It kind of fades out a little bit. Gets a quick kind of windscreen wiper turn there, but a really solid finish for Will. And for the New Zealand team, they'd have to be pretty stoked with that.
Goes to first place with that. It is the high score of the heat, 517 for the Kiwi. Meanwhile, here goes Chia Chi Yu out of Taipei. Using that compact power style. And we talked about how everything compresses on the inside. It did exactly thus. And it gobbled him up. Mendez going blistering pace down the line. Gets to a section where it's all kind of collapsing on itself. Tell you what, there's all sorts going on. Final 80 seconds here. This one, as we mentioned, super tight. But what a significant way for New Zealand getting up there in the first.
Yeah, wow. So much just happened then in the last, literally minute of this heat. That is insane. There was so many waves. I mean, Will got that 517. He went to first. We saw Chia Chi get a wave. Mendez as well. I mean, now it is Joshua's turn to get himself a good score. He needs that 5.73 right now. But, I feel like we'll see a little bit of a shake-up of the leaderboard in the last 45 seconds.
A nail biter here if you're in the crew, particularly of the surfers chasing Puerto Rico, Mendez, Trinidad and Tobago, Jai Prasad. They got their work ahead of them at the moment. Final 30 seconds priority is with Josh, our surfer out of Trinidad and Tobago.
You can hear the whistles from everyone down on the beach right now. They're freaking out. There's so much going on. They're hoping that, whoever's, whether it's, Puerto Rico out there making this heat. There's so much happening. Will, he needs to better 3-1-3.
Yeah, just found himself one from wide. No real decision to make. Thought, why not just go? No one around him. And he'll just bring that in. But he's safe. Already in first position. And after a bit of a shaky start to this heat, did really well just to make amends. Didn't get rattled, didn't get inside his head. And then got that long run and left with a nice finish on the end of it for 517. Puts a bit of daylight on the scoreboard for him. He'll advance alongside Yu of Chinese Taipei. We'll send Mendez and Jai Prasad to the repechage round. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the day. Heat 24 from the opening round of the men right after this. We're back live at La Bocana. We'll soar over our contest structure here where we've seen some big performances go down. No real surprises in that. An epic day of competition. Having a look at our very last heat of the day. Team USA. Having a look at Jabe Sirkoki taking on Luki Lepron out of South Africa. Valentin Sheravati from Ukraine. And that's our trio out there at the moment. We've seen Luke Lepron already on pretty high level competition. Absolute ripper. Let's see how he goes out here. Just 3 surfers in the water. Obviously a little bit more room, and in terms of what our lineup's offering, it may be just slightly less consistent than some of the heats we saw early on. That'll be a boon. Just 1 surfer heading to repechage. The fact that no one's getting eliminated at this stage as well is always cool, in just terms of chilling out, relaxing your mind, and thinking, all right, no one's going home today, but what I really want to do is stay in the main draw.
It's those repechage rounds. They're not nice to be in. You're surfing.
The naughty steps.
It is, isn't it? Being in that main draw, you don't have to surf as many heats. You're not worrying about it too much. And these 3 people heats, it gives you a little bit of an extra leg up.
Let's go down to Rachel Tilley and check in with winner of the last heat.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations on your heat win. A stressful one that you needed to get the score towards the back half to really solidify yourself into that first place position.
Yeah.
How are you feeling right now?
Absolutely knackered.
Yeah.
I've never had a shakier start to a heat before, I think. So, yeah, there was a lot of pressure on me in the last 6 minutes or so. So I was just trying to keep the heart rate down and just do some breathing and stuff. And yeah, managed to get the wave that got me the score. So yeah.
Well, do you have some advice from your team here at New Zealand, the coaches that you're working with, that you were able to use out there as you're going into those final 6 minutes and having that positive self-talk?
Yeah, we actually did a lot of work with a guy called Dave Wood from Piha, who talked a lot to us about your mindset and just calming yourself down and doing all the breathing and stuff. So yeah, that was really helpful. And our coach Jumma, the list break's pretty similar to our break Piha bar. So just go out and do your thing and you'll find the right wave. So yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Well, trusting your instinct is the best in that case, and that's exactly what you did, so that's great to see. It's your first ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah.
You're here representing your country of New Zealand. How is it feeling representing on the world stage?
Oh, man. It's been a big dream of mine for a long time, so I'm pretty happy to be here, and just taking it all in is, pretty cool.
Yeah, it's great to see. Talk to me about the camaraderie that you have with Team New Zealand. What is it like day in, day out with your team?
Yeah, it's unreal. We've got such a good team. Probably the youngest New Zealand team they've ever sent to the Opens, so we're all pretty close. And I've actually got my cousin who is with me, and then Theo and Alani are brother and sister, so yeah, we're super tight and we share a special bond, so yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, a great camaraderie helps for great results. So you're well on your way to that. Congrats on a heat win for your first round. Is there anything you'd like to say back to your family at home?
Hi everyone, thanks for supporting. All the Keyhole crew, cheers for sending your love to us. It's epic. Hi Dad, hi Muggy, hi everyone.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, epic. Thanks, Rachel. I mean, you can just tell, like, the nerves, essentially. Well, he mentioned it, like, he's never had a shakier start, but, like, to get surfers just so fresh in from the heat as well and get the debrief, they're still kind of processing it themselves. Of course, you got the good news. The reason to do an interview, you won.
Exactly.
You're doing, whatever you did, it worked.
And keep doing it for the next one. So, yeah, I mean, wow, I didn't realize that Team New Zealand had such a young team as well for this Opens event. And, for Will to be here representing his home country would be feeling, pretty special. It's pretty nerve-wracking for sure. So I think he was, feeling those nerves at the start, but you could see him just slowly wash them away towards the end.
Yeah, good number in for Jabe. Absolutely tore into that. 6-5 for the backhand work for the American. Part of that strong USA team. They'll be delighted with that, and particularly just the way scores went in that last one. It seemed to take like an eternity for someone to put a bit of quality up and just show kind of a bit of understanding of the lineup and the wave, and then first wave, as soon as you pop your feet, already going right up through the scale. What a great feeling that is.
It's kind of the way it goes though sometimes with heats, you know, sometimes you have those slow heats and then the ocean just comes back to life again. I feel like it's, yeah, always heat on, heat off, or, you know, the back end of the heat or the start of the heat, it's crazy. Sometimes the ocean needs a break too. And that's okay. And I think for Jabe, a 6.5 to start off, really, really great way, you know, to kick off his campaign in this event. He's looking really smooth, really on point, and I think, yeah, that's where he wants to be. For the last heat of the day as well, he's been waiting all day to surf a heat. Let's just take another look at this one. Smooth off the bottom, great first turn connection, really loads up to get that second turn in as well. You could see how low he was and timing it perfectly to get that completion, and, you know, a really strong one at that for Jabe. Wow, pretty critical section there, and you can see, I love how he just drops that back knee. Look how low he gets, just touching that outside rail, really just kind of bringing his board up with him as well. That section didn't get quite as steep as what I thought he was maybe hoping for, but he recovered well, just adjusting that lining, that line as well to go into that turn, but it's his finish here. That was really, really strong for Jabe. He just saw it and timed it perfectly. That's been really catching a lot of people off guard. He's watched 23 heats today, and he didn't want it to kind of get him off his board and get that completion really strong.
Yeah, it felt like kind of speed is your friend is the motto into that section, isn't it? Come in real fast, just belt it and get out before you get tangled up. Very well done. Crisp surfing from him for the 6.5. Still looking for Lepront and Cherovati to get involved. Still over 12 minutes to go in this. If you're in the water, that will absolutely fly by. Interesting to hear as well, Hardy talking about the breathing work to calm himself down, and that is something that would have been sort of a wild thing to say going back maybe like 10 or so years ago. Right now, kind of standard. It's like putting your leggy on. It's like doing mid-heat breath work.
Literally, yeah. It's kind of, I feel like it's weird if you don't do that now. You know, so many people are utilizing that breath work to get themselves back into the zone or back into a space where they're able to make clearer decisions, I guess. And, you know, really good utilization of that for Will and for the rest of the New Zealand team as well, working on that mindset with Dave Wood. It's just that little bit of an extra edge that you can get over the rest of the competitors, but everyone's focusing on that now as well.
Do you reckon some people are naturally better at that than others? Like, how accessible is it to be able to do that and kind of change your mind and body with that breathing? Is that something maybe people struggle with a bit more than others?
Yeah, for sure, I reckon as well. I think, you know, some people can pick up a surfboard and be great at it straight away. Other people have to work and practice every day really hard to get good at it. And it's the same with breath work or really anything you do. You know, some people can just fall into it really easily, and other people struggle with it but understand and know how important it is.
Just levitating on day 2 of
Fully.
practice. All right, here goes Jabe. And again, without really having to put too much exertion into it, looking super polished, and that will be a backup for him. He'll be way out in front when that comes through. Luke Lepront hasn't been interested at all thus far. Bit of a surprise. Half the heat gone nearly. Need to get his skates on here a little bit. Will Luke? I'm sure he will.
I feel like you see a lot of the South African competitors as well. They're super wave hungry. They're always catching waves. They're moving around. There's, you know, lots going on. So I'm surprised to see Luke kind of having a little bit of a easy start into it. You know, not much movement, but looks like he's identified something here.
Just streaking down the line with loads of flow. Luke Lepront belts a section and then jams down with the laid back finish. Judges will have a look at that and think about in terms of completion. Did he ride out? Not so sure that he did, but 2 nice distinct turns and a good time to get involved and do some surfing.
Yeah, it was important to get a score on the board. Not a big one, just that 267, but yeah, he needed to just lock something in, maybe get rid of the nerves. I don't know how he's feeling out there, but yeah, it's important to just get the momentum rolling. He's waited 10 minutes for a wave. That's a long time, and it starts to eat into the head noise a little bit. It might start to get a little bit chatty up there, and just catching waves kind of helps to silence a lot of that as well.
Yeah, that score just came through for Jabe as well, 3-8-3. And if Luke hadn't caught that wave, himself and Valentin would have been comboed as well. It's not really what you want. I mean, all right, you still got half the heat to go. You haven't ridden a wave yet, but just avoiding that as well, hearing that read out by our beach announcers. Getting a score on the board, 267 for him. Judges not feeling that he was able to complete that second maneuver, but just giving us a glimpse of what we expect for him. Let's see if we can lock him into waves as well. Get a little interest from Shirovachi out of the Ukraine as well, who look interested here. Valentin, here he goes, negotiates the takeoff. And from that forward position on the board, just cruising down the line, joins up the dots, and he'll kick out as well. So he will have a score on the board. And really, we're talking about all these different surfing nations that we got here competing at the World Surfing Games. We're not expecting Valentin Shirovati to win the gold medal, right? That's not why he's here. But what he's doing is he's representing his country on the biggest stage in surfing against, you know, the best nations from all around the world. And what an incredible moment that is for him. He'll be absolutely delighted. He's got a score on the board. His heat's underway. His campaign for 2025 is underway.
Yeah, and what an honour as well to be able to represent your country at such a incredible world-class stage, and a pretty beautiful country at that as well here in El Salvador. And for Valentin, I'm sure he's really proud to be here representing Ukraine. We've got 7.5 minutes to go. I'd love to see him on another wave, see what else he can bring to the table in this heat. And, you know, Team Ukraine would be down there supporting, as we're seeing for the rest of the teams as well. South Africa will see a United States flag as well. And for Jabe, a 6.5. It's the best wave of the heat. And I feel like that's a really, really good edge that he's had for this one.
Under 7 minutes to go, as we will wrap up competition when this heat concludes. It's been a really fun day of competition here. A couple of key talking points other than the swell and the consistency, how light the winds have been, offered really dreamy conditions with a smooth sea surface. We've seen some big names, some absolute legends, some former medalists, a bunch of Olympians go down. We've seen a first look at some countries, thinking of Angola particularly. Seen some surfers graduate from juniors and compete in World Surfing Games. What else is standing out for you for today? What about performances overall? Who have you liked?
Ooh, Keijiro Nishi.
He looked amazing.
Yeah, an 867 and a 717. That was, yeah, electrifying surfing from Keiji. And I mean, I've seen him in a lot of events, a lot of ISA events, as well as a lot of WSL events on the QS and also the Challenger Series. And I think he is just, he's one of those surfers where you can just expect that from him. You can expect that confidence. You can expect that power surfing. So I wasn't surprised, but yeah, it was definitely a standout for me.
Here's Luke Leprand. Nice setup carve from him. This wave will go a little weird on him though. Doing well to stay in motion though. Don't sit out there and be overly fussy. He'll get another number on the board. But not exactly the connection he was hoping for. Yeah, my concern with Keijiro, what I want to see from him, I've seen him go out and blaze in events, go 8s and be huge early on in the week. I want to see that at the pointy end because he's that good.
Yeah, he is that good. Something that really sticks out to mine in Keiji's career is a wave pool event in South Korea a couple of years ago when it was freezing cold. And he actually maintained that throughout the whole event, every single...
It's a 2-day event, right?
Yeah, literally, it was 2 days. But that pressure of the pointy end, it didn't hit him at all. And he was there every heat. He was on point. He was nailing air reverses, you know, big straight airs every single time. I hope we see that. You know, Team Japan is solid. There's big teams. Nanaho Suzuki for the women's, her backhand is lethal. And Muru Suzuki as well. I mean, yeah, Team Japan has some really big names. So I feel like they'll be one to watch also.
Yeah, they got an amazing team as well. Super well coached by Ma Ono. So everything really, the talent is there, the structure is there. They got really cool hats as well, which is important. Really like their get-up.
We'll have to get you a hat before the end of the week.
Really cool drip. This Team Japan, meanwhile, out on the peak. Luke Lepron will say, yeah, sure, I'll go. Good looking left for Lukey. He'll just carve in the pocket and then straight down the bottom, back up. He'll give it a poke in that inside section. Arriving late. Tough to do, it will go down.
Yeah, those sections are hard to read. There's a lot going on. That early timing seems to be the key factor there, just hitting it a little bit earlier. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way though. Sometimes it just is what it is. So I think for Luke, he's got a pair of twos. He's, yeah, really just edging out in front of Valentin more and more throughout each wave, but I'm sure he'd be hoping to lock in a 5 or above. 3 minutes though. We'll see if he gets back out there. That paddle out is taking a fair bit of time for some of the competitors.
Yeah, he's got some long limbs. He'll look to use them and get back out in the lineup because still energy coming through. And this thing definitely not over. You think Shiravati can lock into a bomb. Only looking at the moment for 484. And Luke's number. It is a marginal improvement. The 317. And just adding a little bit to his total. He'll also just want to connect with a bit of rhythm as well. He's in a good position to advance from this heat, even with low numbers. But you want to do that with a performance as well to go along with the result as well. And just serve yourself with a bit of momentum to come back next round.
Yeah, it's always nice when you have a good heat. It gives you a bit of extra confidence into the next one. But I guess it's how you look at it too. He can say, you know, I didn't have my best heat, but I still got through.
He'll go again here and just clean up that takeoff. And just realizing that thing's going to run away. The quick eject from him. He just took that wave. It's kind of down on the inside. No takers, and why not swing? But it did run away real quick onto the inside. Meanwhile, inside 2 minutes now. First priority to the American. And he's locked this one down really from that 6.5. He's looked really solid. We'll see. I think that was Valentin Shiravati from Ukraine who had a look. Sort of his board going over the falls. He's fine. Might get another chance here though. So after the wipeout, puts him in a pretty good position for a left. Here we go. Ukraine, Valentin Shiravati. And he'll just cruise through a meaty section. And he'll get a little tangled up. That one will run away. But it will be a score for him. So, put your singlet on. You get your heat time and you go out 2 best ways. Okay, 2 best ways. That's what he's done. He's got 2 scores on the board.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. And, you know, again, it's just an honor to be representing your country here. I'm sure he's feeling really lucky to be able to, you know, compete here in El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games, and we'll more than likely see him into the repechage rounds. But, you know, to be first day, couple of nerves, hopefully he just cleans that up a little bit more tomorrow. But Jay really just solidifying that lead with a 6.5 and then that 3.83 as well.
Final 30 seconds here. And it is the American Sphere Koki at the moment. Way out in front of this one. Luke Lepon of South Africa looking good. In second place to advance as well with modest numbers. A couple of ways you can look at that, as you mentioned, true. Meanwhile, from wide is Valentin, our Ukrainian, unable to get himself another wave. He'll be back to contest repechage as we'll count down here. And James looked really good out there. You get yourself a 6.5 early on, you're really just kind of setting the mark up. And he looked like he didn't have to put too much energy, expend too much to get that win for the strong Team USA. They'll be delighted with that man. And a little chuckle on the inside, him and Luke. They can bond over that. They'll stay in the main rounds. What a really fun day of competition that we've had here, True.
Yeah, it's been an amazing first day. I mean, we've had some incredible surfing. We've had some pretty crazy upsets
Let's check some highlights from today, because we've cut some of the best action that we've seen throughout the day. It's been a really fun day. Let's have a look at that. Epic day of competition here concludes with Team USA in full voice. Great way to kick things off. The 6-5 for Jabe. And the stars and bars there flying proud in the afternoon sunshine here at La Bocana. Job done for their surfer, Sviakoki. He'd be absolutely delighted to go out there and just blaze. In a tough heat, also featured Luke Lepront, who didn't quite get hold of it this time around. We know how much quality Luke's got. We expect to see quite a bit more from him next time around.
Yeah, for sure. It seemed like a little bit of a 10-minute heat there for Luke. But, you know, he was able to manage it through throughout the end, some small scores, but he's still in that main round, and that's, you know, at the end of the day where you want to be.
As we mentioned, 6-5, a great way to kick off a heat. Let's go and hear from that man. Jabe is with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Last heat of the day, we've made it a tough time in these types of conditions to make it all the way to the end of the day, especially on round one. How did you manage that? How was dealing with that anticipation throughout the day?
For sure. No, it was good. I was, I think, 5th out of the U.S. today, so day honestly went by pretty quick, getting stuff done, supporting everyone else. So seeing everyone do well in their heats and win their rounds definitely motivated me. But yeah, staying out of the sun, drinking a lot of water, and happy to get it done.
Well, you got a decent score line there, a 6.5 as a single wave score. Really healthy score there to kick off. You know, looking at those conditions, it's been a tricky day. Here we see your 6.5. Can you talk us through that one?
Cool, yeah. Good wave to start. A little bit steeper, you know, with the tide being pretty high, there's definitely kind of some mushier waves. So this one just had a good line the whole way through. And kind of just kept giving. I mean, yeah, 2 kind of mid-major sections, and then remember had this steep little end bit that free surfing last few days, it's tricky. It's easy to get there too early or too late. So I think this one was a little sketchy, but tried to just make sure to ride out. And yeah, a little low. Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, got it done.
It's nice to see for the first time in person.
For sure.
Yeah, lots of power, lots of flair in that wave.
Sick.
You looked really strong, and a great
you.
Performance on this one.
Yeah, fun. Always fun to watch clips, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, you know, these conditions today, as you said, pretty tricky, and trying to learn that timing. It's changing throughout the day really fast. over the past few days trying to get comfortable at this wave as well.
For sure.
Talk to me about how you were adapting and reading the wave and knowing the wave selection out there.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, there's a big tide swing, so we've been surfing it super early, and it's been really low tide early, and it feels like almost a completely different lineup early in the morning. So free surf this morning and kind of just wanted to get warmed up, knew it was going to be a bit different at higher tide today. So yeah, trying to mess with lineups, and then just we're lucky we're actually staying right up here, so just been sitting in the shade and watching it all day and kind of found that zone and just watched teammate Owen surf and put together really good heat, so I just kind of tried to follow his plan, and it worked out for me, so yeah.
And it seems like Team USA has good camaraderie.
For sure. Yeah, no, we're all supporting each other. Super fun. We're stoked.
Well, congratulations. A successful day for yourself and the team. So
Yep.
that's a great way to start round one and day
sure.
one.
Awesome.
Congratulations and good luck for the next ones.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, pick. Thanks, Rachel. Well done, Jay. But good day at the office for the Americans.
Yeah, they have been on fire.
How about you, mate? How'd you go today? You pleased with the way it went?
Yeah, really pleased. I mean, I'm not American, but I'll take it as well. Yeah, I mean, today was a great day. What an amazing day to kick off this whole event. I mean, from the start, as soon as we got here, it was firing, and it just stayed consistent throughout the whole day.
Yeah, waves have been amazing all day long as well. Those winds staying light as well. And there was a change as well. We saw surfers having to make the adjustment. Jay was talking about it there as well, how things did mix up a bit. But even with that change as well, just offered loads of scoring potential for surfers throughout the whole day.
Oh, absolutely. And the drama as well. There was broken boards, broken leggies, some fins were lost out there. So, I mean, there was lots going on. I feel like everyone adapted really well, and the surfing was just, yeah, at a really high caliber.
Rocks always in play as well. No mishaps thus far, which is good to see as well, because kind of can be kind of funny to watch, but obviously we don't see anyone coming a cropper on those rocks. But maybe throughout the week as well, that'll be a factor. We've heard Lele Asuna talk about like waxing and trying to keep his feet kind of nice and sticky as well. Manuel Salman, actually, that was. But yeah, what a fun day we've had. Should we come back tomorrow morning for maybe a 6:45 call?
I think
How do you feel about that for a potential 7 o'clock
You know
start?
what? That sounds really good to me, Paul. I'm looking forward to it. I think we've got a lot of heats to go through as well. I mean, some good surfing. I think we should come back.
Been a really fun day here at Surf City, El Salvador. The ISA World Surfing Games has kicked off in fine style. We'll look forward to the pleasure of your company tomorrow morning. 6:45 call. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.